Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the UAE RMC, all live from the Dubai Kartdrome. It's day 2 of round 4 of the UAE RMC for 25 years, 2025 and 2026. And we're already heading towards the halfway stage of the championship. My name is Joe Bradley, and alongside me is Henry Baudet. Henry, day 2. If day 2 was half as good as day 1, we're in for something that is quite a treat.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, everybody watching on Karting Live TV around the world. And here in a sun-blessed paddock. It's again, not the warmest morning. It's nice and pleasant.
In fairness, it's a sunrise-blessed paddock.
Yes,
isn't it?
because it's very
literally
early.
Just come up over the horizon, and we still have morning dew out there on the sand. The track, I've got to say, though, bone dry and absolutely perfect.
Yes, indeed. At the end of today, we will be officially at the halfway point of the championship. 6 race days down, 6 race days to go. And we're looking at Microax yesterday. A first win for Alexander Freienstein.
There was something special about that youngster.
And it was very popular.
Yeah, very popular win. We saw that at the podium, didn't we?
Yeah, especially down at the when I was doing the interviews afterwards, the top 3 after the final, there was a huge amount of outpouring of support for Alex from not just the family and Ravi, but from the entire Motorscape team beyond.
Now, Alex took advantage of a situation that developed between championship protagonists Liam O'Hanlon and Sama Chopra.
Yes.
By the way, what you've got out there on the track at the moment is the Microax qualifying session. So we're about to set the grid for the heats.
Yep.
For that, we've got just under 3 minutes of that remaining. But yes, yesterday, Alex was there. They tripped over one another. There was all sorts of shenanigans went on. There was, purely racing, of course.
Yep.
But Alex came through and took the win in fine style. And he was right there on their bumpers to take advantage of that situation.
Exactly. Now, looking at the number 11 kart of Cameron Harvey at the moment. Cameron is 4th fastest, but it's Samar Chopra who is quickest of all, ahead of the novice driver, number 7, Adam Chu. Adam Chu, the Chinese driver the Sam Pollitt Racing team, and he was the best novice in the final yesterday, coming home in the top 15, but it's Chopra. But look at the difference in time, 2 seconds separating the top 10. That tells you that obviously, drivers just getting used to the grip levels, and
I think the grip level's quite low. I'm seeing drivers really sliding the carts around here. So the tyres are going to take a little bit longer than they did maybe yesterday afternoon to get up to optimum temperature. But they're beginning to get in there now with just over, we'll call that 90 seconds remaining in this qualifying session. And at the moment, the target time is a 67.2, and that's Samar Chopra, no surprise. Cameron Harvey slips to the front, Samar Chopra takes it back.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a case of one of the last drivers to take the checkered flag is going to be sitting pretty, because it is the grip levels are growing, second by second almost. You can see that the order is changing. 21 drivers today. I don't think we've got Sebastian Storer.
Well, we haven't. We've got. There's no sign of Abdulaziz Al Saraf, who hasn't come out. The XL driver not doing a lap in this qualifying session. I'm not sure if he's here today. Sebastian Storer, did you say?
Yeah, Sebastian Storer isn't here today, but Abdulaziz Al Saraf should be here today. He is down as racing. Hopefully he didn't pick up an injury or an illness yesterday. Maybe there was just a problem getting the kart off the dummy grid. Alex Freienstein up to P2, Saif Al Khalifa third. They're all still chasing Samar Chopra with 20 seconds to go. Adam Al-Sheikh goes to second. One name we haven't mentioned yet, Liam O'Hanlon. That's because he's mired back in 33 seconds off the pace at the moment.
Yeah, so Liam O'Hanlon has yet to get those tyres where he wants. His best time is a 68.2. So 68.2, he's about 3 seconds off where we expect him to be. Checkered flag is out. Tadeusz Prochaska in 10th is one of the first drivers to see the checkered flag. So we just wait for the field to come through, Henry, and we'll get a chance. I'm not going to mention anything about the timing screen at the moment because we know it's all going to change as we follow Cameron Harvey round. Cameron currently in 7th place and hoping to go better. He's got green personal sectors, purple sector in sector 1 for Chopra, purple sector for Al Khalifa in sector 2. So they are going to improve. I'm concerned that Liam O'Hanlon, he's put a green sector 1-2, their personal bests. However, in sector 2, he's still a second off everyone else. Checkered flag.
Chopra is fastest. We wait. O'Hanlon hasn't taken the checkered flag yet. Chopra, Al Khalifa, Freudenstein, the top 3. O'Hanlon does take the checkered flag. It's only good enough for P10.
So Liam O'Hanlon, championship leader, coming in at round 4, has had a bit of a nightmare by his standards in this qualifying session. Liam O'Hanlon, 10th place on the 5th row of the grid. He's got a bit of work to do for his first heat. However, this session, the Microax qualifying session, 5 minutes of frantic action to have the cart slipping and sliding around.
I'll go down and chat with Samar.
Yeah, we're going to have another chat with Samar Chopra. So Samar Chopra on the pole position, a 1 minute 4.583 from Saif Al Khalifa, a 1 minute 4.863 for Saif. Alexander Freudenstein's on a wave of glory here. Winner of yesterday's final. He's third. He'll start on the second row of the grid. Purple sector, so the fast driver out of everyone in sector 3. He's on a 64. That's a 1 minute 4.962. Adam Al-Sheikh, not that far behind. Only 35 thousandths of a second was Adam Al-Sheikh behind Freudenstein. He's on a 1 minute 4.997. The third row of the grid will be Amar Tabatsa with Ivan Dvorinins alongside. Row 4 will be Harris Chrysokru with Jensen Kelly alongside. The two British drivers, Cameron Harvey and Liam O'Hanlon, share row 5. Row 6 will be via Ponna and Zukanyi, or Adam as he's affectionately known, Tadeusz Prochaska and Arthur Bowers. Arthur Bowers coming across to the UAE for the first time. They're on row 7. Ruud Rapatap, Shekawat and Enzo Falzarano are on row 8. Thaybab Haroun and Felix Souza Jebjeg are on row 9. And then row 10 is Rio Pocock and Kilian Nikadu Mabida. They share the 10th row of the grid. 20 carts took part in qualifying. We did not see Abdulaziz Al Saraf. Not quite sure why Abdulaziz did not come out, but we'll get to the bottom of that. The XL driver, the XL team will be getting to the bottom of that, no doubt, and we'll hope to see Abdulaziz at least get going for his heat. So, little bit of a surprise there. We are surprised by the lack of pace from Liam O'Hanlon, who is, see the gap, 8/10 of 2 seconds, 2.2 seconds of Samar Chopra. And if you consider that these two drivers are not just duking it out for the championship, they were duking it out all day yesterday. And we saw these two, Samar Chopra, who's on the pole, and Liam O'Hanlon at the front of the field for pretty much the whole day in Microax. Well, Liam O'Hanlon's not going to be quite there early on in the first heat. We've got Henry down there, have we, Nick? Let's head down to Henry, who has got our pole sitter, our provisional pole sitter, Samar Chopra.
Well, the drivers are now understanding the procedure, but even if they haven't seen a timing screen, if I'm appearing at the end of their qualifying session and calling their name and pointing at them, they know they must be on pole position. That was your reaction, wasn't it, Samar?
Yes, it was my reaction.
How do you feel about setting pole position? What was the grip levels like out there?
The grip levels were really slippery. It was really hard to drive. We just got to keep control of the carts.
So obviously a lot more slippery than yesterday. So how did you manage to sort of get control of the cart and manage to put that lap in?
I don't want to share the secrets again.
You don't want to share the secrets. A lot of these young drivers, they definitely don't want to share the secrets. Okay, yesterday. Obviously, you were disappointed with how the final went yesterday. How are you going to make up for it today?
I'm going to try and just get a clean sweep. I was really fast yesterday from P9 and I caught up to P1.
And now you've got to stay in P1.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone you'd like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Matthias, Dan, Danny.
There we go. Plenty of people to thank. There we go. Congratulations, Samar Chopra.
Yeah.
To consider.
I was going to say that's the grip levels of the circuit not as good as they were yesterday by any stretch of the imagination. Senior Rotax Group 1.
Yes, we've got, we are. We've got the Senior Rotax, Senior Max Group 2 qualifying until we get some times coming through, Henry. We were waxing lyrical about the dominance of Conor Clancy coming out of juniors into seniors at round 3, and here he is. I use the term duck to water, but it's more than that, isn't it? He's not been kind of overawed by the personalities in seniors at all.
Yeah, no, not at all. And it was quite funny yesterday when he said, well, I just thought I'd go in on the outside, keep it pinned and see what happened. He was like, yeah, it came out in 4th place. George Nassar turned around and said, I think he was lying when he said he was a bit unsure of whether he could do that because he was very quick. yeah, good-natured between them all. Eloy Gonzalez was watching these two laughing and joking and listening to George Nassar say about how his hair, how he thought his long hair made him look like a lion, and he was just smiling and sort of laughing along with the two of them.
So there was a good atmosphere down there.
It was a good atmosphere, I have to say. Max Dexter up into second position. There is the number 350 of Oscar Backhouse going through. Oscar had a really good day yesterday. I've got to say, it was progress from Oscar Backhouse. He didn't start karting back in the Microax, Minimax. He was a late starter into karting and is now finally getting to grips with the, as he gets past there, but it's just qualifying. Yeah, getting to grips with the hustle and bustle of a very, very competitive senior grid. There's Max Dexter going through in the number 366 kart. Max, who had a good day in DD2. Well, a decent day, finishing second, losing out to Theo Cati literally with 2 corners to go. Senior wasn't great for Max. He had a DNF, which meant he started the main event back in about 27th. I'm looking at the results yesterday, Joe. Where did Max wind up in the final? Just looking there, he was 11th, so he made a lot of progress. He gained 16 places in the final yesterday. One driver, Sanad Al-Hamawi, in kart 393. He's on track at the moment.
There he is. He's down in 15th with his lap time at the moment, 58.5.
So Sanad, he finished 8th in the B final, got promoted into 6th position with 2 post-race penalties for the top 6 finishers in the B final. Started 36th in the main event and came through to finish 10th, which is outstanding work for the driver of kart number 393, another Motorscape driver. So Motorscape winning with Alex Freienstein yesterday in Micromax and having some other very, very good results. So and we'll be able to see the inner workings of the Motorscape team today during the paddock show. Sanad Shanak taking us round the Motorscape awning for the paddock show today.
Yeah, it would be remiss of us not to mention the influence of Mark Rose. I mean,
wow, Mark, yes.
Mark bringing 30 years of experience to that outfit, and
yes,
we even mentioned that, didn't he? The influences were there. All of that years of experience.
Although Mark Rose has said that he's given up on social media, he's deleted all his social media accounts. He used to go by the name of Marky Mark, which oh
yes, I remember Marky Mark.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, which was Mark Wahlberg. After he left New Kids on the Block. There's your first 90s pop culture reference of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
There are going to be many more.
Yeah, Conor Clancy is top of the pops at the moment. There we go. Oh, look at that.
Checkered flag is out. Max Dexter currently third. Conor Clancy has not been challenged. We're waiting for Zain El Homasani and Alessandro Bigi, and he has been knocked from the top of the timing screen, but he hasn't taken the checkered flag yet. Conor Clancy, only 2 drivers still out there. Conor Clancy and Miles Roby, the only 2 drivers yet to take the checkered flag. Here comes Conor Clancy now, just coming through the final sequence of corners and then into the final. And there it is.
Wow.
There it is. Purple in sector 1, green in sector 2, and purple in sector 3 gets Conor Clancy the fastest time of the session, a 55.5. I'm not going to say provisional pole because Group 1 have got to go out yesterday, and what we saw in the second group was much faster lap times. The track evolving.
I think what's going to happen again, they're going to take, obviously, the fastest driver overall will take pole position and will lead Group A, but then they'll take, it'll be the fastest driver from the fastest group, and then the fastest driver of the second fastest group, and just alternate them. Taking
into consideration the way that track evolves, especially in the it's quite early morning here. It's only coming up at 20 past 8 a.m. So 20 minutes past 8.
I'm going to go and have a chat with Conor Clancy.
Another chat with Conor Clancy.
Yes.
So he's the fastest driver of Group 2. His time 55.5. He is just over a tenth of a second quicker than Zain El Homassani, who was right there at the very end. His best lap was not his last lap, I think. Let me have a look. Oh, it's gone off the screen now. That's a shame. So Zain El Homassani.
We'll just guess then.
I never just guess.
Oh, come on, you can do that.
Nathan Kaplan, Alexander Biji, Andrea Remy, Ryan Qureshi, Mohammed Minimax was in 7th, and his time was a 56.1. Max Dexter in 8th, or 8th quickest, 56. Max Dexter's time 56.174, literally 0.005 of a second slower than Minimax. So that's how tight it is. Spencer Trehorn here for the first time. Spencer, you'll remember Nick from the NKC in the UK.
Well, mostly from the interview we did with him yesterday. I remember such events as the interview we did with him.
That was yesterday. You have no recollection of anything more than 3 days ago.
Friday, in fairness.
Yeah, it was. So 3 days ago.
But he's not on
you're
this
fine.
show.
Ask you anything about before 3 days ago, and it's all a blur.
Sorry, what?
What was your name? Yes. So Henry heading down to the interview area.
He might have to wait though, because Connor was last one round, wasn't he?
He was. He absolutely was. Now, why does he have to wait? Let's explain the process. As the carts come off the track, there'll be a queue because they have to be weighed. They have to comply with a minimum weight of cart and driver of 162 kilograms. So the drivers basically drive their cart onto the weighbridge. That is checked, and that is why there's a queue form. Because
I have a question for you. You may not be able to answer.
Go ahead, Cole.
Say some bizarre reason during qualifying you get your nose drops. What happens then?
A nose drop
in
qualifying.
Say you've had a constant ear effect and suddenly your nose is down.
That's
you still get a penalty
actually.
or what?
Because it's not under race conditions, it's qualifying.
I don't know.
So it's not a weight question. It's a regulation regarding the nose.
Because what you could do is you could come up with a really clever situation where when you drop the nose down, you get more aero.
It'll give you more drag.
No. If you make it so it drops,
you need the nose to sit up.
Do you?
Yes.
Depending on the rake of the cart, surely.
No, you need it to sit up, especially a track like this. You need to get through.
Didn't say it work on every track.
Quickly as possible. It's a good question, and very early. It's a very early morning question, that, Nick. If anyone is out there, we are live on Karting Live TV, obviously, and UAE RMC has got a live stream on YouTube. So 2 options if you're out there listening. Please, we are monitoring the chat on both of those streams. So feel free to ask us any questions, and please feel free to answer any questions posed by, well, in this case, Nick Damon, who is our producer today, and our my little bit of chat buddy. Let's head down to, are we ready for Henry? Let's head down to Henry, who's got Conor Clancy again. These two are getting it to be meeting.
Well, Conor Clancy, you left it till the very last moment indeed. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, I just went out straight away and was on my own, so I didn't really know if I was fast or slow. So I just didn't think about it, got my head down, and then came in, I was pole, so yeah, it's good.
Now, come this way a little bit, talk about the grip levels. Could you tell, even in that 5-minute session, were grip levels improving lap after lap?
100%. I went out there, I was sliding all over the place because the track hasn't been used all night, it's cold. So yeah, I was a bit trying to get the tyres up to temperature, and then on the last lap, they finally came, and yeah, I could put the lap together.
Now, of course, obviously the second group are going to go out. It's pretty fair to say they're going to have better track conditions, but still, you're going to be starting near the front of all the races, probably on the front row, leading Group B, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, I've pulled it there, so I think the second group, it's just common sense, they'll go faster, the track's hotter, grippier. So yeah, hopefully I'm second overall, and then I'll start the heats first or second or whatever.
So how can we avoid what happened at the start of your first heat yesterday? What happened there? It seemed as though you and Oscar both coming to the centre, you realised, actually, I've got to back out of this, but you were getting pushed from behind, and it just, as you eased off, you just got turned around. Is that a fair assessment?
Actually, when I moved out the tram lines, it's just whenever you're starting on the outside, you always want to get to the inside. So that's what I did. And then I think Oscar tried to get to the outside and then didn't realise I was there and then drove into me basically.
Okay, so but or kissed and made up?
Sorry?
Kissed and made up?
I don't know. We'll see in the racing today. But yeah, no friends on track. So.
No friends on track. Okay, well done, Conor Clancy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Another chat. Those two are seeing a lot of each other this weekend, aren't they? It's all down to Conor Clancy, of course, being, again, the driver to beat in the Minimax class. We've got Group 1 about to come out, though, and names that we expect to see. George Nasser out in this group, Kai Hunter out in this group. Looking down the list of drivers we expect, Sanad Al-Hawami was in the group we've just had. Yes, he was. And he came at 19th quickest time for Sanad. 57.291 was Sanad's time. So Group 1 about to be released. George Nasser is the driver to look out for here. El Gonzalez is another name to look out for. Nathan Kaplan, of course, has just qualified. He was third quickest in that group, 55.6. 55.5 is the target time of Conor Clancy, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take that down. 55.512 is the target time. Let's see if this group, now the second group out yesterday, in yesterday's qualifying, was considerably quicker. A lot of drivers went quicker. That's not what we want to see from the number 322. Just being caught out a little bit. That was Shivan Kartik being caught out by cool tyres. And you know what? We've all done that. We have absolutely, everybody who's ever competed in any karting has done that out of the paddock, out of the collecting area, and a little bit of a harmless spin while your tyres are stone cold. What do I mean by that? Well, I'll tell you, everybody, if you're new to this sport. Slick tyres, treadless tyres, racing rubber. When they are cold, it is like driving on ice.
Yes.
They come in very quickly and you start to feel the grip relatively quickly, but the sort of temperatures that we see here, it's going to be towards the end of lap 2 that the tyres are going to be where you want them to be. Now, you can change the characteristics of how quickly the tyres come in by how you pressure the tyre. The air pressure, you're not allowed anything special like nitrogen or dry air or anything. I'm not sure if dry air is allowed.
Not allowed tyre.
We're not allowed tyre warmers.
Tyre warmers or even rubber removing guns.
Yes, so basically you basically just put normal air from a compressor in there. There is moisture in that air that goes into the tyre. So that when the tyre heats up by the energy that it uses to control the kart and steer the kart and drive the kart, creates heat. The tyre builds heat up, the pressure then expands the tyre to a point where the tyre will operate at its maximum and optimum. And I know I've kind of dissipated up my bottom there, haven't I, trying to explain that?
No, not at all.
I hope that came across.
It's right. We're looking at Alicia Canessa. Now, yesterday, Alicia, who's one of the very few, she's the only independent female driver here. There are several other young ladies in the class. Alicia is the OG, as it were.
Alicia's run by her dad, isn't
it? Alicia's run by her. Mum and Dad run her. That's a very old Danilo Rossi chassis. Alicia she made the main event yesterday. She was the 30th and final automatic qualifier for the main event, and she came home in 27th position. Looking at this, there's 45 seniors, and as well as Alicia in seniors, you have got. I'm just looking at the entry list. Alicia still, I believe, the only young lady in seniors. There are several others as well in other classes, but Alicia doing a good job. Oscar Lambert, fastest at the moment. Conor Clancy mentioned that the track is getting hotter and hotter as almost with each passing lap.
Well, Oscar Lambert just put in a 55.6, which is only a tenth off Conor Clancy's fastest time. So the track is there for them immediately in this one.
Yeah, and now the 330, the motorscape cart has just gone past Alicia Canessa. That is Qatar's Tamim Hasiba. Tamim Hasiba was one of the 2 drivers who finished in the top 6 on the road in the B final, but then got post-race penalties to knock them out of the main event. So Tamim is going to want to make sure that he avoids the B final today. Kai Hunter has just been given the mechanical flag. The number 316, Kai Hunter, has just been given the technical flag. Why that is, we don't know. Obviously, something has fallen off the go-kart that is supposed to be attached. I'm not quite sure which particular appendage is no longer attached. But
now, that's probably going to cost Kai, because his fastest time would invariably be the final lap of this session. 30 seconds on the clock. He's probably got enough to put in. I don't know where he is on the track. He hasn't come in yet. He's still out there. His time of a 55.510 is actually 0.02 of a second quicker than Conor Clancy's.
Yes.
However, he's still down in 5th.
Yeah, sorry, Zara Karua. Zara Karua is the other young lady in this race. She didn't make the main event yesterday. She's the only novice in the entire field. Zara Karua, who drives for the same Kart Advisor Academy team that Kai Hunter does drive for. So I just wanted to get that thought. I didn't want to think that Alicia was the only young female in seniors. I hadn't forgotten Zara.
Rayan Damadasa has gone quickest with a 55.118. Now, when Kai Hunter gets the technical flag, I believe he's got 3 laps to comply.
Yes. Now.
So if he's clever, he'll stay out. And finish the session and still be within the regulation.
Well, let's have a look. He's just put in the purple first sector, personal best second sector. We'll have to wait and see. Checkered flag, Damadasa. Oscar Lambert now goes fastest. Kai Hunter to second. Eloy Gonzalez, third. Nassar, fourth. Damadasa, Alfayez, Montgomery Swan. And Antonius Haddad. Antonius Haddad was the other driver, the second driver, along with Tamim Hasiba, who finished in the top 6 in the B final yesterday, but then got a penalty. But if Antonius continues that form, he won't be needing to worry about the B final. 8th fastest in qualifying.
And in significantly, Henry, 54.955. Compare that to a 55.512.
Oh, yeah.
That's a considerable improvement from the first session. That's not to say the drivers are quicker. That's the track that is going quicker. And a 54.955 for Oscar Lambert, a 54.968 for Kai Hunter. Second in the session. Elwa Gonzalez, a 55.030. George Nasser, erstwhile championship leader, is 4th quickest with a 55.068. It's going to be Oscar Lambert. It's going to be another Falcon that you go and speak to.
I'm going to go and speak to Oscar Lambert, and I'm also going to see what the general scene is down there when dealing with Kai Hunter's car, what the scrutineers are saying and what happens there.
I might be wrong here, but I've got an understanding that the technical flag, you have 3 laps to comply.
I believe so.
That's under race conditions.
I believe so, yes. We'll have to see what happens, whether the laps that you do after you've been given the technical flag count.
Well,
we'll find out.
Yeah, Henry's off on a mission, a research mission, let's say, and we'll have Henry down there. 305 is Cian Cranbull, who went out of that session.
I'm not an expert, but I believe that karts go quicker with 4 attached wheels.
Well, that's not a camber angle that we're seeing there. That's actually come off. Yes, that's not. He hasn't put a bit of camber on that left-hand side. It's unfortunate for Cian. It's put him in 22nd quickest time. 56.754 was the 56.754 was the quickest time he could put in before that tyre and wheel came off. That looks like it's slipped off the hub, isn't it? I can't quite see the axle.
It's not. It's on the passive side. There's none of the drive on that side. So most likely someone didn't tighten it up.
It happens. Group screws
come
loose.
Yeah, it happens all the
happens
time.
all the time. Yeah, it does. So while we recover Cian Cranbull's kart, It's put onto the recovery trailer.
The rescue Toyota.
Oscar Lambert then quickest in the session, 54.955. Kai Hunter second, 54.968. Elwar Gonzalez with a 55.030. George Nasser and Kai Hunter has disappeared from there. He's dropped down to 20th. So Kai Hunter's times have been deleted. He has to rest on a 56.209. So it's a clawback day for Kai Hunter and the KAA team.
Wonder what was wrong with it.
Yeah, Henry will find out, see what the technical flag was put out for the number 316 cart of Kai Hunter's. But he's not having a very lucky trip to the UAE this time.
No.
So George Nasser moves up to third. Elwar Gonzalez moves up to second in the session. Rayan Damadasa fourth. Hamza Al-Fayez on a 55.124. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, now that's better. Better to see Jeremy up there at the front end of any timing screen. JNKD's Jeremy Montgomery Swan with a 55.204. Antonius Haddad is seventh. Jules Dumont is eighth. Faisal Nashko is ninth. Adam El Bassioni is 10th. Tamim Hasiba was 11th quickest. Patrick Cannon was 12th. Armani Kanua. Now Armani not as on the pace as he was yesterday with Elliot Surtees in 14th. We've got Henry down there with Oscar Lambert.
Well, Oscar Lambert, talk a little bit about that overall pole position. Come this way a little bit, Oscar. Come this way a little bit. Overall pole position. So that's a percentage of the job done.
Yeah, really good. Glad to get the quali points and hopefully be starting all the races in first now as well, which gives us a big advantage.
Yeah, we forget this. So in qualifying, overall pole position, 10 points. Second is 8 points, then 6, 4 and 2. How important are these qualifying points in a championship like this?
Yeah, really important to close the gap on Georgie, especially because you can't drop the quali points, so just bonus.
So qualifying points stay there. Now, talk a little bit about that session in particular. Where were you on the track? How did you manage to sort of get the slipstream and how much better are track conditions now?
Yeah, compared to yesterday, I just went out by myself and luckily I managed to catch one of the barrel drivers to get it toe at the end. Track conditions definitely improved a lot since yesterday, so you just got to take that into consideration when braking and everything like that.
Now, yesterday, first heat race, yourself, Conor Clancy, teammates, front row of the grid. What happened?
It was just a racing incident. We both came across a bit hard, and that's that.
That's that. Have you kissed and made up now?
Yeah, we should be good now, and luckily you didn't get hurt or anything, so move on.
And you'll be starting in the same position for the start of the... So does that mean that your tactics will be any different, knowing that this is what Conor's going to do, he knows what you're going to do? Are we going to see something different at the start of this first heat race?
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe we can talk to each other before the race and sort something out, and then we'll go from there.
We'll see, but there we go. Oscar Lambert, pole position in seniors. A quick word on Kai Hunter. A chain guard came off during the session. I spoke to Kai and he said, yeah, I heard it come off, but he's reattached it now.
Thank you, Henry. Oscar Lambert then, our pole sitter, our provisional pole sitter. I'm sure he'll get through tech with the Mumbai Falcons team. So Oscar Lambert, we will see, no doubt, on that pole position for Senior Max. We're all about Minimax though next, because that is the next qualifying session we have for you. Another 5 minutes of frantic action. The sun is coming up well above the horizon now. The ambient temperature is coming up also. It's probably about 19 degrees at the moment, just coming up to 20. However, the track temperature, I've got to tell you, was coming up by the actual second. And we saw there just the way that the track had evolved between, I'm spot on, 19 degrees. Nick's just fact-checking me next to me. 19 degrees is the ambient. Track temperature is going to be about 25, 26, getting towards 30 very, very soon, I would think. But you saw the difference there. 55.512 was Conor Clancy's quickest lap time. We know how quick Conor is, the young Mumbai Falcon, but he was pipped with a 54.955 from his Mumbai Falcon teammate Oscar Lambert. It's going to be an absolute ding-dong in Senior Max, isn't it? And unfortunately, we had Kai Hunter, who was up there, right up there, second quickest in the session. However, a technical flag was put out for Kai, and he had those times deleted. He's dropped 20th, so we'll have to watch out for the Kart Advisor Academy driver coming through the field. That's all the action in seniors. Minimax is next, as I said. And yesterday was all about JNKD's Benjamin Krachkovic. It was also a little bit about Oliver Butchart, Austin Gray, and Ivan Jankovic as well. LBJ Stubbs with Sam Pollock Racing, the British team and driver, coming across here for some winter karting and keeping themselves in the zone, so to speak, before they start their British and European seasons. Great to see Sam Pollard coming across with his team. Albie was right up there and at the front of the field, and it was in the final that he ended up dropping to 5th place behind those drivers. Keep an eye out for Paul Schutzman, winner at Alpha San in round 2. The JNKD driver was perhaps the most delighted winner of a karting event or a race that I'd had the pleasure to meet. But we'll see who is going to come to the fore. We are about to get going with the karts, with the Minimax class readied and waiting in the collecting area and about to be released. There is no doubt that the track is evolving all the time. However, Minimax, everybody's out at the same time, and we'll see a fair reflection of who is quickest and who is in the midfield, etc., etc. Austin Gray, Charlie Page, 2 drivers to look out for. Adam Fleury showed signs, as did Francesco Lignoli, showed signs, Henry, of improving their lap times yesterday and coming through and having a pretty good result towards the end of the day.
Yeah, now we don't have the updated championship positions after yesterday. However, Benjamin Karachkovic, the combination of Benjamin Karachkovic's victory, Charlie Page's exclusion from the final, and Albie J. Stubbs, the erstwhile championship leader, his spin on the outlap of the final, which meant he started from the back and finished 6th. I think that would give gives Benjamin Karachkovic a very, very slender championship lead. It is a 4-way title fight. Well, it depends in Attica Mia. She rejoins the series after her little vacation in Europe to do some WSK racing. It could become a 5-way title fight again. But Karachkovic, Austin Gray having a solid day yesterday. And we now look to see, can anybody peg Karachkovic back a little bit?
It's a big ask, that, because Benjamin is a very rapid Minimax driver, represented and won the world final event at Bahrain in the Microax class. So we know he can drive, we know he can pedal. But I'd actually forgot about LBJ Stubbs spinning out on the outlet. And I said, Henry, that we've all done that on cold tyres.
Absolutely,
it can be easily done on cold tyres.
We just saw on the outlap Adam Fleury almost spin on the outlap here on very, very cold tyres. Oh, the lovely Kapita comes in, bringing us some water. Thank you, Kapita. One of the extremely hard-working young ladies that part of the championship organisation team.
I've got to say, the UAE RMC do look after us, don't they?
They do indeed.
I mean, I'm here in a massively padded, comfy velvet chair.
Yes.
and you two are on a sofa with the drinks cabinet behind us.
Wow, you've got those fish beneath your feet.
Coca-Cola. There's an aquarium in the corner there.
Yes.
Is anybody going to have a go on the piano, by the way?
The piano bar. Right. Well, who are we going to play a tune for in this one? Oliver Butchart, there going through your screen with the bright green crash helmet. And he was second yesterday. Mark Baines was telling me that every single event that Mark has done out here, he's been here for the entire season, every single final, one of his drivers has been on the podium. 100% podium
That's
record.
quite. That's yeah.
Well,
that's-
Mark Baines, he's not shy about telling you about his achievements.
Well, that's
but that is an
that
achievement.
That's an interesting stat as well. And who's he looking after this weekend?
Butchard, who finished second yesterday, and even Janikjevic, who finished fourth yesterday.
Yes. Now then, Francesco Lignoli is the driver that's quickest at the moment, but we're under 2 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. It's a 60.054 the lap time. Butchard goes quicker, but Lignoli, who is following him round, they are circulating together. So they're into the 59s now, Henry. 59.606 for Lignoli and 59.949 for Oliver Butchard. Just behind them in the 59s, only 3 drivers in the 59s. It's a 59.972. That's how close Max Payton is. And then Charlie Page just outside the 59s on a 60.2.
Now, I will try and figure out, because Charlie Page finishing second on the road in the final yesterday and then suffering an exclusion, try and get to the bottom of what that was for. Because obviously Charlie missed the opening round, and then that exclusion, he's going to have to count that towards his championship score. So that could have been...
And that is not necessarily post-race tech. That could have been a penalty.
It could have been an on-track penalty, or it could have been in post-race tech. We'll find out as Oliver Butchard goes fastest of all again. Qualifying specialist. Yesterday he was on pole, so this is championship points. Don't forget, 10 points for pole position, 8 points for second, 6 points for third, 4 points for fourth, 2 points for fifth, and you cannot drop qualifying points. So these points count towards your final championship tally, regardless of what else happens.
And that was him there in the green helmet there, just on the Synergy liveried cart. Albie Stubbs has pipped him though. He's done a 59.122 as the checkered flag has unfurled, readied for the first drivers to finish their session. At the moment, it's Albie Stubbs, Ivan Chancevic, Oliver Butchard, Francesco Lignoli, Benjamin Krachkovic. But it's all going to change, Henry. There's no doubt about it. As we cross the line now, then Charlie Page crosses the line. Francesco Lignoli crosses the line. Butchard's across the line. He stays in fourth. Albie Stubbs is still at the top. That 59.122 is still the time to beat. Francesco Lignoli crosses the line. He hasn't beat it.
Watch Karachkovic, sixth at the moment, but 2 personal best sectors to start the lap.
Here we go. The tension rises, doesn't it? We are waiting for Benjamin Krachkovic. And there he goes. Krachkovic across the line of 59.083. And that is it sealed. It's a JNKD pole position from yesterday's winner, continuing where he left off. Benjamin Krachkovic takes the pole position on a 59.083.
By 300ths of a second, and he did it courtesy of the very last sector of the lap. He did a purple third sector, and that third sector snatched top spot away from Albie J. Stubbs right at the end. So potentially our new championship leader takes another little haul of points for this morning. I'll go down and chat with him as qualifying here on a nice and cool. So it's a very refreshing Sunday morning here in Dubai.
Degrees. Yes, 19 degrees. Find out what happened to Charlie Page as well.
I shall do indeed.
Yes, yesterday that is. So Benjamin Krachkovic on the pole position provisionally, of course. Got to get through tech. We keep saying that. 59.083 is the pole position time. Albie J. Stubbs for Sam Pollitt Racing on a 59.122 just got pipped. The slow sectors 2 and 3 on his final lap of the session there. Francesco Lignoli makes it a George Gibbons Motorsport second row with Axel GP's Ivan Jankovic alongside their times 59.232 and a 59.288. That's 56 thousandths of a second between third and fourth. Oliver Butchard's going to have to settle for the third row of the grid with a 59.326 with Kurt Ivanov alongside. He's on a 59.334. Again, so very, very close. Vaiko Pajamaki is on the 4th row with William Mazzali alongside. We've then got Charlie Page sharing row 5 with Paul Schutzman. Mikhail Mitrokin shares row 6 with Austin Gray. On row 7, we've got Max Payton and Adam Fleury. Gleb Obikov and Mikhail Tervoklebov share row 8. Zurhai Turkey and Aryan Esan share row 9. And then rounding off a 20-cart Minimax field, Rafael Zagati and Viven Chuen. The novice driver for Synergy is the 20th driver there. 20 carts in Minimax. It's all about the front of the grid, though, and it's all about that young man, Benjamin Krachkovic, who went out to the World Finals in Bahrain in the Microax class, representing the UAE, and took the win in the World Finals champion for 2025, Benjamin Krachkovic, moving up to Minimax and showing everybody that he has taken very well to the increase in power. What's the difference between Micromax and Minimax? Well, the carts are exactly the same. It's a 950mm chassis. It is the exactly the same size wheels. Are on the Mojo C2 tyre. Slightly heavier. Micromax has a minimum weight of 105 kilograms. Minimax has an increased weight of 115 because because kids grow and get heavier and get taller, etc. Micromax is for between 8 and 11 years old. Minimax is between 10 and 13 years old. The engines, well, it's exactly the same 125cc engine throughout the classes, but we've got...
Well,
Henry.
Sometimes in karting it comes down to one sector, and that's what got you pole. A purple final sector on your last lap. That put you in front of RBJ Stubbs and gave you not only pole position, but 10 very valuable championship points. Tell us how you did it.
I was just calm and I did my good lap.
Just calm and did your good lap. Were you worried as the session went on? Were you aware that you were only 5th or 6th for most of that session? Communication with your mechanic, Liam Smith?
I thought I was only 2nd or 3rd because my dad just gave me a thumbs up. Normally he gives me the P1 signal, but I was P1. He just gave me a thumbs up.
Okay, so when you don't see your dad giving you the number 1, but you think, all right, I better work a little bit harder. Is that right?
Yes.
So, who would you like to thank? And, more importantly, how do you think the races are going to go today? Albie is 2nd. Charlie starting a little bit further back, but there's an awful lot of good drivers, isn't there?
Hopefully me and Albie can push away and start fighting at the end.
Okay, that's the plan, is it? Who would you like to thank?
My parents, the whole JNKD team, and my mechanic.
There we go. So, one sector for P1, Benjamin Karachkovic in Minimax.
Thank you, Henry. And there, young Benjamin will be on the pole position for Minimax. Next out is our gearbox class, the DD2s coming out. We had some fantastic racing from DD2s. Before we move on to DD2s, I just want to clarify. I'm
clarifying the Kai
I'm going
Honda
back to my
situation?
British touring car days of
Okay.
when you get a black flag,
You're in trouble.
You've got 3 laps to comply. And I had a door come open on Harry Volkard's Lassetti at Knockhill, and the door was flapping. We got black flagged, and I'm on the radio saying to Harry, "Right, Harry, stay out." It might close. And I looked round, and you've got 3 laps. You've got 3 laps to come in, mate. So keep going. It was a qualifying session. I looked round, and the official was right there next to me, shaking his head, saying, "You're going to have to bring him in." And the regulations were 3 laps. However, it's a little bit different here. And thanks to Gaz Bury, our researcher.
Don't give me a new job title. We want more play.
So Kai Hunter, after receiving the tech flag, no other lap completed after the tech flag counted. Any penalty applied would have been down to the chief scrutineer, of course. The times were deleted, as we saw that what happened at the end. And Charlie Page, we've had information on Charlie Page, Henry, that it was... Sorry, mate, you haven't put your headset on yet, so you don't know what I'm saying. It was the squish, which is a technicality on the motor, isn't it?
Yes, and I spoke to Charlie's mechanic, and he said it was, negligible. But hey, you know, they put their hands up, said it doesn't make much of a difference. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of times people get caught for squish is just, I mean, yeah, hands up. We've all done it. It's one of those things that, you know, can just happen. It's not necessarily deliberate. You try your best to be inside, and sometimes it slips. So it's nothing. It's just unfortunate for Charlie. He's out again to fight another day. But now we move on quickly. It's all about our gearbox class. This is the DD2 class. It's a gearbox class, the epitome of Rotax Max class karting. And it's a 2-ratio gearbox. It's a paddle shift mechanism on the steering column. It's not like gearbox where you go up and down the box. It's basically switching between the 2 ratios. Paddle shift on the left engages gear 1. Paddle shift on the right engages 2nd gear. And you're basically just switching between the 2 gear ratios, between 1 and 2, and wherever you need it on the track. You need it to punch out of the corner. You need it to brake, because the drivers are using the downshift to assist the braking on the kart as well. And on the subject of braking, all of our classes only have a brake disc on the rear axle, so that's why they get very unsettled when they press the brake pedal. It's effectively like putting your handbrake on and only braking from the rear wheels. However, this class here, the DD2 class, has a brake disc on both of the front wheels, so you're braking on both front and rear axles, which makes for a much more stable braking phase. It's very rare you see the karts braking. If they are going a bit skew-whiff, under braking, they're getting it wrong.
Yes, indeed. There were 13 drivers in the DD2 and DD2 Masters division yesterday, only 12 today. Sam Walker, who finished 3rd in Masters yesterday, wasn't scheduled to enter today, and indeed he's not. But we've only got 11 karts on track. That is because Hamza Hashisho, who injured himself yesterday, had to go to the hospital, got an injection for the pain. I spoke to him after the fight. I said, how are you feeling? He was like, yeah, really good. I was like, yeah, that'll wear off in a few hours. And indeed, he has not gone out this morning. I haven't seen Hamza or his dad here. I'm wondering if they have just said, look, you know, I'm not right, let's wait and try and go out for the races. We're going to start towards the back, or whether they have actually had to withdraw from the day. I will find out. We are getting plenty of messages from members of the championship and the organisation team to keep us up to date with the goings on behind the scenes. I shall find out whether Hamza is here and whether he's just keeping his powder dry until later, or just keeping his ribs taped up until later.
Well, if he's got broken ribs, and there is absolutely nothing you can do. And the last thing you want to do with broken ribs is get into a kart.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it is brutal. They are brutal machines on the old rib kits. That's why drivers wear rib protectors.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, maybe that's why his dad said, Henry, go away, do not speak to my son. It's because I was making him laugh so much.
Yes.
Or maybe that's just because he says, Henry, stay away from my son. I don't know.
Either way, there's good reason there. And being it's a safeguarding issue, clearly.
No, Hamza, I hope that Hamza is okay. We'll find out what is going on with Hamza, whether we'll see him later or not. Mark Bassier, who at the end of yesterday's final was not a happy chappy, has gone 2nd fastest. Mark was not happy yesterday.
Did he say what?
Just kart wasn't right, didn't go well for him in the final. He was really
disappointed. On the pole, wasn't he?
He was up near the front for a while.
He started on the pole.
And went backwards. Theo Kakati is up at there is Theo. He is top of the charts at the moment. Drove into the circuit with Theo this morning. And I said, look, you know, was Max a little bit too nice to you yesterday? And he was like, I said, I don't think Max is going to be as nice to you today, because there was that, at this point in the track, on the last lap of the final, Theo Kakati tried to go around the outside of Max Dexter. They went side by side through this entire sector, and Theo actually went round the outside of Max through the following corner after this camera shot, turn number 14, and stole the lead away and the win.
It was fantastic racing from those two guys who gave each other room, gave each other compromise.
Yep.
Remember, Max Dexter is double stinting here. He's also in the senior Max class as well as the gearbox class in DD2. The checkered flag is being unfurled. Kyle Blockley is the first driver across that, and he is currently in 7th overall as we wait for the rest. Greg Watt comes through as well. Greg is in 9th. Lap times for Blockley, 55.753. Lap time for Greg is a 57.438. We wait for the front of the field. Moritz Canopes comes through. Tony Hogg's gone quicker than Moritz. Tony Hogg in 7th. That's the Masters. That's the Masters pole, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Right there, in 7th overall. So 55.240 for Anthony Hogg. Tony Hogg, as he's known. Moritz Canopes, 55.455. And there's the checkered flag for everyone else.
I noticed as well that Hogg and Canopes, they only did that one lap. They were going round in like 60, 61 seconds, cruising. I think they're thinking, right, there's only 11, 12 of us. Now, there's fewer karts today, so let's save our tyres. They absolutely waited until the very, very last lap to put their only flying lap in, which is good enough for first and second in Masters. The top 6 are in the main class: Kakati, Dexter, Zanfari, Harris, Bassier and Malek are your top 6.
If Mark Bassier wasn't happy with yesterday, he'll not be happy with 5th place lap time there. Behind him is Adam Malek in 2nd, but the lap times for Theo Kakati on the pole position, 54.183. He is 29 thousandths of a second quicker than Dexter. So that rivalry will continue into today, Henry.
It will.
And we're in for a treat.
It will. I'll go down and speak to Theo Kakati very shortly.
So as Henry heads down for our post-qualifying interview, Theo Kakati is the driver. He's an independent, being run here by himself. And Max Dexter, who's from Telios, the Telios team, putting out Max Dexter's car, 29 thousandths of a second off that pole position time for Max. Suleiman Zanfari is in 3rd place, his time 54.327, with Tyler Harris, erstwhile championship leader. Tyler Harris, 4th place for Tyler, 54.369. Mark Bassier is another of the Mumbai Falcons team. Mark Bassier, 5th place with a 54.464. And then we've got Adam Malek from the Matthias Nejem Motorsport team. Adam with a time of a 54.877. Then we get into Masters territory with Tony Hogg. As we've said, Tony running himself as well as an independent, 55.240 for Tony. Moritz Canopes, 55.455, just 2 tenths off Tony Hogg's time. Kyle Blockley, 3rd in Masters, 9th overall, 55.763. Then we've got Nicolo Cacciatore in 10th with a 56.489. He's with the NL Racing team. And then Greg Watt, another driver running himself, Greg with a time of a 57.438. Hamza Rashisho didn't take part in that qualifying session for what we believe to be an issue with that rib injury that he's carrying. Whether we see Hamza come out and race remains to be seen. And to be honest, no judgment here. If your ribs are broken, then you're in a lot of pain and discomfort, and you're just going to make it worse by driving around the Dubai Kartdrome on anything. Let's head down to Henry, who's got our pole sitter for DD2, Theo Kakati.
Well, Theo Kakati came and said to me, he goes, that's more like it. That's more like it.
Absolutely. A great way to start the day over here after yesterday. And we made some small changes, went low with the pressures there. So I knew that in the beginning because, Max was in front of me. I'm like, all right, you know what? The first couple laps aren't going to be as good, but I got to put it together in the end, and that's what we did. So the DR kart was ripping, and I'm happy to put it on pole.
Happy to put on pole. Now, we've just been told Hamza Hashisho, he's not here today. The rib injuries that he suffered yesterday have proved too much. So, he's not here today. With Sam Walker not here, that's 11 of you on the circuit. Obviously, tyre saving, is that you think that there's going to be a few people maybe behind you that are going to save their tyres a little bit for the final?
I mean, after yesterday, I don't think that's the concern here. I think we're all here having fun.
practicing, getting ready for next weekend. All of us have bigger races coming up, and this is just a great way for us to all scrap around and get a lot of experience on track. So it's perfect.
Excellent, excellent. Are you looking forward to another? Well, okay, obviously Max is the one rival that you were dealing with yesterday. Tyler Harris, Mark Bassier, Adam Malik, Suleiman, anyone in particular you think could really spring a surprise today?
I mean, I haven't looked at the times yet, but before this, I was already thinking when I woke up today, a new day. People can find pace that they didn't have yesterday. It's going to be close. The packages here, I think we're all pretty equal, so. I think it'll just be another fight, and it's not going to be an easy win today. It's going to be, you have to work for it.
All depends on who had the best night's sleep and the healthiest breakfast this morning. Is that right?
Absolutely. That's why I had a good night's sleep, and I'm ready for today.
Excellent. There we go. Theo Kati on pole in DD2. Tony Hogg on pole in Masters. I think, well, he's loitering around the place, so we'll bring Tony Hogg in because this is an interesting thing to consider, because Tony and Maurice Knioppers, you drove round very, very slowly for the first few laps of that just to get one lap in. Is this because we were thinking about tyres?
No, I don't think it's particularly about tyres. I think we both had a strategy. Moritz was sort of hanging back, and I stuck with him, and it became a bit of a battle of wills, I guess. We both know the game, and my strategy was always to stay a bit behind and then just try and follow him over the line. But again, it's going to be another close, interesting day.
It is. Poor Greg Watt. He was up until about 12 seconds ago. Greg was up into second in Masters, about top 8 overall. He was loving life, and then you and Morris came along and knocked him back.
Yeah, I think we both of us had an eye on Greg a bit further ahead. So the gap really wasn't growing too much, and then we literally had one lap to go at it. It was good fun, and hopefully a bit of entertainment.
Hopefully, I'm sure that DD2 and DD2 Masters will provide entertainment as the day progresses. Thanks, Tony.
Cheers. Thank you.
Tony Hogg there, the driver that's on the Masters.
Beautifully framed.
Beautifully framed there, Henry. Well done.
Hogg.
Yes, beautifully framed Tony Hogg. Out of retirement again, Tony. Been retired this time about 2 weeks.
He's back for next week. He's retiring again.
Is he?
Yeah. He's back for Yaz. And he's retiring again. He's back for Dubai. He's retiring again. He's back for Alpha Sound. Retiring again and back for the final round.
Yeah, Tony Hogg. More retirement comebacks than Frank Sinatra.
But he's doing it his way.
He's doing it his way, absolutely. Absolutely. See how I lined that up for you?
We're working it long enough. It's either bad jokes or old age bickering, so I think it's probably best to stick to the bad jokes.
It's great to see Tony Hogg on any DD2 grid, to be honest, and it certainly adds a bit of depth to it, and it gives Moritz Knioppers and the other Masters drivers, Cal Blockley, someone to race with in that subclass. They are racing for overall points, of course, in DD2, but they have the Masters category as well, the Masters class, which is a subclass within that DD2 class. And Masters, it's not because they're like Grandmasters and they know everything, even though they do, because they've been around a while. It's when they get really old and past the age of 31, they qualify the criteria of becoming a Masters in the Masters class, the ripe old age of 31.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how in radio control car racing, which I've done a lot of, it used to be that the Masters final, or the plus senior final, was over 35. Everyone's as it's generally age it was now over 40. But now at some events in the US, you have an over 50s event and an over 60s event, and they're thinking about putting on an over 70s event as well.
In our RC,
yeah.
Actually in the car.
No, but I think it's indicative. I'm going to say right now that I think that Masters should be 35. I don't think your powers drop off that much.
I actually think it should be 40.
No, I think when professional footballers sort of retire about 35.
35, isn't it? Yeah.
So at that point, you're saying that even you're beginning to lose a little bit of your core strength, what counts. Don't lose your speed. Ask Fernando Alonso. But so I say 35. Obviously, what I say has no bearing, no weight, and no importance.
It doesn't. But 35 is the age of Masters in other categories and series that we live stream on Karting Live TV. So yeah, some people are listening to you. We've got the Junior Max qualifying session out there at the moment then. It's a 5-minute session that just absolutely disappears on you. You've got to get straight on it, get those tyres up to their optimum operating temperature, get the car balanced in doing so. And optimizing your run very, very quickly. You can't really make a mistake on what will be your fastest lap. Yesterday was all about the Mumbai Falcons, wasn't it? With a first, a second and a fourth in the final. Matthias Negem Motorsports, Pierre Abu Dewan spoilt an all Mumbai Falcons podium in the final by getting onto that third step of the podium. Jensen Chalk, who is here in the UAE RMC round 4 in preparation for next weekend's All-Plate. He's with the Mumbai Falcons team, not his first time with the team, and he took a fine win from his teammate Mitansh Jain, who is going for the championship. Mitansh Jain has taken over the cudgels of the Mumbai Falcons' #1 driver in the Junior Max category, and he's taken over the cudgels of that and picked up the baton when Conor Clancy moved to seniors. And Mitansh now on target for a championship. We're getting the halfway stage of the championship, though, Henry, so it's very much, if he continues in this vein by finishing on the podium, finishing high in the heats, the pre-finals, etc., then he's on target for maybe a championship by the time we get to round 8.
Yes, although it's all changed as Jensen Chalk via Chopra, Pierre Abu Diwan moves the top of the charts. Mitansh Jain back on top. Interesting couple of little bits of snippets of information going back to DD2. Speaking to Adam Malik and his dad. Adam, a little bit off the pace yesterday. I'm trying to figure out why. Well, that's because up until yesterday morning, Adam was on a school trip to Vietnam. So Adam's dad picked him at 6 a.m. yesterday from the airport, drove here, got here literally about an hour before Adam was due to go out in qualifying. So
wow.
Adam can be forgiven for being a little bit jaded yesterday.
And what's the time difference between here and Vietnam?
Well, I don't think it's the time difference. It's probably what you do on a 2-week school trip to Vietnam.
Well, that is a good point, actually.
Yes. It's a cultural exchange, and I'm sure as Mitansh Jain makes his move there. SF Lorenzo, why didn't you talk about me? I was P1 for most of qualifying. How will you see, Lorenzo? Most is the key word there. Sorry. Pierre Abu Diwan goes to the top of the charts. But only for a minute now. Jaden Hidding. Here we go. Yesterday, Jaden Hidding made those little tiny mistakes in qualifying, and he was third in the championship. But now he's still third, but he's a far more distant third in the championship because he lost points all day yesterday to Via Chopra and Mitansh Jain. Can Jaden keep it within the track limits for this session?
If he can keep it where he is at the moment, which is at the top of the screen, we're unfurling, we're readying the checkered flag. Piabu Dewan's gone through. Jaden Hidding.
No, Mitansh Jain goes fastest.
Mitansh Jain has gone fastest. However, now the checkered flag is out and Jaden Hidding is heading towards it. Mitansh Jain has got an opportunity to go even faster here. Jaden Hidding takes the checkered flag, goes back up to second. Not quite as quick as Jain. Jaden Hidding's time, 55.802. Jain's time, 55.695. A tenth of a second in it. That's quite a huge gap in karting. Leo Aina is third for JNKD with a time of 55.935. But Jain's still out there. Pierre Abu Diwan, keep an eye out for him. The 219 is the kart that we're watching across the line now. And Via Chopra is the kart we watched across the line, goes up to what was fourth. Now he's been demoted as Pierre Abu Diwan gets onto that second row of the grid.
And interestingly enough, yesterday's winner, Jensen Chalk, P9 for Jensen, behind Derek Rivera, Floris Schenkenberg, Via Chopra, P6, Harrison Stevens, P5, Alfie Ward in 10th, Faris Haroon returning, the Emirati Express from injury, 13th, Aaron Mason, who was 4th in the championship, only 17th. So Aaron Mason not having a great weekend. As we look down, all 30 drivers, no, 29 drivers. Arhan Qureshi, did not go out. So we'll find out from the Mumbai Falcons whether Arhan is here, whether there was a problem getting out of the pits.
And then the novice driver, Kidwai, went out but didn't post a time, or did post a time, but just only one lap and then came in. So problems for the Synergy driver.
Well, I'll go and see
I'll
go and see if Mitansh Jain is in a happier mood than what he was yesterday.
Yes, he must have felt a bit robbed there by Chenson Chalk, the interloper into the UAE RMC, coming here for preparation for next week. But it's Mitansh Jain who is on the provisional pole position then for Junior Max with a 55.695. That's the pole position time. He's a tenth of a second quicker than George Gibbons Motorsports' Jaden Hidding. 55.802 was that time. You will need the microphone, Henry. Leo Aina was... wish I had £1 for every time I've done that.
Yeah, I know, but
we've all done it.
None of us are sitting there going, "Ooh," because I have walked from the compound to the pit lane at Le Mans, which is 7 minutes. So you go do 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 do. But I had the microphone, didn't have my radio, or any methodology of connecting anybody, and I have so many times walked somewhere without what I was supposed to have. Sometimes it's not that vital, you just live with it, and other times it's an absolute nightmare.
Matt Norman, our chief steward, has just walked in.
Matt, for those
and he's asked us if everything's good.
Yesterday, only heard half the story.
Oh, he's got a cracking story. I'm not sure.
We have got a few minutes to fill actually now before it's up. But we'll have to wait for Teddy to do his interview first.
Yeah,
and then we'll pass to Matt for his world's best excuses.
Can we tell that story? Will people know who you were talking about? No. People won't know, or we can't tell the story. All right, okay. People won't know, right?
Listen, let's just give Matt a headset.
Yeah, I'll switch you on now. So your mic is live now, Matt. Matt Norman here is the chief steward. And yesterday, Henry posed a question to you, Matt, which we'll not go into now because we're about to go down to the podium.
Well, I think we are. I haven't seen the action from Henry in front of the podium.
We'll wait because it's it's a long story. And he did pose what is the one of the questions he posed to you, Matt, was what is the best excuse you've ever heard from a driver? That's what we're going to hear. In the meantime, Matt, you stay there. I was just about to tell everybody who was behind the first row of the grid in the Junior Max. It's Leo Anna in third place. Fourth place is Pia Abu Duwan. Third row of the grid will be Harrison Stevens and Via Chopra. Expect Chopra to move forward. Floris Schenkenberg and Derek Rivera share row 4. Row 5, yesterday's winner, Jensen Chalk, with Alfie Ward alongside the Mumbai Falcons and JNKD team, share row 5. Row 6 will be Sam Turner for the Kart Advisor Academy team. Ray Haber on row 6 with him. Faris Haroon back from an arm injury, which is great to see. Faris, he's with Yaz Heat. He's sharing with Gabriele Baracordi from GGM. They're on row 7. Row 8 is Giuseppe Montanari and Savelli Kojai. And then on row 9, Aaron Mason and Aaron Ortak. Row 10 is Ari Kallenberg and Sahansa Senanyaki. With row 11, Finley Smith, Damien Knorr. Lewis Reed and Thermai Magapanda is on row 12. Row 13 is Arthur Setti and Murad Baryamov. And then we have Roman Sabali. George Haddad was the last of the drivers that took part. And then let's head down to Henry because we've got him in there with our pole sitter Mitansh Jain.
Well, Mitansh, are we any happier this morning after setting pole position than we were at the end of the final yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, you are. Now, first of all, I've been getting it wrong. It's Mitansh Jain, not Mitansh Jain. So it's Mitansh Jain.
Yeah.
But you're far too polite to have told me that and corrected me. Tell us a little bit about that session. What happened?
Everyone had cold tires at the start, just warming them up, and then last 3 laps push, and that's what I did. And luckily at the end I was in the time to do another lap, but it didn't really matter.
So yeah, you didn't even need that last lap at the end. So championship situation. It was a turnaround yesterday. You know, you gained a lot of points on Via. It's back to pretty much level pegging now. So your thoughts today, is it a case of obviously you want to win, but there's there's a bigger picture, because yesterday it wasn't a good day for Aaron, it wasn't a good day for Jaden, so it's pretty much a head-to-head fight between you and Via now.
Yeah, it is.
So will that play into your tactics at all? You know, just as long as he's behind you, it doesn't matter where you are in the race, or are we still searching for win after win?
Of course, searching for a win, but yeah, he's definitely in my mind a little bit.
Definitely in your mind a little bit. Who would you like to thank?
Everyone, Mumbai, Anjum, Gaia, my mechanic, Devin, Luca, Sam, everyone. But we've got a final to go.
We're fine, and we're going to do a little bit of this, because that's what Mitan's doing. Yeah, there we go. Good luck, congratulations, Mitanj. Good luck for the racing. There we go. That is the end of qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. And going to get going with some excellent heat racing very, very shortly.
Thank you, Henry. Our pole sitter for Junior Max, Mitanj Jain as well. Congratulations to him. Henry about to make his way back to the box, but I've got a guest in the box. It's Matt Norman, our chief steward. Now, Matt, as we said, Henry posed a question: what's the best excuse you've ever heard from a driver? Not necessarily in karting as well, because you're involved in all motorsport in the region, aren't you?
Well, with stewarding, I've done this now for 20 years in the UAE, and I think I've probably seen 1,000 drivers that have been through the stewards room, and you hear the normal excuses that it wasn't my fault, I didn't do it, and the general sort of stuff. But there is one particular story that it sticks in my mind. It wasn't actually about an excuse, it was about a protest. And this was actually in the RMC many, many years ago. And back in the days, about 7 or 8 years back, and we were down in a lane raceway, and it was in the final, and we had a pretty sort of quiet final, nothing crazy. And at the end of the final, we had a driver came in to the stewards room and said, "I'm going to make a protest." So I said, "Okay, what is it you want to protest?" He said, "Here's the form, and I'm very upset. I'm very unhappy." I said, "Okay. What is it you want to protest?" He said, "There's a driver. He has a clear advantage." So I said, "Really? Advantage?" So I said, "Okay. Which driver in question is this?" So he told me the driver's name. I said, "But looking at the results and looking at the race, you weren't even close on track to each other. So how can you be protesting a driver that's out there?" Anyhow, this driver was absolutely adamant that this other driver had a clear advantage, and he said, "I'm putting my money down, doing it right now." I said, "Absolutely fine, no problem at all." Now, I said, on the form here, it says this driver has a very clear, distinct advantage. It's not mechanical, it's not technical. So anyway, so we go through it, and he said, he refers to this particular driver. Anyway, this driver, I didn't actually know him. He actually had a lazy eye. And I said, "Really, what is the problem with this?" He said, no, this driver, he has an advantage. So, okay, tell me, what is the clear advantage that this driver has who has the lazy eye? He said, "It's very clear. He can see round corners." So I didn't accept his protest, and I did give him his money back, just because...
Yes. Yeah, perhaps I've never really heard anything like that.
No, nor have I. I never heard. I've seen many.
Is either of those two drivers still involved in the sport in any way?
No, they're not.
Probably best.
Probably best. Probably best for all as well. But it is a story which is ironic.
Yes, and I'm not surprised you remember that one distinctly.
But you do get to hear lots of stories. But also, I do have some top news for you.
Oh, really?
As of today,
yes, we
may be having for this championship a current driver joining us in the stewards room to actually be as a steward.
Like a driver steward?
Yes, a driver steward, and actually
in the same way the Formula One do it.
Yeah, well, you'll know the driver. I can say that it's not confirmed yet. It is one of the DD2 drivers that's actually has expressed an interest in potentially coming along and being part of the stewards panel.
Right. Is he a driver that's got a propensity to retire and come back?
It does seem that way, yes.
Right, yes. So found a way of retiring from the seat, as we all, have all done, and staying involved in the sport in some way.
Absolutely. So,
Right.
so I had a conversation with the said driver this morning, and he expressed, yes, this actually is a potential option, and let's pursue it. So we may be seeing the said driver, who is the one who has retired numerous times from from that particular category. So, and I'm sure we'll have another angle to talk about.
Well, as sad as it is to hear that he's retiring, actually I can't even be sad, because I don't know how many times I've heard that. And I've only been involved in the UAE RMC for a few months. And he's retired about 7 times in those few months. I'm delighted to hear that he's going to still be around, because we're talking about Tony Hawk, of course.
Of course.
And Tony's going to be a big asset. And it's also, I mean, even though, you know, Henry and I make comment and we kind of criticise and make critique and comment on driver antics and driver behaviour, it's born out of being able to say, well, you know, I'd raced cars and karts for about 20 years before I picked up the microphone. So having someone like Tony Hawk can only be an asset. Even though we've all driven, it's having that recent experience that he can put to a situation and interpret a situation.
I hope he wants to pursue it, and we're happy to facilitate it and spend some time with him. And I'm sure he'll come and give his own opinion and point of view about how he wants to do it. But yes, absolutely, we'll open arms for that one.
And you know, it might just make the decision process even more complex with adding another, you know, because I've got a saying that a camel is a horse designed by a committee.
I think Tony's been around a while, and I think he could be a good asset. Let's see how we go.
He absolutely will. He absolutely will. Matt Norman, our chief steward for this afternoon and for the series. Thank you, Matt. And that's an incredible story. We have got our first heat about to go out on track, and on the pole position, yesterday's winner, Alexander Feinstein, continues where he finished off, with Adam El-Sheikh alongside, Sama Chopra and Ivan Svorinens on row 2. Row 3 is Harris Krishokshu and Amar Tabatsa, with Cameron Harvey, Liam O'Hanlon on row 4. Jensen Kelly and Arthur Bowers on row 5. Rudatap Shekawat with Zhu Kanyi on row 6. Row 7 is Tadeusz Prochaska and Thea Haroun. Vaihap Ponna and Enzo Falzarano, with Rio Pocock and Felix Souza rounding off 18 karts. In 19th place, Saif Al Khalifa with Abdulaziz Al Saraf in 20th, and Kilian Kanudu Mabida on the 21st slot on the grid. They're already out there, Henry. They're already coming round the final turn. We're about to go racing when the lights go out. We've got a little bit of gesticulation going on there, but it's the Motorscape driver that gets the drive through turn 1. And will he appear in first place? It is. It's Feinstein. Oh, and on the brakes, the M&M kart of Samar Chopra chops down the inside sideways on the brakes. What a move.
That was a very determined move from Samar Chopra. Obviously knows that he has to gain ground on Liam O'Hanlon and keep himself in front of his title rival, Feinstein. In second position, it was Saif Al Khalifa, I believe. No, it was Adam El-Sheikh in the number 55 kart that made a very, very good start earlier on, but has dropped back into fourth position, I believe now. The rest of the field are all going around, and interesting word, Jensen Kelly. His grandparents yesterday, they were watching from the southwest of France. Now, I have heard they're in Bordeaux. However, they may have had a late night last night. Apparently, dinner didn't get served until 1 a.m. And so, but
1 a.m. French time, that is.
1 a.m. French time. I'm not quite sure how much red wine was consumed before dinner. It is safe to say that Jensen Kelly's grandparents will be watching this later. So when you wake up later on and you've had a couple of tablets to sort of ease the head, hello to you all, and I hope you had a good night last night. It sounds like you did, and Jensen will be pleased that you're at least watching it back later on when some hangovers worn off.
Bordeaux is a claret, and they'll have a thick head with lots of claret. Liam O'Hanlon up to fourth place already from the fourth row of the grid, wasn't he? United place?
Yes.
And he has already taken 4 drivers and is right there on the tail of the XL car of Adam Al-Sheikh. Alexander Freienstein on the rear bumper of the M&M kart, or trying to be. He's got a massive amount of pressure to contend with from Adam Al-Sheikh and Liam O'Hanlon now. This is allowing Samar Chopra, that's the lead driver there on the black and white kart, the M&M kart there. He's got a bit of a gap, bit of a breathing space, but it's Freienstein who's soaking up the pressure from these two behind him. They're on lap 3, heading towards half distance, only 6 laps, remember, in this heat for Micromax, and this race is on, and O'Hanlon's not done, is he?
And yeah, it's very, very spread out as well, I've got to say. You look at the top 4 there's a 2-second gap behind O'Hanlon before you get to Evans Veronins. Arthur Bowers is another 2 seconds back, all on his own in 6th position. Then it's Harvey, Falzerano, Kelly and Tabatza.
There's O'Hanlon.
There's O'Hanlon up into P3, not hanging around.
That seems to be a very, very favourite passing place for a lot of drivers here at the Dubai Kartdrome, just getting there down the inside into the turn 14 hairpin. Right, he's ahead of Adam Al-Sheikh. Next on his list is Freienstein. Tick the box, because job's done. And Liam O'Hanlon now chasing down Samar Chopra. It's going to be 2 laps to go when they complete this one. But this is the championship unfolding here as well, because the 2 drivers at the front of the championship and now the 2 drivers at the front of the Micromax field. Now O'Hanlon gesticulates the drivers behind him. Work together. Let's catch Samar.
Yeah, and the question is, how long will it take them to close that gap? Because, and if they do close the gap, will it be a they or will it just be a he? Because can Freienstein stay with O'Hanlon, or will O'Hanlon, who looks like he is simply pulling away from Freienstein and Al-Sheikh, simply catch Samar Chopra on his own? Great story, by the way, from Matthew Norman. I'm now trying to think back, do I remember a driver in this championship that reminded me of Marty Feldman? There's a name for you. Look him up.
Yes. Yeah. It's again a reference for people of a certain age.
Of a certain age, but Google is available to one and all. Look at Marty Feldman, and you'll see what I mean. O'Hanlon, O'Hanlon's got both eyes squarely focused on the rear bumper of the number 29 M&M kart of Samar Chopra. Here comes Adam Al-Sheikh to the inside of Freienstein for P3.
No, that's a really brave move down the inside of the chicane. I will tell you, Liam O'Hanlon has half the gap to Samar Chopra. He's pulled away from Alexander Freienstein, who is now under pressure from Adam Al-Sheikh. We'll keep an eye on this, because that's the lead battle there, and they've pretty much caught up to one another. Because the heat is only 6 laps, I think Liam O'Hanlon's going to run out of time here. He's spending this last lap now. So there's the last lap board being shown to the drivers. It's one more lap of the Dubai Kartdrome, and I think O'Hanlon, yes, he's going to be on the rear bumper, but whether he's got time to pass, I'm not sure.
All depends on whether Chopra lays the look over the shoulder. So I think O'Hanlon, because Samar Chopra looked over his shoulder and is now aware of the close proximity of Liam O'Hanlon to his rear bumper, there's another look over the shoulder. I think that O'Hanlon is going to get one shot at this, one attempt. It might coming out of the hairpin, coming into turn number 14, but O'Hanlon may just get a chance.
Well, here we go. We're heading towards turn 13, and I'm not sure how O'Hanlon is close enough. They come out of this one, then they go into a hairpin. This is where O'Hanlon got by the previous couple of laps on Freienstein. However, it's not going to happen, and it's going to be Samar Chopra who got the lead into turn 2. He's held that lead, but he's now aware that Liam O'Hanlon is going to be there to challenge. Liam O'Hanlon in second.
Yes, indeed. Great result great drive for Liam O'Hanlon. All the way up to P2. Alex Freienstein, third. Fourth for Adam Al-Sheikh. Evans Veronins is next. Looking back down the order, we'll check the results very, very shortly. That was a very spread out race. There was a couple of drivers starting near the front. Here is a look at your results. Chopra from O'Hanlon, Fryenstein, Al-Sheikh, Evans Veronins, and Arthur Bowers rounding out the top 6. Enzo Falzerano, Jensen Kelly in 7th and 8th positions. Cameron Harvey and Vaibhav Ponna round out your top 10 ahead of Saif Al Khalifa and Rudrapatrap Shekhawat. Behind Rudrapatrap, it's Amar Tabatsa. Adam Siu, again, a really strong drive from the novice driver in 14th position. Tadius Prochatska, Abdulaziz Al-Saraf from the back of the grid. Haris Kriasohu from 5th of the grid. Obviously very, very good in qualifying. Inexperienced at this level, though. He drops back to 17th ahead of Rio Pocock. And the rest of the field, all Night 21 drivers made it to the end. Thayab Haroun, Felix Souza Jebjerg, and Kilian Kundudu Mbida. As that is the end of race number 1.
Henry, I have a question.
Okay.
And it's about you.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh, dear.
Oh, you posted a picture of yourself.
Yes.
With your new top.
Yes.
And saying you're now joining Valentino Rossi and being supported by Alpenstars. And I was thinking, did you just get a 10% discount at the shop?
No. So, okay, I thank you very much, Nick, for giving me the opportunity to plug this.
A non-competing brand. And more importantly, can I have some stuff?
I was approached and have officially been signed as a brand ambassador for Alpinestars.
What, UK or worldwide?
Worldwide.
Blimey.
So Lando, Valentino, Henry.
Did they make mistakes with someone else?
They believe Alpinestars, and a big thank you to the team at Alpinestars, Andy Stobart as well, for putting us in touch with Alpinestars. Alpinestars.
That's 7 times at Alpinestars in the last sentence.
They believe that as I traverse the globe,
right.
That I'm quite a visible person. One thing I am doing, so I have been given a whole, bag of and more bags of free Alpinestars clothing, which I am wearing. One thing that I am doing, I have a pair of Alpinestars trainers, and they are only worn at kart meetings. And so you
won't wear them, you're not sponsored to wear them. It's very, very, very much.
So what we're doing is we're seeing how far these trainers walk with me with me during the course of the 2026 season. Can a single pair of Alpinestars trainers walk, how many miles can they walk? Because I have a mile tracker on myself, so I know exactly how far I walk at kart circuits.
Do you think you'll do a full Proclaimers?
500 miles easily.
Really?
Easily
500 miles.
Easily.
And when you do 500 more?
Well, just to walk into the Alpine. But no, we did a test run at the grand finals in Bahrain.
Test walk, surely.
A test walk with these trainers at the Rotax grand finals in Bahrain, and they've already done 103 miles.
Wow.
Before today.
So basically,
before this weekend.
The entirety of your life this year is just wearing various different Alpinestars equipment. So you've got Alpinestars pants, Alpinestars vests.
I have the full gamut from hood, top to toe.
There we are.
Top to toe. I'm not a baseball cap. They give me some really nice baseball caps. I'm not a baseball cap wearing person.
So
I'll try
to point out, if you are a fan of Dionysi, you can no longer speak to Henry.
Other brands are available. They're just not
I'll
as
give
good.
you any money.
But yes, I can't believe, that I am now an official global brand ambassador for Alpinestars. Thank you very much.
It is surprising, but well done.
Are you trying to infer that I don't portray the same sort of athletic prowess as someone like Valentino Rossi or Lando Norris or another one of the global brand ambassadors for Alpinestars? I can't see it myself. So we now wait for race number 2 on today's docket. It will be the 10-lap heat race for Senior Rotax Group B versus Group C. So we should see Connor Clancy leading the Group B drivers. I hope. I haven't got the grid in front of me, but that would be what I thought would be the case after qualifying. Connor Clancy, fastest of the slow group in qualifying. So,
right.
We're looking at the...
Okay. Right. Oh, I've got to, but apparently we're now doing a sound test.
Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you.
But anyway, so let's go. We talk about karting. So I have one final question. Is it just stuff, or have you got a massive check as well?
I haven't got a check yet. It depends how much. It depends how much stuff is sold on the back of my appearance in Alpine Stars.
Do you have a walking discount as well? Is there a code, Henry, that we can type into something?
There's not a discount code. I mean, my son has a discount code for basketball socks. If you want to get drippy, grippy basketball socks.
Oddly, no.
No, if you want to, the code is Drippy Henry for the drippy, grippy basketball socks.
I've got a discount code for RC Racing TV teamwear.
Okay.
Or racewear, but I'm not sure it's very popular in this particular paddock.
Well, I mean, it's got wheels on it. It's a car, you know.
At some point, we're going to produce some karting live stuff.
Yeah, you know, that would be good.
I'm not sure whether anyone actually wants to buy any karting live stuff.
And why wouldn't they? Well, why wouldn't they? I mean,
the problem is I could put our faces on it, and then that'd be just used to scare away the cockroaches.
It'd be like those. It'd be like the really cheesy Christmas jumpers.
Yeah. You know? What design do you want on your sponsored
A Smiley Nick, a Smiley Joe, a Smiley Henry. But my son was very upset because he thought he was the bee's knees. He was the first member of our family to get an endorsement deal and his own discount code. But
I've never had an endorsement deal.
But then I've
had endorsements on my license. Not as many as you, obviously.
Not as many as me. No. That's why I'm walking everywhere. That's why I've got my Alpine Stars trainers because, I'm walking, not driving for the time being.
Yes, that's a story in itself.
The next X months.
For the next, we'll see. When
of these 4 endorsements you managed to get for your, was it 4 for 12 points?
There was 4, and they were all for average. So on the motorways, you have these average speed
cameras.
50 miles an hour. They were all for between 55 and 58 miles an hour through the average speed zone.
And were they really close together?
Do you understand average speeds?
But I do understand average speeds. It's just you're driving along.
You don't slow down for the yellow.
See, this is the advantage of having a slightly newer car than the 1972 Qashqai. Mine sees it for me, because otherwise I blast through all of them as well. But it goes, Nick, and it actually slows me down to the speed.
So interesting, it got you for 55, 58 average.
Yep. And it's not because I was running late at the time. Let's just get that out of the way. It wasn't because I was in a rush to a circuit, because I was running late.
There.
No.
Talking about on time and being on time, right on time is our heats for B and C groups for the Minimax class, and it's Connor Clancy who leads the field out. Elwa Gonzalez alongside George Nasser and Alexander Beachy share row 2. Andrea Remy and Hamza El Fayez are on row 3, with Antonius Haddad, Miles Roby row 4. Enzo Tesluk and Jerry Montgomery Swan are on row 5. Moving on very quickly, Spencer Trehorn and Patrick Cannon, Amani Kanua and Lewis Hartman, Oscar Backhouse and Manaf Al-Balushi on row 9. Row 10 is Shivan Kartik with Nathan Kaplan, Eason Syed, Philip Dinu, Kai Hunter down in 23rd after that technical flag, and Max Dexter not having a great qualifying as well alongside Sami El-Assad, Tamim Hasiba, Kayan Kreinbull and Zain Al-Zadajali, with Musad Al-Bassam and Zara Kera on the final row of the grid.
I feel a bit sorry for Zara Kirua because the Best Novice Award, she's the only novice in seniors, but to get the Best Novice Award, I believe you've got to make the A final. I will double check on that because she didn't get her award yesterday, but we'll have to see. I will go and double check with the organisers. Here we go then. Connor Clancy, Eloy Gonzalez. Here we go. Clancy comes across, lights are out. It's a good clean start into turn number 1. Clancy holding the inside line. Gonzalez on the outside. Everybody else safely through the first couple of corners. Now we're going to be looking for the likes of Amani Kanua, of Kai Hunter, and for Max Dexter to be making progress up through the order as Clancy trying to pull away from championship leader George Nassar.
This is what we saw yesterday, isn't it? It's a bit of a copybook of an event here. This is what we saw, these two drivers who are becoming. Connor Clancy new to the senior class at round 3 of the UAE RMC. That's the championship leader, George Nasser, telling Conor Clancy to get on with it. Don't bother about me. I'm not going to attack you yet. It's we're on lap 1 of 10, so there's plenty of time. And what George Nasser means by that is, let's pull away from the field behind us. Who is behind them? Well, it's Alessandro Bisci in 3rd, Gonzalez in 4th, Al Fayez in 5th, Andrea Remy in 6th, Montgomery Swan 7th, and Ryan Qureshi in 8th.
Yes, I'm interested to see. I want to see Alessandro Bisci get through an entire day without any issues, because he's improved his speed so much compared to last year, has the notorious BIGI, Bisci Smalls himself. 3rd at the moment, and he's got race-winning pace. It's just a case of putting the whole day together for Alessandro. And he's following his teammate, who is in turn keeping Conor Clancy honest into the hairpin at the end of the back straight. Blue skies overhead, and the rest of the field, single file, dutifully follow the leader through the final technical section onto another lap.
And if anything, Alessandro Bisci beginning to pull George Nasser in there. The gap is, the gap is just under, 0.7 of a second, let's call that. We'll keep an eye on that. Drivers to look out for. Kai Hunter went up to, is now in 15th after 2 laps of racing from that 23rd, I think it was, position. Max Dexter is following him through. He's 16th as well. So these 2 drivers out of position in qualifying, I would like to say, now making their way through. It's a resurging or a recharge throughout the day here, that they've got to claw their positions back to get into race-winning position for the final coming forward this afternoon. So these 2 drivers on their way through this field, but it's a big ask here at the Dubai Kartdrome.
Yeah, just saw Jeremy Montgomery Swan pick up a position. I think he's passed Ryan Qureshi there at the hairpin for 7th or 8th position. It was for 7th place indeed. And nobody really pulling away at the front there. And I'm looking back at Eli Gonzalez and Hamza Al Fayez running in 4th and 5th. They're running in very close proximity to each other, working together to try and close the gap on the top 3. There they go. Behind them, there is a gap developing to Andrea Remy. Andrea Remy did not have a good day yesterday, did not get the chance to show how much speed he has in that George Gibbons Motorsport kart. There is plenty of speed in that kart, and now Andrea's got a chance to really show what he is capable of.
Here we go then, Conor Clancy being shadowed, quite literally shadowed by George Nasser. Here comes Bisci though. The gap was 0.7, it was 5, now it's back up to 6. So he's gaining ever so slightly there. We're on lap 5, we're heading towards half distance, and Conor Clancy seems to have this controlled. But likewise, Henry, so does George Nasser. We saw him in on that first lap just indicate to Conor Clancy, just, get on with it. I'm not going to challenge. He's not challenging. But the question is, has he got anything in the toolkit to come back at Conor Clancy and mount that challenge when he wants to? You know what? Looking at where that gap between first and second is ebbing and flowing, that might be the case.
I mean, I'm looking at George Nasser. The body language from George doesn't tell me that he is giving it 100% just yet. He's very relaxed in the kart. He's not moving about. You can't see him moving his body weight about. Now he gets his head down behind the Nasser panel just to give himself a little bit of an extra slipstream. But yeah, the back end looks very, very stable. He's not hanging it out, not really pushing the envelope yet. He's aware that he's got a teammate behind him, though that's going to give him a little bit of an extra boost, because he thinks, okay, Alessandro will want to overtake me if he gets a chance, but I'm not under any threat from having some mad banzai move suddenly try and take me out. So he can focus squarely on Clancy in front of him. And this is a really good little bit of a test for George Nasser. Right, let's suss this young Clancy lad out. One-on-one over the course of a race distance. What's he doing that's so successful? What's he doing that I might even learn from, even though he's a lot younger than me?
Yeah, good point, because he's come in like the little upstart, isn't he? The Conor Clancy coming out of juniors into seniors and showing everybody the way forward. We've got Nathan Caplan moving forward 2 places ahead of Adam Albasani and Andrea Remy. Kai Hunter has gone up to 12th now, so he continues going forward. Max Dexter stagnating a bit in that 15th spot. Alexander Bijy, that gap to Nasser remains at 7/10ths, but the Motorscape driver, Elwa Gonzalez, he's coming through now. He's gotten past Hamza Al-Fayez for M&M, so it was an M&M second, third and fourth. Motorscape driver Gonzalez now splitting that up now, and it's still that gap being maintained by George Nasser there. The black and white car, the driver with the orange helmet there in that second position is George Nasser, erstwhile championship leader. The orange card is Connor Clancy's Mumbai Falcons card, and Connor in control, won the final yesterday. Here he is, 7 laps completed. They're on to the 8th lap now.
Andrea Remy, I've noticed, he is dropping back again in the number 3, 4, 5 car. He was in P6. He's now dropped back to P9, and he's got a whole bunch of drivers clawing all over his rear bumper trying to get past him, including 10th place driver Kai Hunter. 23rd to 10th in 6 laps for Kai Hunter.
Yeah.
That is progress and positive for Kart Advisor Academy.
He got penalised a couple of times yesterday.
Yep.
He gets a mechanical flag in qualifying. Kai Hunter, former British champion, all-plate winner here. He knows how to drive around the Dubai Kartdrome. He would have been livid with that mechanical flag. The KAA driver now up to 9th, would you believe? And he's not finished yet, is he?
Yeah, Remy is dropping like a stone, unfortunately. The kart setup not there for Andrea Remy at all. He is dropping back. He's down to 13th position. And there's still about 4 or 5 drivers directly behind him. So when can Andrea Remy stop the bleeding, as it were? Meanwhile, this is as close as Nasser has looked. Now, you may think, well, he looks exactly the same position. No, he's about a kart length closer, and that is important.
And this is when George Nasser has to show his hand. However, Connor Clancy's got an experienced head on that young driver. He knows that Nasser, if he's going to come, is going to come now. And look at that. Clancy looks over,
That's the
glances
first look.
over. Yeah, first look over his shoulder. He sees Nasser is still there. They're heading towards the last lap board here, through the S's, into the final turn. Last lap board. Now they go to 10/10ths.
Yep.
11/10ths if they've got it.
Exactly, as they go through turn 1. Hard on the brakes for turn number 2. Do you know what? Clancy, rather than look over his shoulder, you'd expect a driver with less experience to look over their shoulder and start to get a bit nervous. Not Connor Clancy. He's looked over his shoulder, seen the threat, and simply gone quicker.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
He's turned the turbo boost
Yeah.
right up there, and he's asking a lot for the engine. I'm talking rubbish, of course. These things haven't got turbos, and Connor Clancy has just switched it on. He's shown us that he's been driving around for 9 laps at 9/10ths, 8 or 9/10ths.
Yep.
George Nasser was doing likewise, but when they both go to 10/10ths, Nasser just hasn't quite got any tools in the toolkit to do anything about that young man there.
Nassau's 10/10ths isn't quite as fast as Clancy's 10/10ths as the checkered flag goes out. Connor Clancy continues. There is a look at Zara Karua down in 30th position. She will get to the end on her novice plates as Clancy, Nassar, Bijy, your top 3. Looking down the order, well, we'll find out when we see the results screen come up. We'll be able to tell you a little bit about some of the big movers and shakers. But
Well,
all 30 karts who started that race make it to the end.
There's the results sheet there with Connor Clancy taking the win in the first heat. It's groups B and C for Senior Rotax. George Nasser second, Alexander Bijy third. Elwa Gonzalez was 4th, Hamza Al-Fayez with Ren Qureshi 6th. In 7th place, we've got Jeremy Montgomery Swan, great drive from him. Nathan Kaplan, outstanding drive for KAA's Kai Hunter there, getting up to 9th place there. Adam Albacioni was 10th. Max Dexter following Kai Hunter through and got 11th with Tamim Hasiba in 12th spot. 13th spot then, we've got the Antonius Haddad XL kart with Spencer Trahon for Origin in 14th. Enzo Tesluk on CRGs in 15th. Miles Roby for the Mumbai Falcons in 16th, with Amani Kanua for GGM in 17th. 18th was Andrea Remy. 19th place is Lewis Hartman with Oscar Backhouse in 20th. We've then got Shaman Kartik, Manaf Al-Balushi, Kian Cranebull, Yazan Al-Zadali, Muzad Al-Bassam, Patrick Cannon, Ahsan Sahid, Sameh Al-Assad, Philip Dinu, and Zara Karur finishing in that final 30th place. Drives of note, I think Nathan Kaplan there got stuck behind Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who likewise ran Qureshi just above them. But Kai Hunter coming through from 23rd, bringing Mac Dexter through as well. A 9th and 11th spot for those two drivers bodes well for the pre-final for those two.
Yeah, very good. And can I just say a big hello to everybody watching from Kenya and South Africa. Amani Kanyua gets so much incredible support, and I just want to say brilliant. It's great to see. Now, yesterday, the moderator of the UAE channel had a few messages to delete because there are. Not everybody is completely positive, but I wanted to say that, please, if you're whatever driver you're supporting, don't be afraid to put it in the live chat to say that you're supporting, to say good luck, to say well done. Don't allow
and where you're from. Did you mention that bit?
And where you're from. Don't allow the one or two little internet trolls, spoil your fun and enjoyment of watching your family members, the driver that you're supporting. It's really, really good to see. So well done to everybody in South Africa and Kenya for joining us on the live chat this morning.
Well, William Bogart, hello William. He says good morning to us, and he is interested in some Karting Live TV merch.
Oh,
there you go. Looking forward to day 2 of the Conor Clancy show. Well, it really is, isn't it? And it's once again the Conor Clancy show. Who have we got on your stream, Henry?
Well, I've got Via Chopra, who's reminding us, saying, "What's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra." I really like to say that Via is using that. Yeah, that's it. That's his tagline. That's his brand. That's Via Chopra.
Is Via Chopra the senior driver or the
senior? Via is the.
So he's out in Group A.
Yeah, so he's just watched that race.
So he's just watched that one.
What is that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra. He's actually listened to the song now and knows what I'm on about.
Yes, he's listened to the song.
Yeah, he understands.
So basically, initially, you just completely confused the child.
Yeah, I did. And they said, "What is that? What is that song?" So I put it on Spotify. Other streaming platforms are available. And okay, yeah, I get it. And they laughed.
Yeah, I get it. Old bloke. Okay.
Yeah. What's he on about? He's on about one of those really old songs. So we've got that one there from Victor Marie. Is it Mena or? I can't quite say.
Victor Mena.
So I just realised that Amani Kanyua is representing Africa, the continent of Africa.
Well,
he's anyone from Egypt here?
He is. Yes, we've got a couple of Egyptians and a Moroccan.
All right, so not quite.
But
not quite
to all intents and purposes, the bulk of the continent is Amani Kanyua is representing. I mean, talking about. So here are some of the nations that are being represented here: Bahrain, the United Kingdom, China, Latvia, France. Canada, obviously the UAE, Cyprus, Denmark, India, Australia, Kuwait, Singapore, the Czech Republic, Ukraine, Russia, Italy, Croatia, Finland, Germany, Brazil, the Netherlands, Lebanon, mentioned France, Azerbaijan has got a driver here with Murad Baramov. We've got Spain, Jordan, Sri Lanka, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Switzerland, Oman, Qatar, South Africa, Romania. Looking down the order, Egypt are represented. Denmark have got a driver here. Part of the reason of the UAE being, obviously a home for a lot of expats from around the world. A real cosmopolitan feel to this championship. Morocco with Sulaiman Zanfari. Sulaiman Zanfari representing Morocco. So, there is so many countries being represented. Obviously, you've got the native Emiratis as well, such as Faris Haroun, Tayab Haroun, and several others as well, but a real cosmopolitan.
It is a massively international
It
field in the UAE RMC, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is.
And certainly, the drivers that are coming across from Europe, the teams that are coming across from Europe, like we've got Sam Pollitt here, we've got the Hunter Motorsport boys in the form of Reese and Kai. They are coming across in what is effectively the European off-season, certainly the UK off-season.
Yep.
And as a driver and even as team, and how many mechanics have we seen from Europe? So Jamie Zyra here, Liam's second name, lots
Smith.
of mechanics here. Liam Smith. The off season in Europe is a dead and boring time. It's cold, it's wet, it's dark. Get across, get involved in the UAE RMC, and it's a great way of continuing that experience through the off season. It's a great way of keeping race fit.
Yeah, and again, the teams, talk about the teams. So, for example, XL Motorsport are racing in 3 different championships this weekend. They're racing in the UK, they're racing here, and they're racing at Yas Marina in the UAE F4 series.
Yes.
They've got over 70,
Where's Paul Hardy then?
I'd imagine at Yas.
He'd be at Yas.
Yeah. So they've got 70, over 70 employees.
So they're the ones who stole the date.
What's that, mate?
UAE F4.
UAE F4.
Stole what date?
This should have been Abu Dhabi, shouldn't it? It should have been Abu Dhabi weekend.
Oh, you mean for the 6 hours?
Yeah.
I think it worked much better.
Oh,
We're digressing into car racing here.
Well, car racing you can't hear. Obviously on code 6 at the moment.
Yeah, they clearly are. Yes.
But I mean, it's that's some of these teams. They are very, very large international businesses. Yeah, XL, 70 employees out across 3 championships in 2 different continents, covering karting and car racing this weekend. Incredible.
It has grown, hasn't it? It has grown.
Really, really. And okay, they're one team, but again, other teams. George Gibbons. You see Sam Pollitt racing. We'll speak to Sam Pollitt during the paddock show.
We'll hear about Sam Pollitt racing venturing into car racing in the UK, creating that ladder from pretty much Microax karting.
Yep.
All the way through the senior karting.
Same as what XL have done.
Same as exactly what XL has done. And a pathway into cars if that is your chosen path.
If that is where you want to go, then same familiarity, Because Sam was saying, he said that the good thing is that they'll go, you can go to a car race and Sam will be there. That familiarity, the familiar face for the parents as well as the driver. Here we go. Speak of Sam Pollitt, they've got a driver on the outside of the front row for this next race, which is Minimax.
So the Minimax grid is there and ready, about to be released. It's yesterday's winner, though, on 100% form here, Benjamin Kraczkowicz for JNKD. He is on the pole position. LBJ Stubbs gets up there. He will not make that mistake again as he did yesterday. He's second on the grid alongside him. Francesco Lignoli with a great qualifying performance there. Puts himself on the second row alongside Ivan Jančević with Oliver Butchard and Vajko Pajamaki on the third row of the grid. Fourth row of the grid is Kurt Ivanov. Paul Schutzman alongside Max Payton and Adam Fleury are on row 5 with Charlie Page and Gleb Obyukov on row 6. Row 7 is Mikhail Tervoklebov with Zahir Turkey alongside Mikhail Mitrokin and Rafael Sagati share row 8. Row 9 is Austin Gray and William Mazzali, the 2 JNKD drivers there. And then the 20-card grid is rounded off by Aryan Esan and Vivian Chuan, KAA and Synergy on the back row of the grid there.
Watch for number 114, Charlie Page, starting from grid 11, and for Austin Gray, starting in the number 177 kart from 17th position. There is a spinner. That was Francesco Lisignoli.
Oh, and that's from the second row of the grid. He's done an LBJ Stubbs,
He's done an LBJ Stubbs. Now, can Francesco catch back up and retake his position before the red cutoff line? Let's
and where is
see.
that? Do we know where that is?
I haven't seen that. I believe it is coming out of the hairpin on the back straight.
Right, so
I believe
it is. There's a line there. It's out of 12. So it's just out of this corner here. So
no, that's I think that might be a sector. A split.
right,
I'm not quite sure.
Right, let's have a look. There's the red line.
Yeah,
right
there's the red
it's
line.
Going into turn 13.
Going into turn 13.
So I'm hoping he has, because that was a really great qualifying session for Francesco. I think he has. That's in there.
Did he do it in time, though? Did he do it in time? We'll find out. He's there at the moment. It is Karachkovic and Stubbs. 1 and 2, Lisignoli, Janickiewicz, Butchard, Payamaki, Ivanov, Schutzman, Payton, Fleury, Zagati, and the rest.
Here they come then through this last section. Benjamin Krachkovic reducing the pace somewhat. Albie Stubbs not liking that pace that Krachkovic is choosing. Here they come then out onto the start-finish straight. It's a bit of an untidy grid here.
Oh, yes.
There's nowhere for Ivan Jankovic to get to.
And they'll go around again.
That's a false start there. The grid, I think, Henry, started tripping over themselves, not even in race conditions there. They started tripping over themselves coming out the final turn, and that just wasn't to the liking of the starter.
I've got to say, I think that there's going to be one person in the paddock breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief there, and that will be Mark Baines. Why? Because the two drivers that he is looking after, Oliver Butchard and Ivan Janickiewicz, if that start had gone green, I think both of those drivers would have possibly had some form of tramline penalty.
Yes, Janickiewicz was the driver in the red and black car. That was way out of line.
Yes, so that is potentially a hurdle overcome for Butchard and Janickiewicz.
Let's see if they can get it right this time. Driver just moving into position there. It's Benjamin Krachkovic who is monitoring the pace, managing the pace here. Albie Stubbs just looking across. So it's Stubbs on the pink and black cart, the Sam Pollard car. The blue and black cart is Krachkovic, our pole sitter and winner of the final yesterday. Now that is much better, boys and girls. Here we go. We will go racing through the sweeping flat-out right-hander. That is turn 1 and into the braking area for turn 2. It's the front row of the grid that leads into turn 2 and also into turn 3. The rest of the pack make their way through, but it's Krachkovic from Albie Stubbs.
Well, Stubbs actually has been dropped back to about 6th or 7th position. As they crossed the line, Janickiewicz had much more momentum than Albie Stubbs, and when Albie Stubbs tried to get to the inside line, Janickiewicz was already there. Stubbs had to jig to the outside very suddenly, so he didn't get turned around, and it has cost him several positions. He's down to about 5th position. Lisignoli up into P2. So it's gone from potential disaster to potential best result of the season for Francesco Lisignoli, running in 2nd at the moment. Butchard is 3rd. Janickiewicz is 4th on that Axel GP livery cart, or is that Kia Ivanov in the NI Racing red and white machine?
Butchard looking very, very racy indeed in that 3rd place. The bright green helmet there of that driver in 3rd, right on the bumper of Lisignoli. And Lisignoli, again, showing us that that 3rd place on the grid is much of a benefit into turn 2. And we saw how he was able to follow Benjamin Krachkovic down the inside into turn 2. I thought that was Albie Stubbs, actually. It wasn't. There's pink on that cart, and that caught me out. Here he goes, though. He's about to lose that 2nd place as Oliver Butchard lines him up for a move. Not quite there at the chicane. As we continue round, Albie Stubbs not that far behind these two. And it's about to be a 3-cart train going to chase down Benjamin Krachkovic as they head back towards us in the paddock. Just rounding that hairpin there through the S's. Paddock area on their left now, and it's all flat out racing across the line to complete 3 laps.
Now, Albie Stubbs already showing that he has got the pace to match and compete with Karachkovic as Butchard grabs 2nd. Here comes Stubbs to the inside, taking advantage of the fact that Lisignoli was just forced a little bit offline by Butchard, and all but Lisignoli coming back. Here's your first kartshop.me replay of the day. Butchard, mirror, signal, manoeuvre, P2.
What helped Butchard make that move was Francesco Lisnioli had an absolute tank slapper of an oversteer slide all the way through turn 1, went on the brakes, ended up off track almost, just gathered it up with fantastic kart control. We'll have a look at that later on when it calms down a little bit, but it was an absolute outstanding piece of kart control from Francesco Lisnioli. However, he's not just lost out to Butchard there, he's lost out to LBJ Stubbs as well. That's your first 3 there. Karačiković, Butchard, Stubbs, Lisnioli trying to get back on terms with them.
Now, yesterday, Oliver Butchard saying, look, I didn't quite have the pace of Karačiković and Page. When they battled, I could stay with them. When they were running flat out, I couldn't. Charlie Page already up to P5. There he is in kart number 114 for the XL Motorsport team. He is now ahead of Lisignoli, of Ivanov. Gray is up from 17th to 7th. Austin Gray in kart 177. Paul Schutzman is 8th. Ivan Janicevich is down to 9th. Vico Payamaki is doing a solid job. The Flying Finn in 10th position ahead of William Mazzali, Max Payton, Adam Fleury, Mikhail Matrotkin, and the rest of the field. Only 19 drivers started this race. Sadly, Vivan Chowan, the novice driver, did not start this race.
Into the second half of this 7-lap heat then for the Minimax field. Karačiković leading by 0.8 of a second from Oliver Butchard, LBJ Stubbs. Charlie Page now ahead of Lisnioli with a fine move at turn 3 last time by. Here he goes. It's Kurt Ivanov in 6th. But we'll just see now as things begin to settle down somewhat, as LBJ Stubbs just aware now that he's got an XL driver in the form of Charlie Page, both British drivers of course. Charlie Page now trying to get back on terms, or trying to get on terms. Caught out yesterday, wasn't he, with that disqualification for a bit of a squish issue. We'll be putting that to the back of our minds and getting on with today, day 2 of the UAE RMC round 4 here at the Dubai Kartdrome.
As you see the rest of the lead group follow Benjamin Karačiković, Oliver Butchard and LBJ Stubbs through the final sector. Page closing in on Stubbs. Gray, a superb drive up to P5 ahead of Lisignoli and Ivanov now. How many more positions can that driver in the number 177 JNKD machine, the teammate to Benjamin Karačiković? Can he make any more positions up? Oh, we're on lap 6 out of 7. Probably not for Austin Gray. He is 0.8 of a second behind Charlie Page at the moment, and Page himself is moving forward, trying to pressurise LBJ Stubbs, but up at the front, Karačiković has been able to maintain that 0.6 of a second lead over Butchard, who in turn has got 0.8 of a second lead over LBJ Stubbs and Charlie Page, who are nose to tail.
Out of character for Minimax to be this processional, but it's early stages, isn't it? Day 2 here of the UAE RMC round 4, and it's all about getting towards getting that grid position and gaining some points for the championship, but it's all about the important final. You want to be taking home a trophy and standing on the top step of the podium this afternoon. That's what it's all about here as we come over the bridge and down the hill towards turn number 6, and then it's flat out racing through the left-hand sweeps, and they'll appear under the Dubai Kartdrome underpass. Out pops Benjamin Karačiković. He's into the left-hand hairpin at turn 11 through 12, down the back straight there, heading towards the shopping malls, and then turning hard right through the hairpin at 13. This is a key part of the track now here, through the sweeps and turns of 15, 16 and 17. All important turn 17 here, heading towards what will be the checkered flag to take the heat win. LBJ Stubbs there right at the very end gets by Oliver Butchard. The Sam Pollitt Racing, the pink and white livery of Sam Pollitt coming through in second there. And that is a great drive from LBJ Stubbs there to get back to that second place, which is where he started after all.
Yes, indeed. And He shows that he has the pace to beat Kartdrome, or at least race with Kartdrome. It's a case now of getting that start right so he doesn't give himself so much of a mountain to climb. Butchard, Page, Gray. Fantastic drives there from Page and Gray to finish 4th and 5th. Lissignoli comes home in a solid P6 after taking 2nd at the start. Further back, as we look down, we've got Kia Ivanov and Ivan Janicevic in 7th and 8th position. Vico Payamaki, Paul Schutzman, William Mazzali and Max Payton round out your top 12. 19 drivers started this race. All 19 drivers still running at the end of it. As you look down the rest of the finishers, the Ital Course Middle East team, not quite sure how well the Ital Course chassis is coping with this particular circuit. They're not as high up the order as you would have come to expect.
Still interesting that though, Henry. Even though it was out of character for them not to be challenging one another, I get a feeling that they're playing a high-speed game of chess out there in Minimax.
Of course they are.
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
course they are.
Talking about very high-speed games of chess, DD2 will be our next class out there. They are the fastest Rotax class,
yes.
I think.
They are indeed the ultimate class. Now, biscuits, we were discussing this yesterday. You have Nick's out of the room now. He's gone to Powder's Nose, so I mean,
we can nick his packet of D-Mart, the original date bar. They're basically a fig roll, but the filling is date.
It's date. Very, very
and
nice.
It's outstanding. I'm going to fill my suitcase to take these back home with me. You're staying with us tonight, aren't you? We've got a cupboard full of these, mate. Cupboard full.
Joy.
You keep talking because it's now my turn to take a bite of a biscuit.
Joe Brady now eats a date roll while I try and wax lyrical. Yes, the joys of travelling the world is that you do find the individual sort of the national delicacies. Going to a supermarket in a foreign country is a fantastic thing because you have the same brands, and then you have the same brands that just sort of like slightly different sort of designs, you know the company, and then you have stuff that is unique that you cannot get in your own country. And a date roll is certainly something I have enjoyed tremendously whilst I'm being here.
Yes, I would certainly, if you ever visit Dubai or anywhere indeed, the Abu Dhabi area, of course, in the UAE, have a look out for D-Mart. We should be getting paid from D-Mart, shouldn't we? D-Mart date rolls.
I mean, if
my favourite biscuit of the region.
If Alpine Stars can make me a brand ambassador for being myself, then certainly D-Mart can make us global brand ambassadors for eating their product.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
As we look at now the wind has died down a little bit. Blue skies pretty much now surrounding the Dubai Kartdrome. This circuit, this particular iteration of the Dubai Kartdrome, we aren't going to be racing here on this particular site for many more years because there is construction of a new kart circuit.
There is some very interesting news coming out, and I think we'll have more information coming forward. Maybe by next weekend, so stay with us for Kart Live TV's coverage of the Dubai O Plate next weekend. This is in prime real estate area, the Dubai Kartdrome. When the Dubai Autodrome and the Kartdrome was built,
about 15 to 20 years ago
15 years ago or so, they were 30 kilometres outside of any kind of urban conurbation.
Yes.
30 kilometres out. You had to drive out of Dubai into the desert, across the desert, to get here.
Yes, to Motor City.
I've been coming here for about 10 years for the Autodrome, for the Dubai 24 Hours, and in that time, the amount of development that's gone on around us, and basically the Autodrome and indeed the Kartdrome have been surrounded by residencies, commercial businesses, shopping malls, shopping precincts, restaurants, cafes.
The
fantastic
urban
area.
sprawl.
We're in Motor City as well, by the way.
And Motor City was effectively, it was the Autodrome was the centerpiece, and Motor City everything was built around it to support the Autodrome, to give people coming to the Autodrome places to eat, places to drink, places to shop, places to stay, hotels, and then the development continued apace.
So the plan is, and the plans are going ahead, we've been told, that there is going to be a brand new karting facility being built on the other side of the Autodrome, which is effectively going to be conjoined with the back straight of the Autodrome.
Yes.
And there's going to be a CIK standard kart track. I've never seen the design.
Nope, not yet. Nope.
We've already booked Mr. David Bright in for an interview on that very subject to have a look at what the plans are. He's gathering up the information and the blueprints on the track design, etc. Whether or not we have what is a unique feature of this place with regards to the crossover, the underpass and the bridge, whether or not that continues, I'm interested to see if that's going to be the case. Al Ain Raceway is the spiritual home of karting in the Middle East. Well, it's the spiritual home of the UAE RMC, isn't it?
Yes, and it's the hub where this championship, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, is organised out of. Guy Sheffield and Tony Kakati, the team there, have built this championship around Al Ain Raceway, which of course remains the only venue in this region to have hosted, in the UAE to have hosted the Rotax Grand Finals. We'll talk a little bit more. Well, maybe we'll bring Matt Norman back in a little bit later today to talk about some of the history
because
of
we
this
have the
championship.
grid. We have a grid. We have a grid of karts that have been released, and it's DD2s.
Yes.
And look at that for a front row. Theo Kakati alongside Suleiman Zanfari. Zanfari promising a lot today. Max Dexter and Tyler Harris share row 2. Mark Bassier and Adam Malek are on row 3, with row 4 looking like we've got Anthony Hogg, the first of the Masters here, with Moritz Canopes alongside. Kyle Blockley on row 5 alongside Nicolo Cacciatore, and Greg Watt, the independent. Honolulu Racing's Greg Watt bringing up the final row of the grid there.
Yes, no Hamza Hashisho, sadly. No Samuel Walker. This could be game on again. Tyler Harris, championship, thinking championship. He's got Hamza Hashisho not being here. That takes one main championship rival out of the equation for Tyler today. Let's see what occurs in the next 8 laps.
The question is, who can beat Theo Kakati, who gets off the line and will lead through turn 1? The sweeping right-hander leading immediately into the braking area. Kakati leads. Everybody making their way through there without any real issue. They're already out of turn 3 and across the bridge. Kakati leads into the hairpin at 4 down the hill. Now we descend down the hill through 5. Hairpin left. And then that's acceleration zone up into second gear as they sweep left under the bridge now. Kakati is our leader as the rest of the field already into the chicane and out.
Can I say, Theo, hello to Luis Perez watching. It's Saturday, it's still Saturday night in Los Angeles, California. It's 10:20 in the evening, and Luis is watching his buddy Theo Kakati leading from Morocco's Suleiman Zanfari, from Max Dexter and Tyler Harris. There goes Kakati across the line, and of course Kakati will be returning to the USA on Monday. He'll be in action the next couple of weekends at Speed Sports in Houston, Texas.
He's planning on taking some trophies from the UAE RMC round 4 with him, though, and he's been absolutely in great form. He had a massive challenge yesterday from Max Dexter. Today, though, it's all about Suleiman Zanfari. Can the Moroccan get back on terms with the rear bumper of Kakati? He's got a bit of a breathing space as Zanfari before we've got Max Dexter, who are beginning to duke it out with Tyler Harris. And as I say that, Henry, he's pretty much, they've concertinaed back up, and Zanfari, as they accelerate down the back straight there, Zanfari looking comfortable in that second place, but still not quite on the bumper of the leader, Kakati.
Yeah, the Motorscape team, I mean, I was looking forward to watching Suleiman Zanfari get into the lead battle with Theo Kakati and Max Dexter yesterday. It didn't quite happen. Today looks like it's far more promising because Suleiman Zanfari is a superbly talented driver. Sister races as well. They race karts. I think they're moving into Formula 4 as well, the two Moroccan siblings. Easily leading the way in terms of Moroccan driving talent. There is Suleiman, and there's Max Dexter in third. But Theo Kakati, he said, look, I knew that today was going to be tough, so I had a nice early night last night, got myself ready, prepared, eating healthily. Yeah, we went out for dinner with him the other night. He had 3 fruit smoothies for dinner.
Oh wow!
Yeah, just 3 fruit smoothies for dinner.
Was that it? No carbs.
Oh no. There was plenty of meat.
Oh, I see. Right.
Oh
okay.
yeah, no. That was there was plenty of, yeah. But yeah, that was 2 nights ago. And,
Dexter threw into second.
Yes.
It was coming, wasn't it? Max Dexter for Telios was lining up Zanfari, and he's made it happen there. And he's into into second place. That makes Suleiman down to third, is it? Is that still Zanfari in third? Yes, it is.
Indeed.
The Motorscape kart there in third, but under immense pressure now from that driver there, Tyler Harris, championship leader, coming into round 4. And Harris is now lining up Zanfari to take that third place from him.
It was funny that the team boss of Telios, there was a whole group of Italians by the coffee shop in the main building here earlier this morning, and I wandered in, and they went, speaker, coffee, and I was like, yeah, thank you very much, I'll have a cup of coffee. And then they sort of looked at me, and the lady behind me said, what coffee do you want? And I was about to say something like, I'll have a nice latte, and I looked at the Italians looking at me, no, you have proper coffee.
Which is what?
Which is very small, black, and
oh, I see.
Yeah.
An espresso?
An espresso, yes.
Yeah, we like our cappuccinos, though, don't we?
We do, but when the Italians are buying you a coffee and they're paying for it, you look at them,
yeah.
I'll have one of yours, yes. Coffee strong enough that sits up in the cup, slaps you in the face before you drink it, yes.
Tyler Harris has Mark Bassier not that far away. Those are the 2 karts there, are the last karts in that train. Tyler Harris hasn't been able to challenge Suleiman Zanfari. He's the red and white and black kart of Motorscape, just in front of Tyler Harris there. The leader, still Theo Kakati from Max Dexter. These are the 2 that ran at the front of this field. We're already past half distance, Henry. On to lap 6 now. And whether or not Tyler Harris has anything that he can challenge Zanfari for is looking not like to be the case. He may be playing a waiting game, but if he's not careful, Tyler Harris is about to have Mark Bassier for company.
If you have a look at Adam Malik, all on his own in 6th position. Malik trying to pick up the pace from yesterday. I mean, we talked a lot about the Mekong Delta because he's been in Vietnam on a school trip the last couple of weeks. But Kyle Blockley leads Masters, but only by 0.4 of a second.
Now remember, that's a complete reverse of the grid for Masters.
So
we had Tony Hogg in front, Maurice Canoppa's in the middle, Kyle Blockley in third in Masters on the grid. Kyle Blockley's now first. Canoppa's has maintained himself as the meat in the sandwich, but Tony Hogg is now third in Masters.
Half a second between the 3 of them as well.
Brilliant.
That is happening a little bit further back behind this pack, but it's Blockley, Knoppas and Hogg, 1, 2, 3, as Max Dexter now beginning to close in. We're on lap 7 out of 8.
Yeah. It's last lap board next time by, though.
Yes.
And if Kakati is playing that management game of just easing himself to that checkered flag, he's going to have to be very careful. You said it this morning. Is Max Dexter going to play as nicely as he played yesterday?
No,
Here we
is the
go.
answer. Simple.
It's simple. It is a simple answer. We're heading towards the last lap board here. Through the hairpin at 12. On the back straight, Dexter closes towards Kakati's rear bumper. Into 13. This is a promising place to overtake, but Kakati down the inside blocks that opportunity off onto the start-finish straight and across the line. It's the last lap board and opportunities running out here.
No, Max Dexter, he said they'll always be respectful, the racing, they won't take each other out, they'll be respectful racing, but Max will not look smart. He goes, listen, Theo, you went round my outside. Here comes Zanfari to the inside, and that spoils Max's plan completely. Suleiman Zanfari's thinking, right, okay, yesterday you got all the headlines. I am about to put a Moroccan cat amongst the pigeons?
I think that had more to do with Kakati than anyone else. He was backing up Dexter back towards Zanfari. Zanfari said, thank you very much. Now Zanfari takes up the challenge. Let's have a go at getting the lead of this heat. Nearly, almost too wide there into the 14 hairpin, turn 14 hairpin. But it's the final corner now. And Thea Kakati, in a very controlled way, side by side, across the line, 49 thousandths of a second between Kakati and Zanfari. That's the result. Max Dexter, he's wondering what on earth happened there because he came third.
Yep, and of course, here's a look at the kartshop.me replay. Zanfari just commits to the inside and then just eases across to the centre of the track to prevent Max Dexter from even thinking about, returning the favour. Whilst that was going on, Maurice Knyoppers passed Kyle Blockley for the victory in DD2 Masters.
Let's have a look at the result then. Thea Kakati takes the win. Suleiman Zanfari a fine second there. Max Dexter a bewildered third, I think. Tyler Harris fourth. Mark Bassier fifth. Adam Malik rounds off sixth. In seventh place, we've got the first of our Masters. It's Maurice Knyoppers. Kyle Blockley is in second in Masters, eighth overall. Ninth was Tony Hogg. And then we've got Nicola Cacciatore in 10th. And then Greg Watt brings up the rear of the grid in 11th. But that's the Masters result right there. Maurice Knyoppers from the meat in the sandwich to the first slice of bread and taking the win in Masters.
Yeah, and Knyoppers there gaining another couple of points on his season-long title rival, Kyle Blockley, as we now wait for the next thing. I was going to say, we're talking about the history about potentially, a new circuit here.
It's exciting,
in
isn't
Dubai.
it? It's exciting, yeah.
We'll bring back, if Matt Norman gets, a little bit of time during the course of the day in between races, because he can bring us up to date with some of the history of karting in this region.
Well, Matt was one of the
founders
chaps who came across here to set up the ASN, the governing body of UAE motorsport. Karting is a big part of that, and understandably, karting is the foundations, really, isn't it? That's your feeder series.
Yeah.
And even more so these days. It wasn't so much back in my day. I mean, I started racing in the 80s, and the pathway was karting was sort of out there on a limb. It wasn't even noticed. Formula Ford
1600, yeah.
Then that was the starter, and it was regional Formula Ford 1600 was massive.
The Townsend Torsen Formula Ford 1600 Championship.
Absolutely, Dunlop Autosport series.
And then they'd all come together.
To get started in motorsport, the starter pack was a transit van, a trailer, and a Formula Ford.
And maybe a weekend at the Jim Russell Racing School?
Absolutely. That's my mate Warren Hughes. That was his pathway to a Formula One test drive, actually, and British touring car wins and world touring cars. Karting was introduced to me. One day, a friend of mine took me to Rowra for a British Championship round.
Where?
Rowra in Cumbria, in the UK. My first glimpse of 100 national single-engine air-cooled motors was we parked up. I walked to the outside of the first corner, which is the chicane, the uphill chicane.
Yes.
And these things went through at like fireworks. And I thought, why am I driving 5 hours to Mallory Park from the northeast of England for a 10-minute qualifying session and a 8-10 lap race, and then packing it all up and going home when I've got a practice session, 3 heats and a final? I accrued more seat time in 1 day of karting than I did in 6 months of going Formula Ford.
Wow.
And the cost was like knock off a couple of noughts and everything for...
Yeah, back then when karting was cheap.
And then so that was mid-80s, and then from the mid-80s we had the advent in the late 80s of indoor karting. That
Playscape Pro Racing.
Bob Pope was the founder at Clapham Junction.
The late Mr. Howell.
We had the biggest indoor kart track at the time was a place called Superkart in Shildon in the north of England. And then what that did was it brought karting to the people.
Yes, absolutely.
And things like birthday parties, stag nights, functions, you would go indoor karting.
I went to one of the very first junior. I was part of one of the very first junior race schools that Superkart Newport ever ran.
Right.
In 1990. They had just done a 24-hour kart race for children in need.
I wonder if it was the same company, because the founder of
Super
the owner,
with an A.
Super with an A, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because the guy was Welsh. Calvin Player was his name, and he was a Welsh guy.
Oh,
he did
okay.
some rallying. So I wonder if he was from that area.
All I know is that at the time they had a couple of rally cars, a couple of Mark II Escort rally cars, driven by Leon Pasticcio and the Pasticcio family. Which
You
was
have got a ridiculous memory.
When you're 9
you just
years
soak
old,
it in. Yeah.
the smell hits you. You walk into an indoor kart centre for the very first time, and there's the smell of the rubber, the fuel. There's that indoor karting centre smell. Everyone can attest to that.
You're basically breathing in exhaust fumes, is what you're saying.
You know, back in the day, you walk into an indoor karting centre for the first time, that smell hits you, and if you're a petrol head, it never leaves you. But we'll try and get Matt Norman back in here later to talk a little bit about the history of karting in the UAE.
That's what we were going to say, isn't it? And then, as you know, karting became the pathway into car racing. And it would be interesting to hear what Matt has to say about how, you know, karting has evolved in the UAE. Because you've been around, how many years now have you been coming across to the UAE RMC?
I started coming over here 2022.
Right, okay.
So not massive.
3 or 4 years, and you know, with the grids we
progressed steadily. I was really interested, obviously being in Dubai, the rate of construction, and you know, the things are built over left, right, and centre all the time. You know, this. I was very surprised to learn the very first kart circuit to ever be built in Dubai is still here.
Is it really?
It's a small circuit, yeah. And Matt Norman can tell us all about it later on.
So can you still go there?
Apparently, you could still go there.
Can you rent karts there?
I didn't get that far. Maybe Matt could tell us. But for a country that doesn't preserve history, that just builds and constructs and evolves and changes all the time,
it's a very young.
It's a very young country.
To
have the original kart circuit in Dubai terms, 35 years ago is a lifetime.
Yes.
You know, this was a very different place. It was a very different place 20 years ago.
50 years ago. It's only 50 odd years old, isn't it?
But to have the original, the original kart track hasn't been built over. We'll try and get Matt Norman back in later on to explain.
Yes, that would be good. We are waiting for our Junior Max grid to pop out.
Yes, indeed.
It's scheduled for 10:37. We're a couple of minutes away from that schedule. We keep to the timetable here. It's not just a case of the one race finishes and the next race goes. We keep to the schedule here because the teams, the drivers, know that their time to present themselves at the collecting area is in time for that race to go ahead at 10:37. That's why we're as finicky as we are with the single digits. Ian McCarthy, hello Ian. An indoor karting session in the late 90s is what sparked my interest in motorsport. Absolutely. Henry's right. The smell alone had a lot to do with that. Now, Ian Ian's one of our collective who follows, like yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, you're one of our collective, aren't you? I'm talking about the RSL collective, Radio Le Mans.
Yes.
Cars and Ian is absolutely right. And it's interesting that Ian said that sparked his interest in motorsport. And I suppose you mirror that as well. Is that what were you already interested in cars?
I was already. But
yes.
Me, at age of 9, going to a junior race school was the result of at least 4 years of nagging constantly my parents to somehow put me in a go-kart.
And was anyone in your family involved in racing?
No.
I'm the same.
No, not at all.
My dad was...
look, some drivers.
Yes.
A grid. Mitanch Jane.
Trust Nick to bring us back onto the professional level.
Well, Mitanch Jane will start the next race from pole position alongside Jaden Hidding. Pierre Abu Diwan, podium finisher yesterday, and Harrison Stevens, Via Chopra, and Floris Schenkenberg round out your top 6. Jensen Chalk, Derek Rivera, Alfie Ward, Faris Haroon, Leo Aina, and Aaron Mason. Now, there are several names that are missing from because I know Jensen Chalk qualified 9th initially, so several drivers having laps deleted through to track limits. Eren Ortak from Turkey is up there. As we look at the third page of our grid, looking back, Ray Haber, Giuseppe Montanari down the order as well. There's Arhan Sethi, the youngest driver in the class. And down at the back, George Haddad, Romy Sabali, and Kabir Kidwai. 29 drivers, not 30 drivers. I'm just having a little look. Was there a Saturday only?
You have a look at that, Henry, because we've got Mitanj Jain and Jaden Hidding already appearing out of turn 13.
Arhan
Qureshi's not here.
Didn't qualify, and I don't think he's been listed in the grid, so maybe a withdrawal for Arhan Qureshi.
Right, here we go then. Mitanj Jain for Mumbai Falklands, alongside him Jaden Hidding for George Gibbons Motorsport. That's our front row. We've then got Matthias Najem Motorsport, represented by 3 drivers behind him. They've come out of the final turn, heading to the lights. The lights will go out, and it will be racing through the flat out turn 1, and the second,
big crash!
We've got an incident there involving our pole sitter. Carts strewn around. Not quite sure if we'll get this cleared in time, but I'm not quite sure who exactly was involved in that. That's cart 231, and we will search for that number.
Well,
but that was at the front of the field where we saw Paul sitter Mitanj Jain ended up sideways, didn't he?
Yeah, I think what happened, Jaden Hidding came across, obviously, to try and take the inside line. Mitanj Jain was there. They made sort of wheel-to-wheel contact. Jain was then pitched into a sideways spin on the inside line. Cart behind Mitanj, who I imagine would be Pierre Aboudiwan, maybe collected Mitanj, and of course then there were carts spread across the track because, of course, you're turning right, so all the debris and detritus turned left. Somehow the track is clear.
Yes.
Now there was bits of Arhan Sethi, he was one of the a number of innocent victims there at the start, because he just turned up after starting 28 to find carts in the middle of the track.
Incredibly, Mitanj Jain has got going again, and he came through in 6th place there. Our leader, though, is very much George Gibbons Motorsports, Jaden Hidding. Harrison Stevens right on his bumper there as well. Via Chopper in 3rd, Jensen Chalk up to 4th. Remember, Jensen Chalk took the final win, in the final yesterday. Alfie Ward's behind him. Then's the pole sitter Mitanj Jain on a recovery drive. Question is, Henry, has his setup been affected and altered in any way? There's a move for the lead.
Well, I mean, Jaden Hidding, he would have had some damage because he was the driver that came into contact with Mitanj Jain at the start. Harrison Stevens takes over the race lead. Sadly, Floris Schenkenberg, Aaron Mason also joining Arhan Sethi on the DNF list. So we're down to 26 runners. Drivers that were badly held up. Pierre Aboudiwan down in 25th. We've got another battle going on circuit because several of these drivers will have damage to their carts.
Let's have a look at the Kartdrome replay as we've got Via Chopra down the inside, and going with him, the number 218 there is Jensen Chalk, who said, "Thank you very much," while you two squabbling. That was Via Chopra and Jaden Hidding. Through on both of them has gone Jensen Chalk, who's now on the bumper, of Harrison Stevens. It's a Matthias Najem Motorsport driver in the lead, Harrison Stevens. But right there, following him through now, Jensen Chalk will come through in 2nd, Via Chopra 3rd, Mitanj Jain up to 4th. What a recovery drive from this youngster.
Yeah, at the back of that replay, at the very end, you saw as Jensen Chalk was going around the outside, Mitanj Jain was diving to the inside. Jaden Hidding obviously nursing a cart that is not as straight as what the manufacturer intended it to be. He is dropping back to 7th already. Giuseppe Montanari now goes past Hidding. The Emirati Express, Faris Haroon for Yas Heat Racing, is up into 6th position behind Alfie Ward. 4 for the lead, however, Stevens, Chalk, Chopra and Jain.
Here they come then out of turn 13, the hairpin straight into turn 14. which is a hairpin, and there's the lead there at that turn 14 hairpin. It's a bit of an opportunity. It's a pickpocket of a corner, isn't it? As Jensen Chalk, from the win in the final last night, here he is leading Heat 1, but it's not over yet, Henry. Side by side. It's M&M in the front again.
He gets squeezed wide there, Jensen Chalk. Let's have a look. I mean, this is Chalk on the outside, Stevens to the inside with help from Via Chopra, and that's just standard. Running wide.
Did I say Via Chopra's front bumper? That's the Kartdrome replay showing that magnificently. Chopra was pushing him through that corner, and he kind of, no doubt about it, helped with the acceleration out the corner.
Yeah, indeed. Chalk, though, finds himself back into second. So Chalk has repassed Via Chopra, who is now going side by side with his title rival, Mitan Jain. And Jain is up into P3 for that Mumbai Falcons number 255 machine. Jaden Hidding is still hanging on in about 7th or 8th place, but Faris Haroon and Alfie Ward have now joined the lead group, as it were. Here we go, 2, 4, 6 drivers. Then a gap back to Hidding. So there's the bright blue Yas Heat colours of Faris Haroon.
Keep an eye on that young man in that bright blue overall there. Faris Haroon, who joined us in the commentary box, didn't he, at round 3, and did far too good a job for my liking.
Yeah, exactly.
He's nursing or recovering a broken forearm and a broken wrist there, and he's doing absolutely, that's the bright blue Yas Heat livery on that cart there at the back of that train. Back to the front though, Harrison Stevens with Jensen Chalk and Mitansh Jain. He's got a Mumbai Falcons 2nd and 3rd to contend with. Laps ticking by, 2 more remaining after they've gone through on this one. Here they come then, back towards us through the S's. Final turn, Harrison Stevens for Matthias Najem Motorsport lead, and he looks, dare I say it, relatively comfortable there.
Penalties going out for Harrison Stevens and Jaden Hidding. Now a jump start possibly, all 4 wheels out of the tram lines possibly, or have they been adjudged to have done something in race, possibly to do with that first corner incident? Because
there was a lot happening in that first corner.
There's a driver walking away that looked like it was Kabir Kidwai, or potentially Kabir Kidwai. Novice driver with a DR race suit walking away at the background there. Be interesting. I wonder if we obviously the start, the 2 camera angles.
There's a move, Henry. That is a move.
Jensen Chalk.
Again, Jensen Chalk back into the lead. Let's have a look at the Kartdrome.me coming out of 14. He died. That's a pickpocket of a corner. He's been robbed. Call the police, someone, because
that's Jensen Chalk's corner. That's the third.
Yeah, it is. How many times have we seen that? And here he comes again now, defending on the final lap here across the bridge. Mitansh Jain down the inside and joined his Mumbai Falcons teammate down the hill towards the left-hander. Now we accelerate through the sweeps, and then under the bridge, it's Mumbai Falcons back to the front with 1 and 2, with Jensen Chalk, Mitansh Jain, Harrison Stevens having to settle for 3rd as they continue. Question is, Henry, can Mitansh Jain challenge potentially?
Well, I think that Jensen Chalk, he's not going to give Mitansh the win there, but there was some very good tactical driving there, because Jensen Chalk just backed Harrison Stevens up to allow his teammate Mitansh Jain to make the move and pick up the position, as another 5-second penalty goes out for Sammy Turner. But I think that that was smart from Jensen Chalk. He knows that his teammate is fighting for a title, but he doesn't want to give it the wins too easily.
That was a very, very exciting Junior Max heat there to kick things off. And that just promises so much going forward, doesn't it? With a first corner incident there, Jensen Chalk was the driver that came through to take the win. He did so yesterday afternoon in the final. Mitansh Jain, from being spun around and ending up, I think, off the track, coming back through to 2nd, is outstanding work. Harrison Stevens in 3rd. 4th place is Via Chopra. Jaden Hidding in 5th. Faris Haroon, fine 6th place for him. In 7th place is Alfie Ward. Then we had Johansa Seninyaki, Derek Rivera, Giuseppe Montagnari. Leo Anna is in 11th with Sam Turner. with a +5 penalty. That might not be the case. Ari Kallenberg, Savelli Kojai, 13th and 14th. Going back down the order, Finley Smith, Ray Harbour, Pierre Abu Dewan, Lewis Reed in 18th. And then we've got Erin Ortak, Thimi Mapankada, Damien Knorr, Murad Baryamov, George Haddad, Romy Sabala, and then Gabrieli Barakodi and Kabir Kiwai were a non-finish, as was Floris Schenkenberg, Aaron Mason, and Aaron Setti.
Yeah, it's a shame we haven't seen that. We couldn't see that first corner again because I think it had the potential to be a lot worse than what it was. Obviously, Schenkenberg, Mason, and Sethi retiring on site. There was obviously a lot of damage. You have to feel sorry for Pierre Abu Diwan because when Mitanch Jain got turned around, Pierre Abu Diwan was the driver starting directly behind him that had nowhere to go, and simply was pile driven into the sideways Jain. So again, there was in-race penalties there. I am sure there will be nose cone penalties as well after that, just because of the amount of contact there was.
There was a lot of contact in that first couple of corners. But the car is facing the wrong way in front of you. There's not much you can do about it.
No, there isn't. But
car,
the main thing is, we talk about that, the drivers are all okay. There's no issues with any of the drivers. Machinery can be repaired quite easily.
Yes. No, it's okay.
What's money anyway?
What is it?
What is money?
What is money, Henry? Tell me. What is it?
What is it? Is it the key to happiness? Yeah. Well, it helps.
Who knows?
Who knows? I wouldn't mind having some money so I could find out.
Yeah, so the thing is, Henry needs to explore whether being rich would make him happy. So can we all please give Henry large amounts of money?
Yeah.
He'll do some research and come back and tell us.
Oh, I will. And it'll be detailed research as well. Very, very highly detailed research.
He'll be wearing nothing but designer gear, obviously, and his Alpenstein stuff.
Well, I mean, like George Best said,
Yes.
I spent most of my money on chasing women and drinking. The rest of it I wasted. Seems fair. The late George Best. Maybe there's a key
this
there.
Is the point there.
Yeah, there's a key there. The late
who died
George.
young of cirrhosis of the liver.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. We digress. The next race will be in a few minutes' time. We're talking there, I'm surprised that the original kart track here in Dubai is still standing. I'll get the name of it.
Because most places just get bulldozed over after about 10 years and they restart again.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
the Autodrome was under question for a while about whether they're going to move it.
Really?
Somewhere else. Yeah, no, there's but it's that. Then I think because Union Properties now own here and the Autodrome.
Yes.
That meant it was financially stable. I think it's just got a new 20-year lease.
Oh, okay, yeah.
At one point, I think about 3 or 4 years ago, there was a big conversation about whether they should just.
Because the Dubai Autodrome, here's something. Was the Dubai Autodrome ever earmarked for, say, Formula One?
That was the idea.
That was the idea.
And then various political things in the region came into play.
Okay, because we've got lots of Formula One Grand Prix in the Middle East.
I believe Bahrain got please don't quote me on this, but I believe Bahrain got an exclusive Middle East contract. And of course, Bahrain started in 2004.
Yes.
Which was about the same time as this track, the Autodrome. The Autodrome's got a Formula One T license, which means you can test Formula One cars here.
Right.
Not you're allowed to test them anymore. So it actually at the time was a Formula One quality circuit, absolutely.
Okay.
Grade 1, Grade 1T. But yeah, I mean, it got the machinations and Bernie was involved, so
Because, of course, the Bahrain no longer has the exclusive rights to host Formula One in this region.
That got negotiated out by Abu Dhabi.
Yep.
And then, of course, since then we've picked up
Qatar.
We picked up Saudi, and then Qatar got in because of COVID.
Yes.
So
twice.
Qatar, well, that's basically that was their foot in the door.
Yes.
And of course, also Liberty took over, and we've had more. What's the word for it? It's hard to put things, but more straightforward view of hosting. So so we have 4 Grand Prix in the region. We have 5 Grade 1 circuits.
Yes, so 5 Grade 1 circuits in this region, 4 of them host Formula 1. The Dubai Autodrome is the odd one
Grade
out.
1T, and then obviously they're building another Grade 1 circuit in Saudi at the moment.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they're building because obviously Jeddah is officially a street circuit, even though it's basically permanent.
Yes,
and they're building another circuit in Saudi.
Do you want to hear something from the horse's mouth?
Is it a nice horse?
Yeah, well, it's Mr. David Bright's mouth.
No.
He confirms that the new circuit will have a bridge and an overpass.
Ooh.
Or an underpass, I should say.
Okay.
More of that, because we're going to get full details from David when we cover next week's event, and we'll be talking more about that. But for now, we can settle on that bit of intel, that the new circuit, that's going to be up and running, they reckon, in about 2028, if everything goes well. For now, though, it's all about this version of the Dubai Kartdrome. And we are here at the UAE RMC, round 4, day 2 of the UAE RMC. We are getting towards halfway in the calendar. From here next month, we go to the Yas Marina circuit, where we use part of what is, you guys were just talking about, the Formula 1 track there up at the West Hairpin. We take part, we put the karts on the track on the old iteration of the Formula 1 track, where they go through the left-right S-bend into the hairpin, down the back straight, and then we cut off onto the infield to form the track. It's an event that I'm particularly looking forward to. From there, in March, early March, we come back here to the Dubai Kartdrome for a one-day event. Then we go off to Al Fassan at the end of March for round 7. Round 8 rounds off the 2025-26 season for the UAE RMC by going back to its home at Al Ain Raceway. Al Ain for a 2-day event on the 11th and 12th of April. So we're about to get going with the second heat for Senior Max. This time it's groups A and C. It'll be the second heat for the drivers in Group C. And I can hear engines being fired up. The collecting area is way down towards pit out.
Well, on the screen
that's
at the
pit out there.
It's pit out. And
yeah.
Actually, the first kart is about level with the red flag in the middle of the screen, but down the hill a bit.
Yes, you can't see them
and
because it's
queue all
over
the way
brow.
back to the pit lane.
It's over the brow. Hello to Glitchy Mars 8749. Go Mumbai Falcons. They certainly are. Connor Leese Designs. Good luck, Jensen. That was for Jensen Chalk. And we've mentioned Mary Coyette, haven't we? Good job for our greatest of all time, Armani Canua. Got everybody at home very proud. So we are waiting for Senior Max to come out. They are scheduled to come out at 10:57. It's a couple of minutes away, Nick. Interesting to have the Yas Marina circuit on the UAE RMC calendar. It has been for a while, but it's a complete contrast to this track.
Oh yeah, it's unbelievably quick. It's a 32-second lap. Someone said 90% full throttle. I'm not quite that much.
Well, there was Henry.
Close.
Henry said it's 90% full throttle. When you look at the Dubai Kartdrome and then you look at Yas, they're a complete. I mean, that's the challenge, isn't it? That's what you want out of a C. When you do a national series, you don't want the tracks to be all the same. You want them to be completely different. Al Ain is that fast stretch of Al Ain down the main straight, and then
you've got a fast and flowing circuit in
bits.
LA. You've got a circuit with elevation changes and twists and turns now for sand. You've got this circuit, which is, is a unique challenge with its overpass and underpass and the round the houses look to it. And then you have Yas Marina, which is absolutely wide open spaces. It's wide open spaces for F1 and wide open spaces for karts.
It is.
We were there this time last week, actually, having a look around it, and it's massive.
It's going to be a very, very wide. It's going to really. The thing is, Nick, it's all high speed. Even the slow bits are high speed, and it's going to be, if you make the slightest mistake, it's really going to bite you. And in the same way that you make a slight mistake on the technical sweeps of the S's that finish the lap here, it's going to bite you. So it's very similar in that vein.
Yeah, it's going to be about who could get their engine to sing at the on the high gearing.
Yeah.
But also have some sort of drive out the back. So Max is next, and it's the seniors, and it's heat. It's Group A v Group C.
Yeah, it's Group A and C. It'll be Oscar Lambert, the driver that will line up on the front row of the grid. Elwar Gonzalez is the driver that will line up alongside him. There's the grid there. Zain El Hamasani on the second row of the grid alongside Alessandro Bigi. And then we've got on the third row, Rayan Damadassa and Hamza Al-Fayez. We've got Mohammed Menemenai, Miles Roby on row 4. Row 5 is Faisal Nashko. Jeremy Montgomery Swan for JNKD is alongside. We've got Enia Sachi with Ryan Qureshi on row 6. Row 7 is Jules Demont and Patrick Cannon. Ryan Carouse and Lewis Hartman on row 8. Row 9 is Abdullah Al-Carter. Manaf Al-Baluchi is on row 9. Row 10, Naaman Kureja. Nathan Kaplan shares that. Alicia Kanisa and Philip Dinu on row 11. Row 12 is Andrew Obaid with Max Dexter in 24th spot there. Elliot Surtees and Tameen Hasiba with Sanad Al-Hawawi, Zan Al-Zajali, Alexis Alzer and Zara Karua round off 30 cart grid. They're already well released, aren't they? As they are already at turn 14 here. Just being controlled. Oscar Lambert, the Mumbai Falcon driver, now being the driver that controls the pace onto the start-finish straight, where the red lights will be easy to see, and they'll wait for the red lights to go out, and then they will get racing indeed. The two Mumbai Falcons and Motorscape on the front row with Elwar Gonzalez. Now remember, we know how quick he is, but he's in that disadvantaged left-hand side of the grid as they head down. The lights go out, we are racing. It's Oscar Lambert into turn 1 first, through the right-hander, and who's done the cutback and did the switch back in great style there. A very sideways cart in the midfield, I think was pushed back straight by someone else. But that's a Motorscape cart at the front, Henry.
Yeah, and at the back of the field, there's a couple of carts coming together. But as they were coming across the line, I was thinking to myself, that's about as good a start as you can hope to get from the outside of the front row by Eli Gonzalez. And he was able to get underneath Lambert, who wastes no time in taking the lead back. But that is the first time that we've seen that crossover move going out of turn 1, ducking into the inside of turn number 2 for the race lead.
First time we've seen it.
Yeah, great job from Gonzalez.
Usually, if you stay out there, you get absolutely mullered.
Yeah, but Gonzalez, he was able to have the right amount of space behind him to slot underneath Lambert, who wastes no time though in getting the lead back, probably thinking, oh my goodness, I'm not gonna be known as the person that lost the pole position and lost a race to the outside of the front row. And he's right back in now. At the back of the pack, coming through turn 3 on the opening lap, there were a couple of carts that came together. Try and see, Alexis Alzia was one of them, and I think Alzia might be, if not out of the race, severely delayed, because there was one cart doing a nice little 360-degree pirouette in mid-air as they came onto the bridge to the start of lap number 1. And Gonzalez has now been mullered for second position. Alessandro Bigi into P2. I keep saying he's a dark, for me today, Alessandro Bigi is my dark horse for the podium. If he can just keep everything running smoothly for the entire day. I
was about to say the planets need to align for Alessandro. They are at the moment. He's being followed round by his M&M teammates, Zain Al-Masani and Hamza Al-Fayez. They're following him around. He's got a bit of protection from Elwar Gonzalez, who's the Motorscape driver in 5th place. We've then got XL's Mohammed Menemenai in 6th, Rayan Damadassa in 7th, Ryan Qureshi 8th. But right now, Oscar Lambert looks like he is pulling a gap. He's got 7/10ths last time by. Is he pulling a gap, or have we got Alessandro Bigi really pulling it out here and bringing that gap down? We'll find out when they cross the line next time by. We'll keep an eye on that. 7/10ths last time by. Here they come through the S's, out of the final turn, heading towards the line. Let's see what it is, Henry. It is Lambert across the line. Still, it's almost 8/10.
Yeah.
So that's remaining pretty much the same.
George Nassar is there signaling to his teammates frantically from the sideline, saying, go get Oscar, because of course Oscar is emerging as potentially one of George's main, if not his main, championship rivals. Zayn El Hamasani is not out of the championship fight yet either. Alessandro Bigia, maybe he's been too inconsistent at the first half of the year to be a main championship threat, but he's certainly there or thereabouts. Hamza Al-Fayez is just here pretty much this weekend and next weekend, so he's here to support George and to try and take points off George's rivals. Riyad Damadassa, Elwar Gonzalez, I just looked as he flashed out of that particular camera shot. Gonzalez looked like he was trying to make a move on Hamza Al-Fayez for fourth position. And did it work? No, it didn't, but they both cost themselves a lot of time. So Damadassa is now right behind Al-Fayez and Gonzalez. Rayan Qureshi, the older brother of Arhan Qureshi. So Arhan's not racing, Rayan is. Miles Roby is up tonight. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, he's having an off weekend, is Montgomery Swan. He's battling hard. There he is on the inside, too wide, going underneath the bridge. Underneath the crossover, rather. But Montgomery Swan has not had the out-and-out pace of many of his title rivals this week so far.
Well, he's a former race winner, of course, as well, Henry, remember. Yeah. So we're not used to seeing Jeremy Montgomery Swan and for JNKD down there. We're at half distance, onto lap 6 now. And the two Matthias Najem Motorsport drivers in second and third there. Alessandro Bici, Zayn El Hamasani. I get the feeling that El Hamasani is, there it is. That was what I was about to say. He's about to make a move, and as I said that, he did make that move. Let's have another look at that via the kartshop.me replay. Once again, that opportunistic move down the inside, coming off the bridge at 4, into the hairpin at 5. It really does offer an opportunity there, doesn't it?
Yeah, so, well, the notorious BIGI, BG Smalls himself, looks over his shoulder. Hasn't looked back. He's still got a gap back to Hamza Al-Fayez. He's got a large gap back to Hamza Al-Fayez, who is defending mightily against Gonzalez. And of course, Gonzalez, a full-season competitor. So Hamza Al-Fayez is thinking, well, you know, if I finish in front of you, that's 1 point less that you gain on my teammate George Nassar. The top 3, though, miles clear of the rest. Mohamed Manaimne now moving into 6th position as Gonzalez finally gets past Al-Fayez.
Well, we're getting towards the final stages then. We are on lap 7 here, 6 laps completed. It'll be 7 laps completed next time by, and it's beginning to string out a little bit, isn't it? Oscar Lambert, 1.5, might as well call that 1.5 seconds. It is in fact 1.5 seconds, and he clicks by the sector line there. He's into sector 3 now. Perhaps the most technical sector on the whole of this Dubai Kartdrome. Out onto the start-finish straight. He will complete 7 laps now. On to lap 8, 3 laps remaining. And he's through turn 1 and on to turn 2. But it's the two M&M drivers that have pulled a gap now to Elwar Gonzalez, the Motorscape driver in 4th. There they just come into view there. Onto the bridge. This is the battle for 4th place, and this is a train of karts here with Gonzalez, Al-Fayez, Manaimne, Qureshi, and Jeremy Montgomery Swan right at the tail of that field there, just trying his all he can, isn't it? Or is it the XL driver that I can see there? Nope, I think it's the JNKD driver.
Yeah, there is the battle going up the hill. Gonzalez, Al-Fayez, then it is XL's Manaimne, followed by Qureshi, Montgomery Swan in 8th, Nathan Kappen 9th, Miles Roby down in 10th position. Louis Hartmann, the Danish driver, becomes the very first retirement of the race. Good drive so far from the likes of Tamim Hasiba up in the top 12 or 13 positions as Alfayez looks to the inside on Gonzalez. They head onto the bridge. Oh, and he makes a move stick, runs them both wide. Gonzalez losing an awful lot of ground here. Trying to go around the outside is the Mumbai Falcons 3.86 of Rayan Qureshi. And where did Gonzalez drop to? Gonzalez dropped a lot of positions there.
He's dropped to 12th.
Yeah, Alfayez drove it in very, very late there. Gonzalez almost coming into contact with the barriers.
He dropped to 12th there. It was a train of carts that we knew anything was going to happen here. And there's a move down the inside at the hairpin that didn't come off there. Having to slot back inside. Here they come then. They will cross the line any moment now. It is Lambert, El Homasani, Beachy, Hamza El Faizer, Lee. He's the cork in the bottle on the final lap here.
Oh,
Rayan Qureshi on the orange Mumbai Falcons, and he loses out to Menemene, who's gotten ahead. The XL driver of the XL kart of Mohammed Menemene is now taking up the challenge of pulling in Hamza El Faiez, and we'll see whether he can. But time is running out and things beginning to get a bit crowded there.
Yeah, Rian Damadasa trying to go side by side with Miles Roby for 9th position. But here is Oscar Lambert. A bit of a scare on the first corner, recovered well, and has then driven away for a maximum points haul. Looks over his shoulder to see where is everybody else. El Homasani nearly 2 seconds back in P2. Biji, a solid 3rd position, and then such a massive gap back to Hamza Al Fayez, who I think it's fair to say did the job there, and he certainly did a job on Eloy Gonzalez, who comes across the line in 11th place. There he goes through your screen now.
He will be wondering what on earth happened
well,
there.
He'll be livid, is what he'll be.
He will be. Oscar Lambert then takes the win. Zain Al Abasani was 2nd. Alessandro Biji was 3rd. Hamza Al Fayez 4th. Mohammed Menemene in 5th. Rayan Qureshi up into 6th. In 7th place was Jeremy Montgomery Swan with Nathan Kaplan in 8th. Then we had Rayan Damadasa and Miles Roby rounding off the top 10. Eloy Gonzalez in 11th, bewildered, I would imagine. Tamina Siba in 12th. In 13th, Max Dexter and Jules Demont. Faisal Nashko and Elliot Surtees. Great drive from Elliot coming up from the back. Manafel Belushi and Rayan Carouse in 18th. 19th place, Abdullah Al-Khater. Sanad El Hamawi was in 20th. Now we have Eni Asashi, Zain Al-Zadjali, Patrick Cannon, Andrew Obaid in 24th. 25th, Philippe Denu. Alicia Kanisa was 26th. Neyman Kareja in 27th. Then we had Alexis Alzea, Zara Karua, and Lewis Hartman, who I think you said, Henry, was a retirement. Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
He is 4 laps down, so he completed 6 laps.
Looking at the timetable now, let's have a look. That was Senior Rotax Group A versus Group C. Micromax, the pre-final, is up next. That's in 8 minutes' time.
We've got one more heat, and that's Senior Max.
Yes,
because they're still in the heat phase.
Yes.
Everyone else, we're now in the pre-final.
Now in the pre-final.
That's how quickly this comes around.
And we've got 8 minutes before the start of the first pre-final, which is Micromax, which is just enough time for me to say hello to Deborah Wong.
I thought it was enough time to open your Alpine Stars shop.
I can open. I could talk about Alpine Stars.
10% off for Henry's feet.
A little bit. But Deborah Wong, now this is Jensen Kelly's nan. Nan and Grandad are in Bordeaux. They had an unexpectedly late last night.
How are they feeling?
So they're having a good cup of Yorkshire tea this morning.
Because Bordeaux is a claret, you know.
And probably an Alka-Seltzer and a couple of aspirin. So please tell us a little bit about what happened last night in Bordeaux.
And we want to know everything.
And don't spare the details.
Yes. Were you at...
What happens in Bordeaux stays in Bordeaux.
Well, what happens in Bordeaux might stay in Bordeaux, but it gets told to the UAE. The people want to know. The people want to know. You could go back and look at Jensen's heat race, Deborah. He finished in the top 10 in that race. But yes, please, don't be shy. Tell us what happened, because if you don't, I'll just go and ask your daughter, Jensen's mum, and she'll tell me, and then I'll tell everyone anyway. So how's that?
She might still be a little bit tipsy, mate. It's still early over there.
You never know. I mean, Jensen's mum did say
They're
that...
not all like your wife, Joe.
Oh, really?
Jensen's mum did say, when you think someone's trying really, really hard to concentrate when they're texting you to make it seem like they're not drunk, and the fact is, the fact that the way the words they're using on text message, you can tell that they're sort of one eye squinting to make sure they get the right button. Yes, you've been rumbled. So you may as well tell us all about what restaurant in Bordeaux doesn't serve a main course until 1 a.m.
It's very French, by the way.
Yeah, very
French.
Very French. But they're up now watching, and we will be... if any other family members of any of the other...
closed eye.
Yes. And the volume probably not quite as loud as it was yesterday. Joe Bradley is on coffee duty.
I am, and I can do it whilst I talk.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I wouldn't even
Coffee
try.
is brewing, boys.
Thank you very much.
I forgot the milk.
That's quite all
Milk
right.
is on the way.
Ah, yes.
But it's going to be black for now.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Have you still got your cup?
I do have my cup from somewhere.
Yes.
Let's have
it's.
a look.
I know we're spoiling the magic for everybody out there.
So we're about to start the pre-finals and the final heat for seniors. But
Yes.
At the end of that, we have lunch, which is time for 1 o'clock, which is a good hour and a bit away, actually. Hour and a half of racing. Then we've got lunchtime.
Well,
At
I tell you
lunchtime,
what-
we have our paddock show, which features Joe and Henry. A lot of Henry this one. For some
Oh, really?
reason.
Oh, dear.
It's very Henry heavy, this particular paddock
Oh,
show.
dearie me. Well, I mean,
We don't mind that.
We're happy with that.
We love Henry.
Please,
Everybody
please,
loves
please
Henry.
tell us, what can we expect to the paddock show next?
Well, slightly
Seeing
worn
as
out
that you-
shoes.
seeing as that you
Slightly
edited.
worn out shoes.
No, not my shoes. My shoes aren't worn out. My shoes are Alpine Star shoes. They're absolutely fantastic.
Well, you'll be on QVC soon. Alpine Stars with Dominique.
Yes.
Well, this is what. Who did we speak to? We didn't walk around last time.
We're going to speak to Sam Pollitt.
We are Sam Pollitt Racing, and
And
we're going to
LBJ
speak
Stubbs,
to
his driver.
the other people.
We're going to speak to Motorskate.
Motorskate, that was it.
We're going to go around their awning and be given a guided tour of their. Another date roll.
Yeah, we're going to. And then there's some interviews.
We've got some interviews.
Elliot Surtees, the Newcastle fan.
Yeah,
Elliot Surtees with Origin, who are a northeast team coming across here. Andy Powell is his mechanic, who's from Sunderland but supports Newcastle. I'm
Is that
calling
allowed?
him out. No, it's not allowed. He won't be allowed back into the northeast after
Code 60 end.
Code 6 is ending. We've
If
still
you're
got.
wondering what we're talking about, the over the road for the next hour or so, hour and a half, is the closing end of the Dubai 24 Hours. One of the absolutely the biggest race in the region, Dubai 24 Hour. Which obviously our friends are doing the comms on, and sometimes we've helped in the past 12 years. But the noise you can hear occasionally wafting over from the Autodrome, which is 100 metres away, 200 metres away from the track, is quite pleasant. It's quite a pleasant sound of 60 sports cars going around, but they have a thing called Code 60, which if there's a problem on the track...
60 sports cars? What are you talking about?
There's about 60 sports cars
Oh,
racing.
about 60s. I thought you meant 1960s.
No, there's
sports
a-
cars.
Clean your ears
There's
out,
about
Bradley.
there's over 60 sport. Well, there's not now.
There's not
'cause
anymore, no.
A few have crashed, haven't they?
Shall I just say what I want to say?
I'm just adding
And then
colour.
You cut the critique out, because so far you've said two wrong things.
I'm just adding
Anyway,
colour.
there are 60 sports cars currently running out there. And when they run at full pace, you can hear them very nicely wafting over with beautiful engine sounds into the Kartdrome. However, there's a thing called Code 60. Whenever there's a problem or they need to slow the cars down for an accident on track or something on fire or a bit of debris to clear up, they do what's called Code 60. And all the cars have to slow down to 60 kilometres an hour, and they're making no noise.
Ah.
So you listen out there, you can't hear anything.
He's got to put his microphone on. There we are. Oh.
Go on then. You've broken it. Oh, goodness. You just muted yourself, that's why. Go on.
Am I on now?
I don't know.
Hello. Are we back on?
Right. You're fine, Henry.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm behaving myself.
I think I'm fine now.
I'm behaving
It's
myself.
like a full course caution is what I was going to say.
Yes.
Code 60 is
with a mouthful of biscuit.
But
anyway, so during Code 60, it's all very quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then they give the go, go, go flag. They all go at once. You get this crescendo of noise. And
Yes.
you can hear it over here. And I say, oh, Code 60's ended.
Now, how is our Indian friend, Mr. Kumar, doing?
Not well.
Not well. Is
He's
he
fine. He's fine.
Oh, no, he's fine. About an hour and a half in.
Oh, dear.
Or, no, sorry, 2.5 hours in. The car caught fire.
Oh, dear. With him in it? Or
whilst one of his teammates
Teammate.
was driving, it just looks like it threw something in the engine, dumped a load of oil onto the exhaust and caught fire in a very spectacular way.
Pulled off into turn 1, which is a shame because all of his fans, all of Ajit Kumar's fans,
Didn't get to see him.
Didn't get to see him in the car.
So have they come over here to support Mumbai Falcons then?
I
They
don't
should
think
have.
we
They
could
should have.
cope. We couldn't cope with the numbers, Henry.
Well,
Actually, you made an interesting point there.
David Bright,
No,
they
you
cut
made a
a
very
criminal
interesting point
parking.
there.
What's that?
Because Ajit Kumar's fan base is Kollywood, which is southern India, and Mumbai is northern India.
Oh.
Which is Bollywood.
Yes.
Yes.
That is where Bollywood is based, in Mumbai.
Yes, in Mumbai.
I think that
It's a Tamil language.
Kollywood is in Kolkata. It's not called Kolkata anymore. It's called not called. It's whatever Kolkata is now called.
New Bangalore? No.
No. It's like it. It's got different letters and it has
Oh.
a slightly different pronunciation about it. Anyway,
Anyway,
It's like London, which is almost like Calcutta, but it's got different letters in it.
yeah. No, it's not quite that way. What I mean is it has the same similar.
it's called Bristol.
It's called Bristol.
Here we go. Let's have the
thank
grid, please.
Thank goodness for that.
Micromax pre-final
That
out
was
on
descending
track.
very quickly.
Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon, championship protagonist. That's the championship battle there at the front of this pre-final grid. Alexander Feinstein, yesterday's final winner, starts on the second row alongside Adam El-Sheikh with Ivan Zvorinins and Arthur Bowers on row 3. Row 4 is Enzo Falzarano with Jensen Kelly alongside. Row 5, Cameron Harvey and Vaya Ponna with Saif Al Khalifa and Rud Rapatap Shekhawat alongside. We've then got Amar Tabatsa, Zhu Quan Yi is alongside him. Row 8 is Tadeusz Prochaska and Abdulaziz Al Sarif with Haris Krishotku and Rio Pocock on row 9. Row 10 is Tayab Haroun with Felix Zuzajebler and Killian Nikdu Mabida rounding off what is how many cars was that?
21. 21 drivers, 9 laps, and the 3. Well, Alex Feinstein was excluded from an event earlier this year, so he's fighting an upward battle to get back on terms of the championship. But if he keeps winning, then you never know what might happen. There are hands in the air.
Sending round again.
False start.
False start. There's something that wasn't agreeable with our start. I don't know who the start official is.
And there is the number 7. So there's number 7, Adam Zhu. Now, he's not got his X on the back of his car. I think he may have completed all his novice races.
So you call him Adam Zhu. That's Zhu Quan Yi, is
Yes.
he appeared on the grid. The Adam, where does the Adam come from?
That's
Because it was something he was telling you, isn't it?
Yes,
That,
He
call
just,
me
said,
Adam.
he just said, call me Adam. Adam is my English name. I'll speak to his parents, and this is like where that has come from.
Where's he from?
Oh, and he's China, although lives here. He lives in Dubai, and there's a spinner.
Very quick before we get going, Ian McCarthy, Calcutta became Kolkata, which in Nick's defence is almost indeed the same word with different letters. So I know we don't.
That's what we knew what
I
you
know
meant.
we're not supposed to do the YouTube
Yes.
during the race, but I want to be vindicated quickly.
Yes. Thanks, Nick. You broke your own rules there.
And
Here we
there's
go.
a number 4 kart joining. Enzo Falzarano.
Leave that to the officials, Henry.
Yeah, we'll leave that to the officials.
Right now, we've got Samar Chopra from Matthias Najem Motorsport. Bringing this field round alongside him is George Gibbons Motorsports, Liam O'Hanlon. Now, we came into round 4 with Liam O'Hanlon leading the championship. Whether he goes out of round 4, still in the lead of that championship, we're about to find out, because we're about to get going with the pre-final. The drivers behind will want to spoil that party, and we get going indeed. And Liam O'Hanlon already down to 4th as we get to turn 1 and into turn 2, hairpin already, and things fan out, but it's a spinner, and it's the number 12, Ivans Voronins, who spins and ends up at the back of the field, and he was very lucky not to collect anybody else in that.
Well, Enzo Falzarano caught a little bit of the tail end of that, and Enzo, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Voronins, he dove to the inside, slammed on the brakes. There was tyre smoke. The XL Motorsport kart looped around. Here's the kartshop.me replay. And, Falzarano, wrong place, wrong time.
The number 12, Voronins, just spun of his own accord. He wasn't helped round. And then the number 4 of Falzarano just had nowhere to go and collected him.
Exactly, and there was a lot of very good evasive manoeuvring by the drivers around that incident, so that we only had 2 karts involved.
Here they come across the line then. It's Chopra, Feinstein, yesterday's winner, Al Sheikh, Cameron Harvey, Ruud Rabatap, Shekawat is in 5th. 6th is Vihab Ponna, Arthur Bowers 7th, Saif Khalifa 8th, Liam O'Hanlon all the way down to 9th with Jensen Kelly rounding off the top 10. It's going to be a clawback through the field for young O'Hanlon. Can he do it? Because Samar Chopra, his championship rival, is off and away, taking Alexander Feinstein, who now knows how to win.
Yep.
He's taking him with him.
Yeah, exactly. And Feinstein, Adam Al-Sheikh sitting right there in 3rd position, up towards turn number 11. Turn 12, I do apologise, down towards turn 13, now into 14. The top 3 pulling away from, it looks like Cameron Harvey and Rudrapatrap Shekawat in 4th and 5th positions. Ponna, Al Khalifa, Bowers, O'Hanlon and Kelly, your top 10. Then it is Chris Oku in 11th. Now, of course, there is a kart track in Cyprus, and I was speaking to Harris's dad, and he was like, Henry, when are you going to come to Cyprus? And I was like, oh, when you invite me, when's the next big race in Cyprus? I was like, no, we'll go to Ayia instead. I was thinking,
you meant just in general, not necessarily karting.
Fair enough, yeah. I'm thinking he's talking about having me over there for some work purposes, and he had another night out planned.
Yes, absolutely great idea. I'm in. Could count me in. Here we go then. M&M and the form of Samar Chopra leading this race by about 0.6 of a second. Alexander Feinstein and Adam El-Sheikh trying to get back on terms with the leader, and we've got Liam O'Hanlon already moving up to 7th and onto the tail of Rabatap Shekawat now. He's the next on O'Hanlon's list, but these 3 here, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, M&M, Motorscape, XL. Then we've got Cameron Harvey for Synergy coming through now as Vihab Ponna goes through. O'Hanlon's past Shekawat and up to 6th. Now he's got Ponna on his list to get by, but across the bridge for the 4th time it is. We've got no real sort of impression here, Henry, that Alex Feinstein can get onto the rear bumper of that leader.
Yeah, no, it looks like Samar Chopra does have all the pace he needs. Now, to add to Ivans Voronin's cup of misery, he was just given a warning flag as well. So in his recovery after that first incident, he now has been given a warning flag, although Voronin's he's 15th at the moment. Enzo Falzarano is 14th. So Falzarano recovered a little bit quicker than Voronin's from that first corner, the second corner incident. Liam O'Hanlon, meanwhile, looking now to try and pick off Cameron Harvey, and he's going to get as high. The highest that Liam could get is 4th position, because if Harvey and O'Hanlon both pass Vihab Ponna. So Harvey is now into 4th position.
That's a huge gap,
That's
though,
a huge gap.
That's a huge gap to be able to pull back in 4 laps. 4 laps after this one. Sure, it's a 9-lap. It's a 9-lap pre-final for these Micromax runners. And if anything, I think Adam El-Sheikh is lining up Alexander Feinstein in that XL kart. There is the chasing battle there. The number 11, Cameron Harvey, is behind Liam O'Hanlon, who's on the number 22. That's the gap we can see there as O'Hanlon starts pulling away from the Cameron Harvey-led train of karts. It's Ruud Rabatap Shekawat who's behind him on the Mumbai Falcons kart. Cameron Harvey trying to stay with Liam O'Hanlon, Cameron Harvey on the Synergy livery car there, the white car predominantly. And here's a challenge from Shekhar Watt. No, he slots back in.
And that, I've got to say, Joe, that group is from 4th place back to 16th position.
Is it really?
Harris Krisoku at the back of that group. There is Harris in the number 25 cart. He's in 16th position.
Tremendous.
And there's 2.5 seconds between 4th and 16th. So an awful lot of chopping and changing. Well, there's now going to be 2.5 seconds between 5th and 16th. Because Liam O'Hanlon has just cleared off.
He has. We expected him to. But that scene there of how they went through out of turn 2 into turn 3 and onto the bridge, that just epitomised Micromax karting for me as part of this UAE RMC. This Micromax class entry-level formula into Rotax karting is what we're seeing here. They are 105 kilograms minimum weight. They're for 8 to 11-year-olds to compete on 950mm chassis. And this is where it all begins for these drivers. Here we go, almost side-by-side action, almost 3-wide action across the line.
Yeah, O'Hanlon's under investigation as well. So Liam O'Hanlon, maybe 1 or 2 of those passes. Just the stewards are looking to review them again after the race. Behind this, there's the 16th place cart going through. You've got Abdulaziz Al-Saraf, Rio Pocock, Felix Sousa Jebjerg, Kilian Mkdudu Mbida, and Tayab Haroun. So all 21 starters are still running.
Yeah, brilliant.
Adam Al-Sheikh is in 2nd position, ahead of Alex Fryenstein, who's getting plenty of support. Miko Hurleman online supporting Alex Fryenstein.
And that's the battle for 2nd there, as Adam Al-Sheikh has got by Fryenstein, and the XL now ahead of Motorscape going into what will be the penultimate lap. Samar Chopra, I've got to say, that is him there in the lead. They're 2nd and 3rd. We've got 2 more laps of racing, and the question now is, can Alex Fryenstein get back by Adam Al-Sheikh? We've got a good race now, our hands here. This is all about forming the grid for our all-important final. Now, that final yesterday afternoon was won by that driver on the red and black Motorscape car, Alex Fryenstein, who was where he needed to be when the 2 carts ahead of him, Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra, tripped over kind of one another, didn't they?
Yep, but he was right there in 3rd position. And do you know what? This is something that it's... Obviously, you commentate on different championships around the world, and the Micromax classes, you can't help but get a little bit attached to the drivers, their families, and you look at the racing, you look at the way that they progress, the way that the drivers develop. You know, not just as drivers, but as young people. You know, they get more used to being professional and the media side of things during the course of the year, and you just wish, I wish they could all just go to the grand finals and represent Team UAE, because the racing they put on during the course of the season, it's so good, it's so close, they try so hard, but only one of them is going to go. At the end of the season, there's going to be...
It's a week-long event now.
Yeah.
It might as well be a month-long event if you're going to bring everybody to it.
Everyone, I think, you deserve to go, you've done a really good job.
I'm all for it. I watched I didn't mean to. I put you guys on, and I thought, I'll watch half an hour. 5 hours later, I'm still
5 hours later. Anything to get out of doing the laundry.
Yes. Here we go then. We're on the final lap of this race. That's the battle for 2nd, but that's our leader about to become the winner of the pre-final here at round 4 of the UAE RMC. And it's all about Samar Chopra and Matthias Najem Motorsport. Within 2nd place, hanging on to a very fine 2nd place, Adam Al-Sheikh, with Alexander Fryenstein in 3rd. Liam O'Hanlon recovering 4th place after an absolute nightmare of a first lap, first corner. Saif El Khalifa is the kart that was through in 5th. The rest of the field streaming through and finishing their pre-final. We have got to wait for technical inspection, for all of those penalties that might be being lined up there. We had a few warning flags, didn't we? But there's the result, Henry.
Yeah, Chopra, Al-Sheikh, Look at that gap, 3.5 seconds. Freudenstein, then O'Hanlon and Al Khalifa. Cameron Harvey in 6th position. I had a little chuckle there. On the slowdown lap, Cameron is obviously very pleased with 6th position because as he came across the bridge, he had slowed down. He was just giving himself a bit of, he was happy. Rudrapatrap Shekawat, Arthur Bowers, Jensen Kelly, who were right behind him, weren't quite prepared for Cameron to slow down quite as much as he celebrated and almost got involved in a huge accident. Luckily they didn't, but they finished 7th, 8th and 9th with Ponner 10th. Veronins recovering to 11th ahead of Tabatsa in 12th. Further back, Tadeusz Prochatska having an off weekend. The Italcourse Middle East team, the car not really liking this circuit. I'm not quite sure if that's it's all is well there then. Falt Serrano, Siu, Krisoku, Al Saraf, Pocock, and the final finishes, everybody making it to the end. Felix Zuza, Jebjerg, Kilian Nkudu Mbida, and Tayab Haroon. Kilian Nkudu Mbida definitely wins the competition with best hairstyle.
Absolutely
here.
fabulous.
Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, great to have him along as well. He's a newcomer.
George's Natter's gone completely conventional.
Well,
yes, we did. George was winning the coolest hairstyle.
Yeah, Armani Canua as well. You know, the dreads on the Armani Canua, very, very good indeed. Erin Ortak getting plenty of support. From Akut Sokulu, Go Zek Speed Racing. Now I saw that. Now that's obviously a Turkish team, not Zak Speed Racing, which is a whole different kettle of fish that we will potentially witter on about. That's going back to the days of Zak Speed Racing, going back to the days of tobacco sponsorship in Formula One. Mm-hmm. When certain countries started banning tobacco sponsorship on TV, all the Formula One teams who were sponsored by tobacco companies at the time in the sort of the 80s and 90s, up in almost to the late 90s. When you went to certain countries where tobacco advertising was banned, they came up with very ingenious ways of disguising said tobacco sponsorship. Zak Speed had one that was particularly, they were sponsored by West cigarettes. So of course
they
went
on to sponsor McLaren.
Yes. Now when West sponsored McLaren, they simply had Mika Hakkinen and David Coulthard as their drivers, and they changed the West logos to Mika and to David,
which did cause problems.
Well, I mean, as
Do
long
you know
as
why?
Because of the spare car.
Yes, well done, Henry.
Spare
an
car.
old man who knew there used to be spare cars.
Have you seen his anorak?
but
I'd like to point out, I was there at the time. With sponsorship. I used to do F1. Don't know what to talk about it, obviously.
Did you used to do F1?
Yeah,
but Zak Speed.
What did he
instead
do
of
in
West,
F1, by the way?
He did.
What did he do?
I thought he was. Did he drive?
The pits, did the pit post interviews, made Michael Schumacher cry.
You did make Michael Schumacher cry.
I
I didn't realise you'd worked in F1.
But Zak Speed they used to have, instead of West, they would put East on the cars. So it was very ingenious. Anyway, we digress.
I'm just having an Oreo.
Yes. Joe Bradley has bought golden Oreos. Oh, he's...
Nick, stunned again. Oh, right, sorry. No, I've got around the wrong way. Can I say hello to Gez Owen?
Go on then.
Who is one of our colleagues at the NKC.
Hello, Gez.
He's wanting us to bring some of the heat back for the NKC. Okay. We'll do our best, but there's only so much we can carry in our 25 kilograms of allocation.
Why don't some of the many NKC competitors bring some of their chilledness out to the UAE to do a couple of rounds of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge?
Henry is a great idea.
I think so. I think that that would be something. Guy Sheffield would love that. 90 senior drivers descending upon Alain.
Well, there's a massive junior grid of NKC. What is the registration rules? Because we've got people coming here just to do round 4 in prep for next weekend. But so can you just come across and do the odd round of the USC RMC?
Short answer, yes, you can.
There you go.
You can't bring your own engines. You have to use engines from the area from the UAE. But yes, you can see here there are so many teams that arrive and race packages.
The thing is, Henry, I wouldn't suggest that everybody puts their car on an aeroplane. That's going to up the cost. There are lots of teams and outfits here that do arrive and drive hire and servicing, etc. Or just hire a cart and look after it yourself. You don't need to pay for a mechanic. There's lots of independents here as well who are running themselves. But there's lots of teams here.
Here's a good view. Let's tell you a little bit about what we're seeing there. So, top left hand of the screen, you can see Ken Potter there leaning over with the headset on, leaning over talking to 3 of the observers. In his hand, he's got pieces of paper. They're the observers' reports. So, on track, the officials, there's Liam O'Hanlon standing. He was under investigation.
He's the little blonde kid with his helmet, his lime green helmet line.
Yes.
He's the championship leader coming in around.
He's about 5 to 12 on the clock.
And so Ken is getting all the information from the observers during that race. They all have forms they fill out to describe any incidents they see. They tell Ken. Ken will now summon, as you see, he is there summoning the drivers. He'll call them by their numbers, say, okay, I need to speak to driver X, driver Y, this driver and that driver, and he'll discuss what happened during that race. He will apply any penalties that are, that he can on site, right down there.
I would imagine it's turn 2 that he's wanting to discuss.
Yes. So there we go. All the little ducklings follow follow Ken up the thing there. Right, we're going to, we'll receive our Roller Kings now up here. There goes Adam Al-Sheikh with his crash helmet still on. At that point, Ken will, this is part of the procedures here. So Ken will sort of talk through several incidents, get to the. This is the beauty of it. Speak to the drivers.
He's got the whole grid there, hasn't he?
Speak to the drivers before.
This is a you've made a major faux pas of this race.
Yeah, but the good thing is, get to the drivers before they go and speak to their parents, their mechanics, their teams, and this is the most honest. What happened between you and you? Oh, well, this happened. Do we agree? And they'll both nod their heads. Okay, in that case, I give you this penalty. Any that can't be, decided, then they go to Matt Norman and the steward panel.
Before they get told what to say, like team manager, I would say to my drivers.
I wouldn't possibly comment that would ever happen. But it does, yes. That's before they basically, Joe, I couldn't possibly comment on what you just said, but yes, before they get told what to say.
Right, we've got Minimax that have been released out on track. We have got a grid that's just appeared for us, so we are able to give you it. Benjamin Krachkovic is on the pole position. RBJ Stubbs, there's the grid there. We're going to have to rush this through. Vaiko Payamaki is in 8th.
Charlie Page starting much further up than he did in qualifying, so watch for Charlie.
Saw that, that didn't appear on our timing screens until right there. So that's why that came in late. Here we've got Benjamin Krachkovic and RBJ Stubbs once again leading the field round. Oliver Butchard is on that bright sort of lime yellow coloured cart there, Synergy livery. XL's Charlie Page behind the pink cart of RBJ Stubbs as we get going. Krachkovic, he's got the primary line through 1 into 2, the blue and black cart of JNKD, and this time everybody through. Got a little bit of a wobbler there for the number 110, which is Gleb Obikov, but he gathers it up and he's continued.
Yeah, Obikov there with his rear bumper already hanging off, and I have to say, RBJ Stubbs, great start. He absolutely was on the very, very edge of adhesion there. He stuck it around the outside, over the curbs on the outside, kept 2 wheels on the racing surface, then turned in and was able to hang on to second position. Now, this is what we missed in race number 1. Because Stubbs made a bad start in race number 1, he was never quite able to get on terms with Benjamin Krachkovic, even though it was very clear to see that Stubbs has the same pace as Krachkovic. Now it's a head-to-head scrap.
Well, it's down to the driver to react to whatever situation presents him. And RBJ Stubbs has a situation here as down the inside has gone Austin Gray on Oliver Butchard. Oliver won't be happy with that. What the team can do is give the kart a little bit of setup tweak that will perhaps be more positive in areas where they had a bit of negativity, not punching out the corners, a little bit of understeer, a little bit of oversteer here, there, and perhaps the team can hone the setup to the driver's liking and give them, and that's what I mean by tools in the toolbox, when we get towards racing. Whether or not LBJ Stubbs is following Kracikovic around, I think those two are flat out.
And I think that if Stubbs gets close enough to make a move, I don't think he'll sit and work with Karachkovic. I think he will go in early and create a multi-kart battle, because Karachkovic has proved that if you give him a little bit of a clean air, he can maintain that space. Here we go. Will Stubbs look to the inside? Not this time.
It's not just a shot.
There it is.
We go. There's the steal. There's the theft that's taking place before our very eyes. They're side by side over the bridge, and LBJ Stubbs has hung onto it through turn 4, down the hill to 5. He's got the primary line. This is bringing everybody else into it. LBJ Stubbs is leading the XL driver in the form of Charlie Page. Has he got Kracikovic through the sweeping lefts under the bridge? They'll pop out towards the chicane into the braking area. It's LBJ Stubbs from Charlie Page, from Kracikovic, from Butchard, from Austin Gray. And we've now got a 5-kart train for the lead. And there down the inside has gone Kracikovic. He didn't take very long to get back on it. And now he nods and says, let's catch him.
And that is why Stubbs went for the move so early and then backed up Karachkovic, because he knows that Karachkovic can make moves. Okay, Page has repassed Karachkovic.
Well, Page has passed him and repassed twice now. Now he's trying to consolidate that second place. Kracikovic down the inside at turn 2. Gone through with him as Austin Gray.
Fantastic.
Austin Gray follows him through. This is not over. Let's have another look at that in the kartshop.me replay. Kracikovic down the inside of Charlie Page, and look who sneaks through with him. Austin Gray, the JNKD driver. It's a JNKD 1-2 pass on Austin Gray, who thinks, what happened there?
Yeah, now Stubbs will know he's going to come under pressure. Karachkovic will also decide, I don't want to work with RBJ Stubbs, I will try and make the pass straight away. And, this is not because Stubbs has got anything personal against Karachkovic. It's the way the championship is panning out, the way the weekend is panning out. Tactics change on a race-to-race, weekend-to-week basis, depending on, the kart setup of each individual driver, how strong anyone is.
Here we go, Henry.
Is looking really strong.
Very
Look
strong.
at this.
Down the inside. Who's going to pop out in the lead? It's Kracikovic on the JNKD. He's took his teammate with him. Come on, Austin. Stay with me. They're in first and second. It's a JNKD 1-2 by the time they get to turn 3, across the bridge and into the downhill sweep of 4, into the hairpin. What can LBJ Stubbs for Sam Paula Racing do about this? He can. Down the inside into second, into that downhill hairpin at 6. Now it's a sprint of the chicane under the bridge, and he's been hung out to dry on the inside, and that has allowed Charlie Page to come back through. So it is Austin Gray, Charlie Page and LBJ Stubbs in second, third and fourth, and all down the inside. It isn't finished, is it? Because that's the XL driver, Charlie Page, into second, and no, it's changed. By the time I look up again, it's changed again.
Butchard up into P4 now. Well, that is it as far as the race win is concerned. Karachkovic is gone. Who's going to be second? Gray, Page, Butchard. LBJ Stubbs has had done to him what he was hoping to do to Karachkovic, and that is getting swamped by the pack and pushed back. Because, oh dear, the 136 kart, yellow flags waving, and that was out of the race. That is Mikhail Tverdokliabov out of the race.
The question is, can we recover that kart over the barrier? I'm pretty sure we will by the time we get by next time. That's right on the bridge as well. So I don't know where we're going to put that. What that means, though, is Benjamin Kracikovic, if we go to a slowdown board, we might get this field backing right up. We're only at half distance, remember. There's still plenty of race time left. It'll be 6 laps completed on the board when Kracikovic gets by, and he's already coming through the S's sequence to end the lap. That's second place driver Charlie Page, with Oliver Butchard and the bright green helmet there. Behind them, we've got Austin Gray and William Mazzali who comes in. LBJ Stubbs back up to 6th ahead of Lignoli. And there, challenging there, Austin Gray down the inside of Butchard.
Yep, and
Cart
now
being cleared.
That cart has been cleared out of the way. Stubbs finds himself back in 6th position behind the 171 of Matsali. Karachkovic is clear, and again, just putting his cart in the right place at the right time. Karachkovic didn't get phased when Stubbs tried to back him up, lost a couple of places, was able to repass, make the move, and then watch as everyone else tripped over behind them. I mean, Austin Gray at one point was not far behind his teammate, but then he got attacked by Page, and that battle is great to watch. It's bad for their championship chances, however, because Karachkovic is gaining points on them all the time.
It's the nature of the Dubai Kartdrome, isn't it? It's tight hairpin, followed by tight hairpin, and there's one of the tight hairpins here. Allows Austin Gray to dive down the inside of Charlie Page, followed by, let's have another look at that, the Kartdrome.me replay. Down the inside, purely out-braking manoeuvre there from Austin Gray to get ahead of Charlie Page. Then it's straight into another hairpin, short burst of speed, another tight hairpin, followed by hairpin. The nature of the track lends itself to this kind of swapping and changing. What it does, though, if you are a swapper and changer, if you're not a swapper and changer, it allows you to break away and pull out to nearly a full second lead for Benjamin Karachkovic.
I mean, looking at this group, you've got Page, you've got Gray pointing Page forward, and Page is thinking, look, we're not going to catch the race leader. I'm defending for 2nd position.
Yeah.
Stubbs is 4th, then Butchard, Matsali, Francesco Lisignoli, and Mikhail Mitrokin in 8th position for the NI Racing team at the back of this group. Then there's a big gap back to Paul Schutzman and Ivan Janickiewicz running 9th and 10th. Kia Ivanov, Vaiko Payamaki, Max Payton, Adam Fleury, and the rest. Gleb Obukov is still out there. His rear bumper has not detached itself, so it has not caused the wrath of the stewards. Oh, there's a move from Gray.
Oliver Butchard as well ahead of LBJ Stubbs. I've got to note the Kartdrome.me replay will show us that again. Again, another robbery has taken place as the JNKD driver of Austin Gray ahead of Charlie Page. Butchard coming back into it as well. LBJ Stubbs trying to get back on terms with these three. But we are about to head to the last lap board. The 1 lap to go board will be showing on the start gantry as we get through these S's. LBJ Stubbs still behind Oliver Butchard there, but it's the JNKD driver Austin Gray who heads out in 2nd place. Charlie Page, Butchard, Stubbs, Lignoli, Mitrokin, Mazzali, Jankovic and Schutzman, your top 10.
See Gray looking over his shoulder, he's thinking to himself, okay, well, if there's no point pointing and saying push forward to me, Charlie, because I tried that with you and all you wanted to do was defend. So I'm going to defend as well. And Charlie Page goes, that's fair enough. I'm going to pass you for 2nd place. Lots of gesticulating. Meanwhile, I mean, this is the final lap, and they're 6 seconds behind the leader. Man's got to defend.
Yeah, and that's why that young man there, Benjamin Karachkovic, has pulled out 6 seconds. We've got to leave the absolute carnage that is the battle for 2nd to give this kid some credit. Absolutely. Because that's a very fine win. A forceful drive to the front, and then he got his head down, let everybody else behind him squabble. Who's it going to be that we see cross that finish line? It is Charlie Page, Oliver Butchard, Austin Gray in 4th. The rest of the field come through. We'll see when we get the official result board in front of us on our screens just where indeed LBJ Stubbs finished. But that, Henry, that was just, can I just remind everybody, that was just the pre-final.
Yes. There's your results. Benjamin Karachkovic by 7 seconds from Charlie Page, Oliver Butchard, Austin Gray, Francesco Lisignoli and Mikhail Mitrokin gaining a couple of positions there at the end into P6 ahead of LBJ Stubbs, who lost ground. Ivan Janickiewicz rounds out the top 8. William Mazzali dropped a couple of positions on the last lap to finish 9th. Paul Schutzman 10th. Kia Ivanov and Vico Payamaki both caught that battle for 2nd place. You can see how close they are. Max Payton also catching the group, so that The second place battle went from 2nd to 13th at the end. Adam Fleury, Gleb Obukov, Arhan Ishan, Rafael Zagati, Zohair Turki, Vivan Chowan, and sadly, the only driver that failed to finish, we saw their kart on the bridge, was Mikhail Tverdokliabov. 20 drivers, 19 of them finish the race.
Right, guys, I'm going to dive into the pits for fresh tyres.
Just as I was about to dive into the pits for fresh tyres. Just as I was about to dive into a
biscuit.
A biscuit.
Or a cookie if you're in a different part of the world.
A cookie, yeah, you know.
These Americans think you're eating scones.
Well, no, my mum's American, so you know, I grew up with. There is Tverdokliabov walking back. So I grew up with oregano, and
not oregano.
No, not oregano.
Aluminum.
Pardon?
Aluminum.
I would tuna fish, aluminum, oregano, and tomato.
Well, yeah, fair enough. But you survived.
But I survived.
Well done.
I can't say tomato. It doesn't.
You just said it.
I know, but I can't say it, but it doesn't sound right. Can I have a cheese and tomato sandwich?
Cheese and tomato.
Yogurt. I grew up with yogurt, not yogurt.
I see.
And everyone, why do you say that? Well, when you grow up, that's what you just used to listening to, you know. There is Tverdokliabov's Mumbai Falcons kart, which, now, I mean, looking at that doesn't necessarily look as straight as it could. Well, maybe it was just the angle of putting it on the thing, but... I
think it just got turned into the wall, and that was
it.
Yeah. There's no reverse gear on these carts after all.
No, and there's Tverdokliabov holding his elbow a little bit.
That's unfortunate.
But hopefully he is okay and will be out later on.
But you are a biscuit man, not a cookie man.
I know, I eat biscuits.
And if I said to you biscuit, you wouldn't think of a breakfast scone, which is what you get in America.
Oh, no, the biscuit, which is basically like dough and butter baked.
Not as bad as grits.
Oh, no, I can't do grits.
What is that? I mean, it's very popular. It's in every sort of...
southern breakfast.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like a maze. Yeah, I'm not a grits fan.
It's not a great start of a name, to be honest.
No.
Got some grits in my teeth.
Yeah. Shut your mouth and eat your grits. No, I'm not. Okay.
I would like to say, however, that I'm a massive fan of Denny's and American breakfasts.
I am too. Best of luck from Cyprus.
Hello there.
Auntie, for Erin Ortek, who's from Cyprus, but he's from the Turkish half of Cyprus. And then there's the other Cypriot driver, which is from the Cypriot side of Cyprus. So we're...
Let's hope they're building bridges.
Yes. Plenty of support as well for Ivan Yanichevich. Bravo. That is... Yelena Sarjak saying hello to Ivan Yanichevich, the Croatian driver, who didn't have a great result in that one, finished 8th overall. I'm trying to think of the name of the kart circuit in Cyprus that is there. It will come to me. It's a drag strip, a racetrack, and a kart circuit all in one.
Are they pretty heavily used?
Not really.
Does it talk about similar places, like islands in the Mediterranean? Mm-hmm. Is there a karting circuit in Malta? Have you been to Malta?
There is a karting circuit in Malta. I haven't been there, but the person that I ran my go-karting team with has been there.
Because I was thinking that if the Mumbai Falcons wanted to start a new outreach, they could become the Maltese Falcons.
Hey, there we go. Oh. Excellent. That's another reference from a certain age.
We'll do more European islands. Obviously, there's lots of stuff in Sicily.
Yeah. Corsica.
Big tracks in Sicily. Corsica, yeah.
Corsica. There's rallying in Corsica.
Ibiza. Menorca and Ibiza.
I beat Menorca, and there is definitely a kart circuit in Mallorca.
Like a championship level one.
That's where Johnny Morlam started.
Yeah, there is.
Because he did it, didn't he?
There is a decent kart circuit
in Mallorca. It's a decent kart track as well. Tell you the best one at a holiday place. Mas Palomas on Gran Canaria.
Unfortunately, we were talking about kart tracks in the Mediterranean, and that's
right, okay, all right. I just thought you were talking about holiday.
No, it's fair enough.
And of course, Lanzarote has a kart circuit that has hosted the Rotax Grand Finals.
Really? Yeah. What was that?
So in Lanzarote, I've not been to Lanzarote.
When?
That was 2004. Was Lanzarote. Jesus Perez Santander, a Spanish driver, turned up to commentate. This was early on. He was a driver, didn't get his ticket, turned up to commentate for Spanish, for the circuit in Spanish. A driver withdrew. He had his license and his kit, and was then said, "Well, I'll tell you what, you're here. Why don't you race?" Went and won it.
Do you think? I think he took his kit because Mr. Santander was banking on the fact he's going to drive.
Oh, on that note, I'm going to go and have my last 2 Oreo biscuits. No, the Oreo cookies.
Oreo cookies. Next,
I do realise I in this triumvirate, I'm the irritating guy from Breakfast TV who does the gags. If I had a sound effect, I would go whoosh.
Yeah. Of course, I missed all that conversation because I was in the pits getting fresh tyres.
Do you know what? It was actually the best conversation we've had.
Is it really?
Yes.
Of course it is.
It was brilliant. We've had over 300 positive comments just on that conversation.
Have you really?
No.
Right, DD2 are coming next. DD2 out next. We've got the grid already forming up in the collecting area, about to be released. It's Theo Kakati who will start on the pole position. And really the question is, who's going to beat Theo Kakati? That's going to be a big ask. Suleiman Zanfari is the driver from Morocco. That's going to try his hardest. Max Dexter's not going to be too far behind. And Tyler Harris, he's going to try his hardest from that second row spot. Mark Bassier and Adam Malek are on row 3. Row 4 is the first of our Masters drivers. Moritz Canopes with Kyle Blockley alongside on 4. Row 5 is Tony Hogg and Nicolo Cacciatore, with Greg Watt starting 11th for Honolulu Racing. Still no appearance of our gearbox class was yesterday's paddock show, where Tony Hogg took us through how the DD2 final drive unit works. We've yet to do
that. May well be seen again if we have a long distance between the end of the race and start the podiums.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be playing out yesterday's paddock show at the end of the racing before we go down to the podium, I would think, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because there's about half an hour normally between the two. And
yeah. Well,
rather than get shots of these flags,
there's got to be half an hour of. It's got to be half an hour before the protest. Yeah, before any appeals, and the results become official after 30 minutes after the last race. So I
can't help feeling that Henry is mixing biscuit with nicotine.
Of course he is. Yes. It's we all know what he means by "I'm popping out for an Oreo."
Yes.
So we are due the DD2 and DD2 Masters field coming out and popping out of that gap. The caution slow board there is for people. In fact, I'm not sure what that is for, because nobody's going to be cautious or slow on a DD2 or in any of our classes. There's Greg Watts there, Honolulu Racing's bright green, fluorescent green livery. That was a little bit sort of, we've just been on a ride across on our...
So the Honolulu Racing, that is Fabio Cretti's team. Fabio Cretti, hello to Fabio if you're watching. I know you follow Greg's racing. They come out, and Fabio, I think Fabio's coming out this year. I think Papa Cretti is unwell because...
Are they from Hawaii?
No, they're from Italy.
All right.
But Fabio Cretti, he always wears Hawaiian shirts, Hawaiian hats. He's got, the Hawaiian, the flowers around him. And him and Greg struck up a great friendship several years ago. And they've raced together at many O-plates and events around the world. But Fabio, if you're watching, how are you? Papa Cretti, I hope that you're doing well as well.
Here we go then. Theo Kakati and Suleiman Zanfari. That's our front row on DD2. The DD2 class about to get underway through the gearbox, out of first, into second. Kakati has the primary line through 1. They'll blast out of turn 1 and heavy on the brakes. Max Dexter up into second through turn 2. Can he hang on to it by the time they get to 3? He can. The Telios driver ahead of Zanfari now over the bridge for the first time.
Yeah, and Suleiman Zanfari not making the best start at all, up into P2. Who is that? The Mumbai Falcons, the 4.55 of Mark Bassier. Mark, who has been just scratching around trying to get the right setup on that kart. There goes Sanfari back in front of Maurice Knoppers. Up the hill, Theo Kakati has the field at his mercy again. Welcome back to Luis Perez in Los Angeles. Watching Theo.
What time is it there then?
It's about midnight by now.
Yeah. Just walked himself back up.
Well, he's probably was watched the Denver Broncos beat the Buffalo Bills in the AFC divisional round in overtime.
So 12 laps this pre-final, as we've got Mark Bassier now taking up the challenge of catching Theo Kakati. Across the bridge then, and into turn 4, into 5, and down the hill to 6. The hairpin, and Dexter, Max Dexter, back ahead of Mark Bassier. Bassier coming back at him, and that's Zanfari not that far away from the rear bumper of that Mumbai Falcons car of Bassier.
I've got to say, the Telios racing team, those use the Parodin chassis, they're very smart livery cars. There's not that many of them. Jules Dumont, Max Dexter, the only Telios drivers, I believe, here. It would be great to see some more Telios drivers or some more people joining the team, and because they are very distinctive looking karts with the gold lettering and the black and white graphics kit, very distinctive indeed.
Black and gold goes very well as a livery, as we you were talking about early liveries in motorsport, and black and gold was a very popular livery back in the 70s, wasn't it?
Indeed it was.
And 80s and 90s, in fact. On we go then, and Max Dexter's now got those tyres working, and they're on lap 3. The tyres have come up to pressure, and he's got a more balanced car to his liking because he's closed down the gap to Kakati. Kakati looking as composed as ever with that purple helmet there at the front of the field, barely looked over his shoulder. Of course he doesn't have to, because you can hear the engine of the kart behind you as it comes by you and into the lead. That's the switchback we see. What's going to happen? And it's Kakati. How he hung on to that, I do not know.
Well, I've got to say, Max Dexter, I said that he wasn't going to be as nice to Theo as he was yesterday. That was a move. Not sure if maybe even Dexter rode over the nose of Kakati's kart when he sent one in, but couldn't get the kart slowed down on the apex, run a bit wide, allowed Kakati to get the crossover, but intent signalled. And behind them, you've got the two Mumbai Falcons teammates, Bassier and Harris, now being split by the motorscape kart of Suleiman Zanfari. There is the 452 in P4. And
here we go, Henry. We're at the point of the track where Dexter had a go. That was a tin opener move, and Kakati is absolutely compromised. Max Dexter, you called it, Henry. He's not playing nice today, is he? The Kartdrome.ma replay will show us that. And he came from nowhere on that one.
A little bit of hip and shovel there.
Yeah, Kakati had to make room for him, though, didn't he?
Yeah, whether he wanted to or not. That's a great Kartshop.me replay. Kartshop.me here in the paddock, as they always are. It's been a pretty rambunctious weekend, not in every single race, but there's certainly been a steady stream of drivers going to Kartshop.me to get replacement bits and bobs in the paddock this weekend.
Is that the first lap we've seen someone other than Theo Kakati leading the field across the line?
Today it is, yes.
Yeah, today.
Yes,
we did yesterday, didn't we?
Yesterday, I think there was a couple of laps where somebody else led, but maybe there's a couple of laps or a couple of corners, not many.
Yeah, not many. Look at this though, Dexter, Max Dexter, pulled out a gap of almost 7/10. This is what he's been wanting. He's been wanting a bit of fresh air between himself and the front of his field. Across the line, Dexter, 7/10 of a second to Theo Kakati. They are pulling away from Mark Bassier and Suleiman Zanfari now. Tyler Harris being left a bit behind in their wake a little bit. He's just trying to hang on there as Tyler Harris in 5th. And then behind them, of course, we've got the Masters being led by Moritz Knoppers in 6th overall.
Interesting. Well, there's the Welsh in Max Dexter coming out in Wrexham-born driver Max Dexter. There's a funny story about why Max Dexter was born in Wales. It was something to do with the parking fees, much less in Wrexham they were in Chester, where the Dexter family lived at the time. But speaking of Wales, one of the strangest things that I've heard Tony Kartdrome, I've heard him say many strange things over the course of the years, only joking. But this morning, Tony goes, I went snowboarding on the dry ski slope in Llandudno when I was younger in Wales. I was like, oh, there we go. So, Welsh connections everywhere, even if it was just a snowboarding holiday in Llandudno.
And he doesn't remember anything about Wrexham, does he?
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. It was before Wrexham went Hollywood. Here is Bassier, still keeping himself in front of Zanfari. Now, this is finally a chance for Mark Bassier to outscore Tyler Harris. They plunge under the bridge, up the hill. Now, things are beginning to settle down a little bit. I think Theo Kakati's thinking, right, okay, if that's the way that things are going to go, I may as well just sort of keep as much grip on my tyres as possible, conserve as much as I can, ready for the main event.
Yeah, after all, this is only the pre-final here, and we still got to get through a very, very long final. 16-lap final will be coming up later on this afternoon. Max Dexter showing his cards in fine style here with a gap of about a second now to Kakati in second, and things beginning to, I'd say, as settled as we've ever seen all weekend.
Yeah, because I forget where Max Dexter finished in the opening heat race, because the grids, it's not simply a case of wherever you finish in the pre-final is where you start the final. No, it's a combination, it's a progressive, it's a combined point score from your heat and your pre-final decides the grid for the main event. So Theo's thinking, okay, second, where did Max come? Am I still on course for a potential pole position in the final? So I don't need to force the issue. I can just sit in second place. That's absolutely fine. Suleiman Zanfari, after passing Tyler Harris for fourth position, Zanfari hasn't made the progress towards Mark Bassier that I thought he was going to do. We're running lap 9 out of 12. All 11 drivers that started this race are still in this race. The Masters lead is held by Maurice Knoppers, running 6th overall. Tony Hogg second in Masters. 3rd is Kyle Blockley. Greg Watt 4th in Masters. Nicolo Cacciatore still running as well.
So we are getting towards the checkered flag kind of being ready. It's nowhere near being unfurled. We're going to complete 9 laps here. I get the feeling Kakati now came into this weekend, round 4 of the UAE RMC. It's his last round. He's going off back to university in the United States tomorrow. Tomorrow, in fact, did you say?
Monday. As
that is tomorrow, isn't it?
Monday or Tuesday. Yes, that'd be right. Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
Tomorrow. So he's wanting to go with, and he wants to leave the UAE RMC on top, doesn't he? With a trophy, with the championship lead potentially that he's going to snatch from Tyler Harris if he takes another race win.
But he's going to Texas first to race in the Rotax Winter Trophy. The next 2 weekends is Theo with the factory kart team, and Luis Perez asking how are you going to move? Well, let's see what happens. Obviously what we're watching on the track is provisional. Penalties can be applied post-race for on-track incidents, but certainly Max Dexter setting his stall out early in terms of the great battle that these two had yesterday. Max is saying, okay, well, you got one over on me yesterday, Theo, but maybe not today. Maybe not today. As the lead group go over the bridge. Behind them, Maurice Knoppers in 6th is some 4 seconds behind the number 484 kart, Tyler Harris, who is starting to put the pressure on Suleiman Zanfari. Now, Tyler, this isn't for championship, well, it's for championship points, but Zanfari is not a rival.
Yeah, but he's Tyler Harris is thinking I can score more points if I get ahead of him.
Yes, he is.
It's a big ask because the Moroccan has been going really, really well as doing Suleiman, and he's going to be a hard one to pass. We are heading towards the last lap board. It'll be 11 laps completed for our lead driver, Max Dexter. Through in second, Kakati, Bassier, Zanfari, Tyler Harris. Then come the Masters. That's the battle there that we think Tyler Harris will want to score more points. He's going to try, if he can, to challenge maybe. We might have to break away from this though, Henry, because Max Dexter deserves some airtime as we see with about half a lap to go for Max Dexter. He's under the bridge already, heading towards the chicane or out of the chicane. And there he is, just through the chicane now. My timing was correct. Into the final section of the track, sector 3. Crosses that sector line now and heading towards the flag, Henry. It's quite an emphatic win, to be honest. Once he got in the lead, he pulled away.
Yeah, I mean, he had to, do a bit of a hip check on Theo Kakati to start with. But once he did make the move, he was able to keep everyone at arm's length. Now, looking at the way there, now, if I were someone like Mark Bassier, Suleiman Zanfari or Tyler Harris, I'd be looking back at this race and thinking, okay, in the final, things look like they're ramping up a little bit between Dexter and Kakati. So I'm going to just let them go and battle the lead, but I'm going to stay right behind them in third position in their wheel tracks, because I got a feeling that when they start battling, 1 or 2 crumbs might fall my way.
Let's have a look at the result then, guys. Max Dexter takes the win, Theo Kakati in second, Mark Bassier in third, Suleiman Sanfari fourth, with Tyler Harris right on his tail in fifth. Head of the Masters class, it's Maurice Canopes, sixth overall, with Adam Malik in seventh. Second in Masters, Tony Hogg, with Kai Blockley third and ninth overall. Nicola Cacciatore was 10th and Greg Watt 11th, having as much fun as that smile on that caption says.
Yes, and saving tyres for the final, Greg Watt, who he's taking it very easy at the moment, is Greg, have to say. So that was the results of the pre-final in DD2 and DD2 Masters. It means that we've got the last heat race in seniors coming up, and then we've got the pre-final for juniors. Then it's the paddock show. Then the B final for seniors, the main events for all the remaining for every class this afternoon. Now, during one of my recent trips to the pits myself, David Bright did say, the original track here, it's now Jabaya, I think, or it's called Jabaya. Or
it's not used, he said.
It's not used anymore. It's now just a rallycross venue.
He did win the junior karting championship there.
He goes his championship winning kart from 1996 is in the foyer.
That's 30 years ago, Henry.
It is 30 years ago, yes.
Mr. Bright, it's 30 years ago.
Yes.
That memory.
It is 30 years ago, but David's late father was instrumental in setting up karting over here in the UAE, I have to
His
say.
father was?
Yes.
Oh, right.
David's father was.
That's very cool.
David Bright's the Bright Eglum team.
Mr. Bright.
Mr. Bright.
Yes.
Mr. Bright Senior.
No, Mr. Bright Junior.
Mr. Bright Junior was the Bright Eglum team, so the Dutch chassis manufacturing karting Eglum.
Right.
David Bright was the factory driver for them.
He told me
in
that
the
the
UK.
track wasn't used anymore, but and it kind of pointed in the direction it was. I still wouldn't mind having maybe a look at
I
it.
said I'd love to see some photos of it. He said there was loads of grip back in the day. Which again, as a historian and professional anorak, I'd love to see images
absolutely.
of that. Yeah. Yes.
We might be able to find it on Google Maps, on Google Earth.
Now, come on, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you back home have spent hours looking on Google Earth for old racetracks or where old racetracks used to be to now see if there's any bits of it remain, even though they've been built over?
Housing estates.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
we drove back from Barcelona. We were at the Nürburgring wet race. We drove down to Barcelona for the 24 hours, driving back. We visited Clermont-Ferrand, which was the home of the French Grand Prix.
Yes.
And it's now the pits area, which were the pits, is now a permanent circuit called Charade.
Yes.
Charade. And you come out of the main gate of
you
the
have to
Charade.
mime a film or a book or a TV program before you're allowed in.
You come out the main gate of Charade, and that was the exit of turn 1, going up the hill to a roundabout, which was and then we used Google Maps to find our way around the old track.
Much close to home and absolutely on subject of bits of old racetracks being used for new racetracks. and that would be the Silverstone kart track about to open in the next few months.
Yes,
because
yes.
they're actually using the original bridge corner, and the curbing from that is still part of the track. Now, we all we're very lucky to get an exclusive tour around during Kartmania a few months ago. And we all went, ooh, bridge corner. Oh, then you talk to the kids. They don't know what we're talking about.
No,
Silverstone. What's
not
that about?
a clue.
No, they don't know.
The other thing is
under
that
the Daily Express Bridge.
Yeah,
yes.
the other thing
where
was
Damon Hill punted off Michael Schumacher.
The main thing concerning the original curbing, which was intended to be used for karting, they were unable to do that because the gap in the ridges are too wide. Fine for a Formula One car.
Well, of course, yes.
But for a kart tyre, the kart tyre will go completely in the gap.
Oh, really?
So he's looking at ways of filling that gap with something, maybe a little lat or something, round lat in between. So the original curbing from that configuration of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit won't be altered or disfigured,
but made safe for karting.
So
that was me going, I've got something to say afterwards. You know how you accused me of interrupting? I was going...
I just expect you to interrupt there.
No,
just talk over me like you normally do.
I'm so many people here are quite excited about visiting the Silverstone kart circuit at some point next year.
Yes.
As they finish the clubhouse.
Yes.
But one thing you'd be surprised about, given the rest of Silverstone, there's actually quite a bit of elevation change on it, given the fact that Silverstone itself is flat as a pancake.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
they put a little bit of a gradient.
The bottom corner is the bottom corner.
Right.
It really is down the bottom. Talking of circuit configurations, slight change of circuit configuration at Warden Law.
Really?
In the UK.
I have seen photos.
More karting updates.
I have seen photos.
Track being widened in places. Track being slightly changed with a longer run.
They've changed 3 of the major corners, haven't they?
Yes. The final turn.
Fork. They've made the first corner wider.
The final turn has completely changed. It goes back on itself to become a tighter hairpin. The old paddock turn becomes a kink onto the start-finish straight after a very tight hairpin.
Right.
The first centre S, which is a hairpin effectively, goes further onto the infield,
Okay, yes.
into a tighter hairpin that brings you back towards the chicane, and various widening of the track to bring it up to international spec.
Oh,
that's Mr. Hunter's intention.
So now the UK it'll have Silverstone, it'll have PF International. What other is Scott?
MHI, as we're going to call it.
MHI.
Matt Hunter International.
Matt Hunter International. Lark Hall is now full CIK specification because the new Champions of the Future. The new Champions of the Future series in the UK is going to Lark Hall.
The only thing about the Champions of the Future series, which great, fantastic, but they are predicting being at Silverstone like the 4th week of March, and I'm thinking, you'll be in a tent.
You might be in a tent, yes. Wilton Mill as well with getting homologated.
The Champions of the Future use big trucks to carry their stuff around because they're going to park them somewhere else then.
Yeah, good luck with getting to Lark Hall.
No, I talk about Silverstone.
Oh, Silverstone. Oh, right,
Yeah, there's been a few oversights.
Really?
Yes.
Who would have thought that?
No.
Who would have thought that?
Apparently the paddock is maximum 7.5 tonnes.
So they can't take an articulated truck on there.
I'm looking in this paddock, a national karting paddock in the UAE, and there are many, many, many vehicles more than 7.5
Yeah,
tons.
I mean, basically, there's been a couple of oversights whilst they got excited about things. Also, the paddock itself, it will be good for mechanic fitness. It's the other side of the bridge.
Oh.
The access bridge.
Really?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. I mean, at least the karting community won't have anything to moan about. Oh dear me. I mean,
they don't like moaning, do we?
Well, no one in karting in the UK likes moaning. They'll have this world class facility, piece of tarmac. At the home of British motorsport.
Let's take that. The track looks great.
Yeah, exactly. You've got the fantastic facility.
I think they've been unlucky with the clubhouse, and they've made an error with some of the infrastructural parts of it, and I think it's down to oversight, which happens.
But I mean, you look at the Le Mans International Circuit in France, the kart circuit, and the. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the word.
I raced at Le Mans in 2009, in a journalist versus racing drivers challenge match prior to the awards ceremony for the Le Mans Series dinner.
Okay.
Which I remember because I sat on the same table as Nigel Mansell's family.
Okay, well, I mean, I shall I one up Nick on his journalist versus racing driver? Sorry, the start.
Hang on, you can't one up me.
I can.
Because you know who my teammate was?
Who was your teammate?
John Hindhoff.
Well, in 2006, at the launch of the Red Bull Track Attack, at the Autosport International Show, there was a journalist versus Formula One driver race to launch it. Alan Hyde, the commentary, Vito Antonio Liuzzi.
Lovely Alan.
Antonio Liuzzi,
right, mate?
former world karting champion, current Formula One driver at the time with Toro Rosso, was on hand. Christian Klein, still don't know what he looks like, was also on hand. Christian Klein is the most anonymous Formula One driver ever. They were on hand.
Hang on there. I got drunk with Christian Klein at Petit Le Mans.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, when he was running for Peugeot. In the there was when Patron Tequila were sponsoring Highcraft.
Yes, Highcraft.
They had a massive tequila tent after the race finished, which is obviously about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. We wandered over there, and to say the drinks are free is an understatement. And Christian Klein and I had one of those conversations where, "You're my best mate. Oh, you're my best mate."
Well, they
can I come in?
No, you see, you've got a top. See,
you have
to link in what I just said.
I'm about to.
Toppers. Go on.
No. My story hasn't finished yet. So it was a journalist versus Formula One driver race. I was for Crash.net and was shanghaied over to said kart circuit at the NEC.
Crash.net, they still owe me money.
Okay, but Charles Bradley, the editor of Autosport International, was doing a huge feature, him versus Tony Liuzzi and Christian Klein. They didn't expect a somewhat overweight Welshman to turn up, and having worked in an indoor kart centre, to put it on pole and win the final, which was extended from 20 to 30 laps. And my first ever Facebook profile picture was me on the top step of the podium, with a champagne, with Tony Liuzzi and Charles Bradley second and third. Christian Klein was nowhere.
The problem is now you've kind of made this, rather than an anecdote, it's become a boast.
That was a boast. That was an absolute boast.
If only Mr. Alpenstars had known you then.
What could have happened?
Right, guys, can I just drag this back? So I beat Guy Smith at the Hull Street Race back in 1991 and Timo Bernhard on a day out at Road America's kart track, which is fantastic. Let's have the grid.
I beat British touring car driver Sean Hollenby at the kart track at Main Court.
That's not.
No, but I just, given the fact that Sean was so upset, he went
Can
out
we do
3 times and got beaten by all of us every single time because he wasn't very good.
Can we do the grid?
No.
Thanks for that. Oscar Lambert on the pole position then for the third and final heat. This time it's groups A and B out in Senior Max. Alongside him, this is going to be a ding-dong. Is this a rehearsal for the final? It's Oscar Lambert and Conor Clancy, both Falcons, out there on the front row of the grid. Zain El Homassani is alongside George Nasser. It's going to be a ding-dong. Rayan Damadasa is fifth with Andrea Remy alongside him on the third row.
Mumbai Falcons, GGM and MBM, then 2XL drivers.
2XL, yeah, really is. Mohammed Benemene, Antonius Haddad on row 4. Row 5 is Faisal Nashko and Enzo Tesluk. Row 6 is Enia Sashi with Adam El Bassioni. Jules Demont with Spencer Trejon alongside on 7. Row 8 is Rain Carouse and Amani Kadua with Abdullah Al-Carter and Oscar Backhouse on row 9. Row 10, Naaman Kareja and Shivan Kartik, Alicia Kanisa and Eason Saeed on row 11. Row 12 is Andrew Albaid and Kai Hunter. How did he end up down there?
Because his chain guard fell off in qualifying.
Of course, Elliot Surtees and Sami Al-Assad, Sanad Al-Hamawi and Kian Kranbul on the 27th-28th. Row 15 is Alexis Alzar and Musad Al-Bassem. 30-card grid then for Senior Max, and if my ears don't deceive me, I think we've got karts out on track, being released on their warming up lap, on their pace lap.
Ding dong indeed. Lambert, Clancy, El Hassani, Nassar, Damadasa, Remy, Menene, Haddad. 4 teams annexing the top 4 rows of the grid. Are we going to see a repeat of Heat 1 from yesterday when Lambert and Clancy came together at the start?
Where is the 2 Mumbai Falcons at the front of the grid?
Well, there's one of them, and there's Clancy is just biding his time and waiting.
Hanging back a bit, isn't he?
But this is really interesting. So it's not often you get something quite like this, the symmetry. So 4 sets of teammates, starting side by side on the front 4 rows of the grid. Now, I'm sure that the teams would have started trying to work with their drivers, look, to get a plan of action. Let's try and work together.
Here we go then, Mumbai Falcons, 1 and 2, front row of the grid, head down to the start, the lights go out. Oscar Lambert knows what his mission statement is and gets right on it. The first of 10 laps then, and it's Oscar Lambert from Zain El Hamasani through turn 2 and into turn 3 and across the bridge for the first time. It's a Mumbai Falcon, M&M, Mumbai Falcon.
Yeah, I was going to say, Conor Clancy didn't get a great start. He obviously didn't put himself in a position where he and Lambert could have collided. A great start, though, from Zain El Hamasani up into P2. Nassar did a great crossover on Clancy for 3rd place going into turn number 2. But up at the front, what can the Egyptian driver, Zain El Hamasani, do? Head down, trying to push on.
Well, Oscar Lambert, his mission statement was to get ahead. You could see at the start, he knew he had to get his foot in straight away. He's not broken away from Hamasani. However, he has broken away from that major threat in the form of Conor Clancy. Clancy has plenty of time, and here it begins. Into 3rd place, down the inside of George Nassar, goes Conor Clancy. Now the Kartdrome replay will show this. Quite textbook, isn't it?
Yep, exactly. Just gets to the inside. Nassar is not thinking about defending, so Clancy makes the move, doesn't lose too much ground either. And that's significant because, don't forget, Clancy beat Nassar in his first race. This is another race where Clancy is already pulling away from the championship leader and closing in on our new race leader, Zain El Hamasani.
That's absolutely, Henry. Who's what? Sorry,
Zain El Hamasani, who has passed Oscar Lambert.
Yeah.
But Lambert's coming back at him, crossover potentially on. This is going to help Conor Clancy.
Lambert knew he had to get back and gain ground on Conor Clancy. He knows how much of a threat Clancy is. This is all a big rehearsal for the final. Down the inside has gone the M&M driver. Clancy goes with him, forces his teammate wide, who ends up in 4th place in Nassar, making it a Kartshop.me replay. M&M driver down the inside. Conor Clancy going with him, forces out wide. There's George Nassar. Thank you very much. It's an M&M 1-2. Is it still an M&M 1-2? Yes. There they are. El Hamasani and Nassar.
Mohamed Menaimner is now up into 3rd position. Now, I wonder if there was a little bit of needle between Clancy and Lambert, and when Clancy made the move, he made sure that Oscar Lambert was pushed a little bit wide. It ended up costing the pair of them, and George Nassar, championship leader. Well, there you go. Nassar has gone from being behind 3 of his title rivals to within a lap leading them all. Why? Because the title rivals were more interested in settling their own little beef. Oh, there's Menaimner to the inside for P3. He gets crossed over, and that is Lambert back into 3rd position.
This is outstanding racing. And now then, will Zain El Hamasani, if he drops back off Nassar, will he do him a favour and just back everybody up and let Nassar disappear and get maximum heat points for a heat win? We're going to find out, as he's kind of struggling to stay with Nassar's rear bumper. Nassar ahead of the field of karts here as we head towards the end of lap 4 here. We are still a lap away from half distance, and the Matthias Nejem Motorsport team come together across the line 1st and 2nd.
To answer your question, if the second Matthias Nejem Motorsport kart was driven by Hamza Al-Fayez, I would say yes, he would sort of maybe back off and try and back the pack up. But Zain El Hamasani, he is still a championship contender. He hasn't given up. He's thinking, okay, I'm teammate or not, I still want the title as well, so he is going to push George Nassar as much as possible. Is he going to put himself in a position where he can take his teammates out? No. But is he going to have a go? If he can possibly get past, then yes. Amani Kanua has retired out of the race. The George Gibbons Motorsport driver is out, as is Spencer Trahorn.
I think the thing is, Nassar knows it's his teammate, so he knows he's not going to be overly aggressive. Or does he? He knows Zain El Hamasani. It's going to be an awkward awning if El Hamasani dives down the inside and makes contact in the same way as perhaps a driver from another team would. So it's going to be a less aggressive move if it's going to come off. It would be my theory. Let's see if that prevails. At the minute, Oscar Lambert is still ahead of Mohamed Menemene, and Conor Clancy now in fifth. That pesky junior has been put in his place and is not being able to get by Mohamed Menemene, who's the XL driver, being able to keep ahead of Conor Clancy and on the rear bumper of Oscar Lambert, no doubt.
Darmadasa is 6th, El Bassani is 7th, Dumont is 8th, Haddad 9th, Faisal Nashko. Great drive from Faisal Nashko to get into the top 10, ahead of Andrea Remy. Kai Hunter is next, Enzo Tesluk, Oscar Backhouse, Eni Asachi. That's your top 15 at the moment.
Up 10 places as well for Kai Hunter. That's how out of place he was with that technical flag, absolutely destroying his qualifying, wasn't it, effectively?
Yeah. And Sanad Al-Hamawi has retired. Does that mean that the driver that went from 36th to 10th after qualifying through the B final yesterday, does that mean that Al-Hamawi is going to be back in the B final again today? It certainly looks likely.
That is too frantic, too fraught even to consider at this stage. We're on lap 7 here. There's going to be 3 more laps of this race to go, and championship leader coming into round 4 here at the Dubai Kartdrome was George Nasser, the driver at the front of that field. He's the driver in the red helmet, the more red than orange helmet. That's the orange helmet in second place there. That's Zain El Omasani, and the gap has gone out to, let's see what it is, 2.3. So these two are working together, Henry, pulling away from the Mumbai Falcon in the form of Oscar Lambert.
Yes, they are indeed. Lambert, in turn, is pulling away from Mohamed Menemene, who is keeping Conor Clancy at bay quite comfortably. Looking at Zain El Hamasani's kart, Zain's kart is better than George through the first sector. George's kart looks better than Zain's through this part of the lap, and now as we get into the last sector, it's interesting. Let's have a look to see. Maybe they're about evenly matched, but certainly when the karts go onto the bridge and come off the bridge through the tight, twisty sections, El Hamasani's kart looks like it handles better. With outright speed, Nasser has got El Hamasani in check. But this is going to be the couple of corners now. Look at El Hamasani, the way he rotates the kart, not through this corner necessarily, but this next corner, onto the bridge, and then the next 3 corners. El Hamasani's kart is a lot better than Nasser. 1, 2, again, much better over the curbs. 3, right back onto Nasser's rear bumper. Now Nasser begins to stretch it out.
He's got a bit of punch, hasn't he, out of that slow left-hand hairpin at turn number 6. Here he goes through the chicane then. The two Matthews and Jem Motorsport drivers heading towards the checkered flag. Well, at the moment they're heading towards the last lap board, because that's what they're going to see next time by. George Nasser has responded to Henry's words. He's clearly got you in his ear, because he's listened to what you said about his teammates' kart and thought, I need to pull a gap here. And he's pulled enough gap going into the final lap to take away the threat. The immediate threat has gone. It's down to George Nasser to keep it clean, not make any mistakes, and El Hamasani is going to find it very, very hard indeed to get by. Oscar Lambert there in third. And look at this battle.
Behind Clancy.
Conor Clancy has gotten ahead of Rian Darmadasa as well as Mohamed Menemene, which happened a couple of laps ago. So Conor Clancy now in 4th here. But as we say, Henry, it's been a bit of an insight as to what speed George Nasser has by the way he's just pulled the gap there going into this final lap.
Yeah, he's survived the part of the lap that El Hamasani is stronger than him. He can now sort of cruise home to another well-deserved victory and another maximum championship points tally. Lambert will finish in 3rd position, and I'm looking to see, I think Conor Clancy might have been shuffled back. Yes, he has. He's been shuffled quite a way back.
Quite a way.
From 4th to
8th. What happened there? We obviously had to cover the winners. It deservedly saw a great win from George Nasser, pulling a gap at the end there of 0.6 of a second. from El Hamasani, been following him round on his bumper pretty much. Another drivers of note, up to 12th place, Kai Hunter, coming through from 23rd. That lowly qualifying position in the previous. Well, it was the qualifying that put him back there, isn't it?
I
mean, the previous heat, he had to do exactly the same.
Looking at that, well, the two M&M carts that started side by side on the second row, they finished first and second. The two XL Motorsport carts started on the third row. They finished fifth and sixth. Mohammed Benaim, Adam El-Bassani, good drive from Adam. Rian Damadasa, excellent from Rian, to finish up into P4. Now, further back, this is where some of the disappointment will be, because certainly Connor Clancy will not be happy with what was eventually P8. Jules Dumont, Fatalios Racing, excellent drive for Jules. Then it's Clancy, Faisal Nashko, good drive, Antonia Haddad, Andrea Remy, and Kai Hunter in 12th position. Further back now, is that one top 20 result for those drivers going to be enough to keep them out of the B final? Well, we'll find out, because that is the first race back after the lunch break. The lunch break is not next. People on the live chat, what happened to Amani Kanua? He retired in the early going. Didn't see what happened to Amani. Abdullah Al-Qaita, Eniasachi, Elliot Surtees dropping to 23rd position.
He was much further up than that, so something's happened there for the Origin driver.
There is Amani Kanua, 28th position, joined on the sideline. Sanad Al-Hamawi again. Oh, if only the Jordanian got a little bit of luck in the heat races, he could avoid the B final. Yes, Joe.
Victoria Cummings.
Hello.
Is a Zain El Hamasani fan.
Oh, excellent.
Come on, Zain. Nice to have you along, Victoria. I hope you enjoy the coverage. I'll just let you know when the Senior Max final is. It's scheduled for 15:40 hours. That's 3:40 p.m. this afternoon. We'll see these seniors back out. I'm pretty sure Zain has made the A final, so that's the next time you're going to see Zain out. However, we have got the B final that kicks off things after lunch. Before that, of course, and before our lunch break, we've got our junior Rotax field that is due out at 12:45. So we've got a few minutes to chat.
Stroke, wax lyrical or just waffle?
So where did we get to at the end of the last
We
conversation?
got to me beating Guy Smith,
Le
Mans winner in a Bentley in 2003.
Yep.
And
we did me beating former Formula One driver and World Car Champion Tony.
I don't know who's trumping. The viewers are going to decide who trumps who. Yeah. But I beat Guy Smith in the Hull Street race before he was famous.
I kind of think it's currently...
Hang on a second. Timo Bernhard, multiple Le Mans winner, Audi driver, on a day out on the karts at Road America. Right. He just couldn't keep with me. This fat bloke. This fat 30-odd-year-old bloke.
I have to say, at the moment, I'm going to give it to Henry. Because he's beat Vittorio Liuzzi, who was a karting specialist.
He has beat Vitt, and in the circumstances that he beat.
Well, no, the circumstances obviously played him because he. Well,
the drivers didn't expect to be beaten by a journalist.
No,
he was just an internal. He was a member of the local kart squad.
Yes, I wasn't a complete ringer. They brought in. I was a print journalist. A print journalist. I did write a few newspapers, but I was an online journalist. I'm trying to think of the other. I mean, being a journalist, the Autosport International show, sadly no longer with us.
Yeah, it died this year, didn't it?
Yes.
Not quite sure what was the death now, because he'd been on life support for several years.
Yeah,
when I was working in touring cars, Crash.net was massive.
They owe me money.
It was the lad.
Why are you all ignoring the fact they owe me money?
Matt Salisbury.
Matt Salisbury was absolutely great.
2009, 2010, they entered into agreement with me for something. I supplied my end, they didn't supply their back end, they owe me money.
Oh, I left.
What did you
2008.
supply them with?
Content.
For what? On what subject?
Humorous cartoons about Formula One.
Oh, really?
We were so ahead of the curve. If we were doing it now...
What, apart from the fact that Jim Bamber had been doing it from...
No. YouTube, moving stuff.
Oh, yes, okay.
Oh, you
really?
mean cartoon? You mean it like...
Yes,
like,
cartoon. Yes.
All right, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
me and Declan.
Really?
Yeah, we wrote a load of stuff.
Oh, fantastic.
Where is it now?
Most of it's disappeared, actually. There's still the US F1 saga still available. All the little... It's so primitive. We did it. It's very, very early build-yourself cartoon situation, which had kind of 4 fixed voices and then using cartoon characters. But we kind of invented our own little universe really quite quickly.
Oh,
Crash.net said, we were getting, I don't know, 20,000 views, but that was quite a lot.
Right.
It's 2009.
Okay.
And Crash.net said, okay, we want to host your content and we'll pay you based on what you get for it. So we produced a number of videos. They wouldn't. The one we did, which was taking the Mickey out of Bernie Eccleston, they wouldn't put up. They were too shot. They wouldn't put it up. We didn't. By the way, there was no swearing. There was nothing rude about them. They were just.
Was it possibly
cynical.
because Crash.net had the deal to produce the autocourse
They were
annual?
just really cynical. That was all.
Crash.net autocourse.
And we did loads of these videos.
Bryn Williams.
Our most popular one, to give you a date, was called Kimmy Goes to the Job Centre, because obviously after Kim Rocker got sacked the first time.
Okay.
This is very dated Formula One subject.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it was really on the
20
edge.
years ago.
We did MotoGP stuff as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think there are about 9 or 10 in total, which were the USF1 ones, which you can still see. But of course, because they're topical, 80% of it's lost.
Can I come back to Henry's victory in the journalists?
I haven't finished my story yet.
I know you haven't finished, but I want to hear the context of the victory.
Well, I mean,
whereabouts did it take place?
The NEC, the Autosport show.
On that very slippery track?
Yes.
Yes,
which helped
what year
by...
What year was that?
That was 2006. Because the final of
I did that event the following year.
Yeah, because the final of the Red Bull Track Attack was held in Cardiff, outdoors in Cardiff around the bay. But of course, being that, obviously the charity go-kart race at the Autosport International show every year,
yes.
David Brabham had the charity kart race for several years.
Yes.
Before it was, and then in 2010 it went to Dan Weldon's family for the Alzheimer's Society after Dan was killed. But every year, I would be I've been teammates with Catherine Legg, I've been teammates with AJ Allmendinger. Who else was I a teammate with? Phil Bennett wasn't. I was quicker than Phil Bennett.
He's a good lad.
He's a good lad. He was rubbish at the
I've got
go-kart.
a picture from the 2007 event where I'm on the front row alongside Marino Franchitti. It might have been Robin Liddell I'm alongside. Robin Liddell is behind. Let's say it's Marino. Robin Liddell behind. Guy Smith and Johnny Herbert came along and smacked me on the head. They were really good fun.
Yeah.
And that track that they put down at the NEC was ridiculously slippery.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I tell you what it exposed. It exposed there was a lot of people in some very valuable race seats, certainly in sports car racing, that couldn't drive a stick.
A greasy
anywhere.
stick up a dog's bottom.
Anywhere.
But they did a 24-hour race one year to celebrate. It must be the 100 years of Le Mans or something like that. And I was in. It was 2007 because it was the year after my victory against the Utsi, because I was invited as part of
your storied victory.
The celebrity. I was invited as part of the celebrity team
somewhere in Hall 7 of the NEC. So here lies the place where Henry Baudet did beateth Vit Antonio Liuzzi in a charity kart race.
No, but I was put on the celebrity team after
awesome.
this victory, along with
Rolf Harris,
Mike Wilds, me. Mike Wilds and Fernando Alonso's helicopter pilot.
Oh, brilliant! I'm still friends with Mike Wilds.
That was the
Do you know Fernando's helicopter pilot?
But there was 3 of us. There was a guy called Salvo Caccia, who was a Briscoe F2 stock car driver, who's now got motor neuron disease, and Salvo's doing well. And Pearson Bullock Carter's dad, who was also a Briscoe F1 stock car driver. We were the celebrities. Mike Wilds and the helicopter pilot did the first hour and a half between them and left. And never to be seen again. So the 3 of us did the rest, the other 21 and a half hours, and we still beat the Jaguar Formula One team of mechanics.
Tremendous. That's good. They're good
memories. It was the Jaguar Formula One team at that time. One of their racing drivers was better known for going slowly.
It'll have been.
Yes. Thomas Scheckter, we're thinking of you.
Oh yes.
yeah. Christian Klein.
Yes.
He was
later.
He was later. He wasn't involved in that situation.
Do you want a weather update?
I could do the grid.
It's 24 degrees.
Oh, balmy. Positively balmy.
So that's the end of that little interlude. There'll be more interludes to come, but now the grid for the junior.
Here's the Junior Max pre-final that are due out on track. Jensen Chalk, then yesterday's final winner, on track to do exactly the same this afternoon, but it's Mitansh Jain who starts alongside, who wants to spoil that, both drivers with Mumbai Falcons. Via Chopra and Faris Haroon. What a position to be in for young Faris here, recovering from that broken arm and showing that it's not a problem at all for him. Alfie Ward and Johansa Shananyaki are on row 3. Derek Rivera and Giuseppe Montanari are on row 4. We've got Leo and Harrison Stevens on 5. Jaden Edding and Ari Kallenberg on 6. Row 7, Saveri Kojai and Finley Smith, with Ray Harbour, Pierre Abu Dewan, Lewis Reed and Sam Turner on row 9. Row 10 is Erin Ortak and Thime Mapangada, I should say. Murad Bayrov Mov and George Haddad on 11. Gabriele Barakori with Floris Schenkenberg on row 12. Row 13 is Aaron Mason and Aaron Setti with Damien Knorr and Romy Sabali on the following row. And rounding off 29 carts is Kabir Kidwai. For Synergy, is that Synergy? Have I just missed the Y off there, do you think?
For who?
For the for Kabir.
Yes, Synergy.
Yeah.
Hello to Kim Kennedy, supporting Harrison Stevens, and to Arhan Sethi, getting plenty of support as well. Arhan Sethi, still the youngest driver in this field.
Here we go then, Henry. Jensen Chalk leading the field round. He's still got his MLC overalls on, I see. That's the team that he races for in the UK.
Yep.
It's not about that here, though. He's a Mumbai Falcons team member, and he's got his Mumbai Falcons teammate alongside. Mitansh Jain wants to spoil the Jensen Chalk party here. It's a big ask from the outside of the front row as they head down to turn 1, and it's that second row via Chopra getting in behind, and in second place by the time they get to turn number 2. It's Chalk and Chopra who lead onto the bridge.
That inside line going into turn number 3, there is about 3 JNKD carts who were very much on the inside line there. They were all hard on the brakes, trying not to spear into the drivers on the outside line that were cutting across to take the apex. I think they all managed to somehow get away with it. Although I'm not quite sure how many of their nose cones got away with it. At the back of the field, there was a little bit of bumping and boring going on to the bridge, but I think all 29 drivers are safely now into the second half of the opening lap, being led quite comfortably by pole sitter Jensen Chalk, although Mitansh Jain is just happy that he got round the first corner pointing the correct way.
Which is not an easy task on that outside front row position. You can absolutely be mullered around there and be mugged. Now then, Mitansh Jain, he's coming back at Via Chopra just dropping off the rear bumper of Jensen Chalk here, across the bridge for the second time. Chalk into the hairpin at 4, then into the hairpin at 5. It's continuing downhill at this section here. Downhill hairpin to the left, and then maximum acceleration through the sweeps and under the bridge. It is Via Chopra there for M&N, who's about to come under pressure, no question, about to come under pressure from Mitansh Jain, who's looking for a way by already. Just looking down the inside, using a tin opener there to squeeze Via Chopra. We look behind, and here he is, the leader. It's still Chopra who hangs on to second.
Moving up into position is Roth. There's the crossover. Can Mitansh Jain get across? Yes, he can. Or can Chopra come back? And in they're both going to run wide. Here comes Faris Haroon for Yas Heat Racing. The Emirati Express now into P3. Chopra, they're 4 wide into the second corner. Chopra runs Haroon wide. Haroon comes back. This is great news for Mitansh Jain, terrible news for Via Chopra, and Giuseppe Montanari now getting involved. This is the best the young Italian has seen since he's moved out of Mini into Junior. Is that Giuseppe up into P3 in the 297? Yes, it is.
Well, that was some forceful driving from pretty much everybody involved there. There was no holds barred and not an inch given or declined there, as Faris Haroon now goes off and chases after Mitansh Jain. Jain, likewise, off and after his teammate. I should say that is not Mitansh Jain in second, or is it? So it's Jain in second.
Yep.
Then we've got the M&M driver,
Yep.
As we've got the JNKD driver, Giuseppe Montanari, Faris Haroun, Via Chopra, Sananyaki, Aina, Rivera, Stevens, Alfie Ward. That was hard to keep a tab on that, Henry.
Yeah, behind Alfie Ward, there's a big gap back to Saveli Kojai in 11th position. Jaden Hidding has fallen back to 21st. Floris Schenkenberg is out of the race. I'm not sure if Floris has taken the start. He was involved in that first race in the heat race accident at turn number 2. I hope that Floris is okay. Maybe it's just a case of the equipment can't be fixed. The driver's good to go, but the equipment isn't. At least we hope that's the case. And if not, maybe we'll see Floris back for the final later on. Faris Haroun checks over his shoulder. Again, coming back from injury is Faris Haroun. So his forearm isn't going to be at 100%. He's having a really good day. He stayed out of trouble. Looks over his shoulder. He's got Via Chopra right behind him. Don't be surprised if Chopra makes it past. Although Faris for Yas Heat Racing is going to make sure that Via Chopra has to work very hard for it.
Well, Via Chopra was attached to the rear bumper of Faris Haroun. Haroun is made that wrist, if it's going to play up and round the outside, he's clearly being held up by Faris Haroun. If Haroun's injury is going to come into play, it's going to be towards the latter stages of this race when that muscle, that renewed muscle down the inside, Faris Haroun loses 2 places, possibly 3 or 4, and there's Cummings together there, but that's a place change. It's the GGM cart of Senanyaki who comes through there, I think. Yes, it is.
Senanyaki. Yeah.
Hansa Senanyaki gets through and into that what is 4th place.
I noticed there when obviously Haroun was moved out of the way going into the chicane, but then Faris, he was being quite careful to stay in the middle of the track and not turn in on drivers or not get himself in a position where anybody could run over the top of him. So at that moment, Faris suddenly realised, I am recovering from an injury, and wasn't as aggressive as he usually would have been. It's cost him in this particular race, but it's probably a good thing moving forward, obviously thinking about the final and indeed the rest of the year.
Yeah, and Faris Haroun being pushed down to 10th now, would you believe? He was not able to do. He was kind of out to sink, wasn't he? He was just left out there and had no momentum, and everybody was just barreling through. And meanwhile, at the front, sorry, Henry?
No. I think at the point where everyone was barreling through, that's when Faris went, okay, I am coming back from an injury. I'm not going to let him just go. He panicked a little bit, maybe.
How did the injuries on, by the way?
Crash.
It was a crash on the car.
It was a crash, yes.
There is Senanyaki in 4th place. He's got Via Chopra. Chopra has had quite an eventful race as they come across the bridge once again on lap 7. He's had an eventful race. He's always got something to do on his jobs list, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's always seemed to have someone in front of him that he needs to get by. And here he is, Senanyaki, making it very, very difficult for him on that GGM cart.
I'm not sure, however, that the nose cone on Senanyake's cart is as attached as it could be. I mean, look at the next time we get a chance, there's a huge dent in the front of that nose cone. It's a plain white nose cone which illuminates any disfigurement of the plastic. There it is, a great view as they come across the line. Now, whether that has pushed the bracket back, I don't know.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, from here?
But certainly that nose cone has been into contact with something else.
Very hard to tell, I've always found, from looking at our TV monitors to see whether or not somebody's got a drop nose out. I can see the dent, though.
Yeah, the dent.
Great on that shot there. He's definitely had an impact on the front, but it seems low, but then again, so does Via Chopra's in the same respect. We'll have to wait and see. Post-race inspections taking place when the carts come off track. At the moment, though, Senanyaki looks like he's got this 4th place. Up ahead of him, Jensen Chalk, Mitanj Jain. Gap out 2.5 between those two. Montanari, Giuseppe Montanari for JNKD, 2.6 seconds further back. Then we've got this battle here. They're on to their 9th lap here. So still a bit of time left for things to develop and still a bit of time for Via Chopra to have a go.
Yeah, as there is Derek Rivera, Leo Aina, Alfie Ward, Faris Haroun now down to 9th position. He's lost a bit of ground. There's Faris just coming over the bridge now. Luckily for Faris, he's got a big gap behind him. 3 seconds back to Ari Kallenberg, last year's Minimax champion in P10. Looking down the order, we had 29 drivers start this race. We've got 28 of them still running, so Schenkenberg, the only driver not on track at the moment, so 28 runners as things stand, led by 2.5 seconds by Jensen Chalk, who really did everything he needed to do before he got to turn number 1. Mitan Jain, a very comfortable second, but look at Giuseppe Montanari in 3rd place, all on his own in 3rd. Senanayake coming under pressure from Chopra, then another gap back to Rivera and Aina, and then another gap back to Alfie Ward on his own in 8th position in the number 283 kart. There is Alfie, just at the back of that camera shot, coming over the bridge all on his own, and behind Alfie there is a gaping chasm of 4.5 seconds before we get to new 10th place, Gabriel Barricordi.
Yeah, I love that term. Gaping chasm. I might have to use that. This looks settled, doesn't it? On lap 10, 2 more laps to go after
Absolutely.
this. We are quite strung out here. There's huge gaps apart from that one there, where we've got Senayaki gaining ground on Montanari. He's reduced the gap to within a second now, and there it comes. So the JKD driver ahead of that white-nosed Senayaki he's closing the gap, Henry. He's got 2 laps to do it. I'm not quite sure whether he's got enough time. And all the time, this is because Via Chopra has not been able to push and press Senanyaki into a kind of defensive kind of mode. That might change, though, as time ticks by. I mean, we are almost towards the last lap board.
Yeah, and I mean, well, if Chopra can make the move on Senayaki, is there time for him to make any inroads on Montanari? Bearing in mind that Montanari is not usually one of the the front runners. He's a midfield driver this year. It's his first year in juniors, but certainly Chopra has more pace than Montanari usually. A couple of more retirements late in the race. Looking down there, I think Ray Haber has gone out. Jaden Hidding, Lewis Reed also out of the race late on.
Here we go then. Checkered flag being readied for the field coming through, being led by Jensen Chalk. All the way down the midfield though, there's these battles going on. Maybe, we're not seeing some do or die moves here at this pre-final stage. They're keeping their powder dry as we see the field come through. That is the driver that this weekend seems to be all about in this Junior Max class. Jensen Chalk, he's over from the UK. He's come to round 4 of the UAE RMC, and he's been the man to beat, the boy to beat. As he crosses the line to take the pre-final, we'll see him on the pole position for the final as Mitanj Jain takes 2nd place. The rest of the field comes through. We'll check that when we get our results board in front of us. And that rounds off our pre-final phase. We are about to go into our lunch break, and where we've got our paddock show, which is about to go ahead. We'll have a look at the results first before we do that, and then we will be back after our lunch break, just before 1:45 local time.
Very quick questions. Your lovely wife Sam has just arrived, and I want to ask Sam a quick question. So it's 9 o'clock. Okay, well, we'll do the results.
We'll do that in a minute. Jensen Chalk, Mitanj Jain, Giuseppe Montanari,
Johansa Senanyaki.
Thank you very much. Via Chopra, Derek Rivera. 7th, Leo Anna and Alfie Ward. Faris Haroun ended up 9th. Gabriele Barricordi was 10th. Savelli Kojai and Pierre Abu Dewan was 12th. Harrison Stevens and Harry Kallenberg were next. Then we've got Aaron Mason, Finley Smith, Damien Knorr and Sam Turner. We've then got Themai Mapangada with George Haddad, Kabir Kidwai, Arhan Seti, Murad Baremov, Rome Sabali was 24th. And then Aaron Fortek, Jaden Hidding, We lost Lewis Reed, we lost Ray Herber, and we lost Floris Schenkenberg, who I didn't think took the start.
I don't think he took the start, no. Now, so I do apologise for not realising that the results were coming up there, but a question. So, it's 8:59 a.m. in the UK, and this is a question relating to Jensen Chalk, whose mum, Kathy, is a very nervous watcher. And sometimes nerves, whilst watching your child's race go-karts, can be quelled with gin. At what point does, on a Sunday morning...
Is this what you can ask my wife? Is this
why you're asking Sam?
Yes, at what point on a Sunday morning
I've got to say.
does gin become acceptable as a nerve queller before your son races?
It's 7 p.m. somewhere.
It's 7 p.m. somewhere. There we go.
And that was Sam Bradley with her... Really
advice,
her outlook on life.
Considering with the UAE, it's a bit cheeky.
But there we go. But in the UK,
they make
9
non-alcoholic gin now. They make non-alcoholic gin now.
Yes, available in all outlets.
Anyway, enough of gin and everything else. It's time for our lunch break, which means it's time for our lunchtime show, which is Henry heavy, but there is a bit of Joe. Well, hello and welcome back to the Dubai Kartdrome for the second full day of racing here in the marvellous Motor City. Kart and Light TV have all the action, but of course one thing we also bring you is a paddock show. And to bring you a paddock show, I need someone to do the interviewing. And I can't find Henry, so I found Joe. Joe, a stunning location, but a very difficult track.
Hello, Nick. Hello, everyone. Yeah, what a challenge this track is. I coined a phrase, it's kind of like an around the houses without the houses. And what I mean by that is...
Well, they've got skyscrapers.
We have got skyscrapers with the back of a shopping precinct as well. And we race really close to the barriers here. It's an unforgiving track, and I would imagine it's going to get very, very crowded down there with some of our grids. The racing's fast, it's furious, but it's all about punching out of those corners. It's going to be another fantastic event.
Well, those are Joe's ideas, but I kind of feel we actually want to hear from the teams and I want to hear from the drivers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Joe, I'm going to push him out into paddock, but more importantly, I'm going to make him find Henry Baudet, and the two of you are going to work your little bottoms off to get some interviews.
Okay.
We talk about family a lot in Rotax, and the great thing about Rotax is that drivers, you see them and then they disappear for a little bit and then they come back, like Shogo Endo, not as a driver but now as a mechanic for Adam Zhu in Microax. Yep. First of all, Shogo, how are you? It's been a while since you were in a Rotax kart, but one of Japan's most successful Rotax races for many years.
So yeah, I began my racing career since like 4 years old, and I forgot when I started the Rotax racing, but I've been to grand final for 4 times. I got a 5-time ticket, but 4 times. And yeah, my best result in the grand final is in Brazil 2018, P9 in the senior. And yeah, I finished my career last year because I couldn't get the grand final ticket. And yeah, I decided to be the mechanic for any, you know, like
just up-and-coming drivers. So Adam Zhu is an up-and-coming driver from China, running with Sam Pollitt Racing here. What's your role exactly? How have you managed to slot in to the team around Adam?
Like you mean like the environment, Adam? Yeah, like no, like my team is quite nice. Like we have the good analyst, and good coach, and I may be good mechanic. And I think he has much talent because he just started racing, I think 3 months or 4 months ago, and he's already good. He has enough speed, so I think it's good. Like yeah.
Is it a good thing? Is it a nice thing for you to be able to help now a young driver develop? Did you have that when you were starting in your career, like a good mechanic or a mentor or a coach to sort of like learn from?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like this is like for me like very new style, but I think I find it very good things. Cause like when I was a child, I didn't I didn't have these kind of things, and I think it makes more, how can I say, like the driver more, how can I say, like
prepared, more successful.
Yeah, exactly, yes. So I think it's good.
Now, good. Is this your first time here in the UAE Championship?
Yeah, exactly. Like just I came here, I think 2 weeks ago. Okay. So I'm quite new here. I don't know like how to buy something still, like which supermarket is good. I'm not really sure still, but yeah, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, what does your driver think of the circuit, or what are you learning about the Dubai Kartdrome that you can sort of hand over to Adam?
Well, it's hard, but yeah, everything. I think for me, everything new. I've never done mechanic in Japan for micro.
Yep.
I done in like 2 years ago in Roman and everything like that. But yeah, for me, so everything new. So I everything is for me like learning. Yes.
And this is the thing, because, you know, drivers in Rotax or mechanics, you can transfer your knowledge around the world. Obviously, Shogo, you're Japanese, but I've seen you, you know, at grand finals around the world. You know, what countries do you get to as a mechanic, or how does it sort of, how do you get around the world now as a mechanic?
What?
How do you get around the world? You know, your services are quite, you know, in demand, aren't they? People want you to work on their go-karts. Your reputation is getting good.
Okay, yeah. For me, that was a bit hard English, like difficult.
Okay, so your reputation as a driver is one thing, but now your reputation as a good mechanic means that you get lots of jobs and you can, you know, go around the world, doesn't it?
Yep. So I want to do the mechanic not only in Dubai, like in UAE.
Yep.
I want to be in Europe maybe also. And one day, if I could bring this knowledge, like everything from the other world, if I could bring it to Japan, I think it's very good thing for Japanese racing culture. And if I can be maybe China or any other Asian country, it's also nice things for me.
Excellent. So a top 10 driver in the world in the grand finals, Shogo Endo, now putting his experience and all that knowledge he's gained into young Adam Zhu here in Micromax. But a world tour, but eventually back to Japan to, you know, put all your knowledge into Japanese racing.
Yep. That's my one of the goal. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Shogo.
Thank you.
During the off season, one of the most familiar figures in the UAE paddock, Birol Art Middle East, changed. It became Motorscape. Sana Chanak from Motorscape now. Talk a little bit about why the rebrand, because it's not just Birol Art now that you deal in, is it?
Exactly. So we are now the exclusive distributor for Kart Republic in the Middle East, also Birol Art. So we thought that it's better that we brand the main company is called anyway Motorscape for years. So we thought just go Motorscape, you know, because we supply both brands.
Yes.
And we represent both brands. So as you can see in the tent, we have some Kart Republics, we have some Birols. And I think, it was just a step to, you know, introduce people to the new project that we took over, and it's going well so far.
It is, because of course yourself and Mark Rose have been in cahoots for several seasons out here. Tell us a little bit about the development. What have you noticed over the last couple of years here in the UAE? The driving standards, the professionalism. You know, you've got to keep upping your game because there's teams all around you that are doing likewise, aren't there?
So I first came to the UAE in 2011. And I can tell you the change that we witness nowadays is unbelievable. To be extremely honest, the championship organizers are doing a fantastic job. The RMC, they run an event. I've been to all European events. I've been to all the World Championships. I've been to all the races, and I can say, here the organization, the professionalism of the series now is top notch, and fair play to Alain Raceway, fair play to all the people, you guys that also make a huge difference in this. The live stream being always on for the races have made a huge difference as well. Thanks to you guys, you guys do an incredible job, and what we are witnessing is a huge boom in the UAE RMC, and a huge boom in the karting in general.
Okay.
And one thing that I've noticed, and that's really a really good indication of what's really happening, I've noticed that the Bambinos, the interest in Bambino is a few years back, we struggled to have 3-4 Bambinos on the grid. From our company point of view, we supply the Bambinos for pretty much all the paddock, as long as 80% of the paddock get their equipment from us.
Yes.
One thing we have noticed that the demand on the Bambino is incredible. Like we get a lot of inquiries on daily basis. There's not a single day that we don't have an inquiry about Bambino. So that can give you an indication about what's happening, because even from the roots of the sport, people are starting earlier, unlike previous years when people just come at 13, 14. Now they're calling us asking for a 4-year-old kid,
Outstanding. Well, that's really interesting. Know that even though, say, this season we're not seeing it, but maybe in next year, 2 years' time, 3 years' time, that's when we'll see the benefit of this. Let's talk us round your group this weekend, because we've got some newcomers in DD2, for example. Suleiman Zanfari joins us for the first time. Suleiman, a very, very successful driver, based in Morocco initially. What's it like having someone from Suleiman, like Suleiman, joining the team?
It's really fantastic for us, and really exciting, because the last time I saw Suleiman with us racing, we won the Dubai Plate back in 2020. And definitely the aim is to do it again now. So 5 years or 6 years later, that's the aim now, to do it again. It's incredible to see how much the people that left, let's say, and went to other series, they now realize that this series is as best as anything else, and it's more, more easier for them to be here. But we have some new faces, we have some old faces, but in general, it's an incredible way forward for the sport.
And this really is a metropolitan team. I'm looking there, you've got the flags from France, from Jordan, from Oman. You've got the Qatar here with Mr. Hasiba, obviously Suleiman wearing the Moroccan flag, Mr. Haddad, but a Turkish flag with Erin Ortak. You've got a young driver in Micro, Alex Fryenstein. The progression of him getting onto the podium now, that must give you as a team boss, a real sense of pride watching a young driver and guiding that young driver from the back to the middle and now to the front.
Yeah, really, this is one of the most enjoyable, let's call it project we took on.
Yes.
When we took him on, he's still young as well. Yep. But I'm incredibly proud how this amount of hard work paid off, and we really got this kid, to go forward in such a short period of time, Yep. But it was an incredible amount of work that went into the summer of last year.
Yep.
After the season and beginning of the year, also working on the mental side, working on giving him more confidence, getting the animal inside to show. So it's really an incredible experience.
Excellent. Now, like all the teams here, you've got your own separate workstations for mechanics. The data screen up by there. One thing that I'm interested, that's something that is new that I haven't seen before. You're one of the few teams. You've got your own radio and charging station so that no one can lose their radios.
So we have 3 different setups over there. Yep. So that's the live timing system. Yep. That so people can. See what's happening during the sessions while they're here.
So let's have a little wander up just to see it, to sort of take us through what's the data section, because you've got obviously all the data tracing and what have you. Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm very, very good. So this is driver feedback, but then obviously you've got the charging pods as well for so that no one can go out without a battery, or that everything is charged.
Yes, because let's say the electric system of the car is the heart of the car. Yeah. So we want always to make sure that we have spares, we have, we don't use the normal chargers, we use a proper charger that we can tell if the battery is dead, in good condition, etc., etc. So this is, to be honest, credit to Mark Rose. He's such an incredible, asset for the team. And over here, as you can see the data, we can see what's happening in each corner. We know if it's a driver, issue. If you can see here, you can see the difference in the speed. You can see, exactly what's happening. If there's a slide, you can see it on the RPM. So we can really analyze what's happening with the chassis and the driver during the session and try to push them forward. As also the other side of this, we have the we can show them their footage. Sorry. If you see here, we can show them the footage. We see, we try to improve them by showing them
what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong.
So over here, it's a very important tool to utilize, and I think with this series becoming more and more professional, you need to up your game as well. So you cannot stand still at all. You need to always push the limits.
Exactly. In karting, standing still is going backwards. Sanat Chanak, thank you so much for showing us around formerly Birrell Art Middle East, now Motorscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
Have a lovely day.
One of the other names returning to the UAE Rotax Max Challenge this weekend is double defending DD2 champion Max Dexter. Max, first of all, welcome back. You haven't been competing full-time this year just because of school, but you're back, and you're back with a bang this weekend, not just in DD2, but in seniors as well. Yeah. The insanity behind that, what's going on?
Yeah, well, last year, the last round, after we won the DD2 Championship, we decided we were going to do both for the last race in our lane. So we did it, and it was quite good. I think we ended up winning one of the days in DD2, and I came 5th in senior. So, and this weekend, we're obviously doing O-Plate next weekend in both as well. So we thought we'll do this weekend in both, get some practice in for O-Plate, yeah.
Now, again, you were one of the team members from the UAE in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. You've been there the last 2 years. Didn't quite go all the way that you were hoping for in Bahrain last year, but it doesn't dim the appetite to come and try and succeed again, does it?
No, of course not. I mean, it was a really good event. I mean, I had a lot of fun this year, despite the result not being what we wanted. But yeah, I mean, we're here to race, and we'll see what we can do.
And a new team as well, Telios. Last year you raced with Brand. Obviously, Luca from Brand has now come here to Telios, so it's sort of like a new team, but in many respects a bit of a home from home.
Yeah. But I mean, for sure, there's some for me some new faces: Andrea, Fiorenzo, and then we've got some of the same like Jules and Luigi coming from Brand.
Yeah, Luigi, that's right, not Luca. I do apologise. Talk about jumping back. When was the last time you drove a kart then? Would that be in Bahrain for the Grand Finals in December?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing a little bit of practice. Last weekend we drove the DD2, the Paralin, just to get used to it again. Because, I've never actually driven the Paralin DD2 before, so I had to get used to that. It's quite an easy switch, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
So from Tony Kart, an OTK product, was what Brand Racing used, a Paralin now. This isn't exactly the easiest circuit. If you're going to get back into karting, it's not exactly a nice, easy way to sort of get yourself ease back in. This is a very, very physically demanding circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But sometimes you've got to jump in the deep end,
Yeah.
It is definitely very demanding, but we'll see how it goes. I think it should be all right in terms of physicality. Yeah.
Performance this weekend, what are we hoping for? Obviously there's a championship battle going on in both classes, but you're just here to win.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we can send them hard. They're having to fight for the championship, so we're not. So we're just here to race then. Yeah.
Yeah, because especially in DD2, obviously Theo won last time out. He's just doing this round and last round, But for the championship contenders, the bigger the field, the bigger the points difference between first and last. So that's going to be playing on everyone's mind as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Yeah.
In senior, there's only about 45 of you. So just getting to the main event's going to be an achievement. Are you ready for the rough and tumble of that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did one of the senior races in Alforsan, which is good. I think we ended up winning that. So. Pretty similar grid. I see we've got some people coming from the UK as well. I saw some on the entry list. So, it'll be fun. Yeah.
It will be very good. The rest of the season, obviously, school taking complete priority. But when are we likely to see you out, after this weekend and next weekend?
Yeah, probably after Yas Marina. I'm pretty sure we're back here after Yas Marina.
Yes.
So, it'll be then, and then hopefully till the end of the year. Yeah.
Okay, so back in both classes, or are you going to, not sure just yet?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully both. Yeah.
Hopefully both. Well, there we go. It's great to have you back, Max. Something for all the championship regulars to consider. Double defending champion Max Dexter. New kart, new team, same amount of talent.
A big welcome back to Origin Motorsport and this young driver, Elliot Surtees. We're both from the same part of England, so translation services are available. Elliot, I'd imagine you'd be delighted to be back racing in the sunshine.
Yeah, I love it here. I find it's so much more fun, and I just like racing here.
Yeah, you just like racing, I suppose, don't you?
Yeah, I find it really fun.
Your thoughts here at the Dubai Kartdrome? It looks a very, very technical and tricky track.
Yeah, it's very technical. There's a lot of corners to get right, obviously, but if you string it all together, you'll be all right.
When you say that, you say there's a lot of corners to get right, but there's a lot of corners that lead onto the next corner, which leads on to the next corner. That makes it a very, very sort of tricky and complex thing to get your head around.
Yeah, I mean, when you're racing and in the pack, you're always thinking, are they going to move here? Are they going to dive here? But again, if you're switched on, you'll be all right around here.
Where do you have to switch on for defending here at Dubai?
Definitely turn 2 and back sector going along the back straight. Definitely there.
I've been sort of trying to think if there is anywhere that we can tell everybody back where we're from in the UK what track kind of compares to here, but I don't think there is. What do you think?
No, not really.
It's
very different. It's very different.
It is. Now, you've been part of Origin Motorsport. It's your family team. Your livery, your sticker design is quite the wrong colour. I mean, we're from the northeast, and for our international audience, Elliot and I are from the northeast of England, but we're very much distant relatives because Elliot here is a Newcastle United supporter and I am a Sunderland supporter. And if anybody knows your Premier League football, you know that we shouldn't even be talking. So why the black and white? I mean, it's awful.
I mean, it's the best football team, I think, and I just think it fits well on a go-kart.
Right, and when Sunderland met Newcastle the last time, what happened?
No answer.
Wish you all the very best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Not for your football team, but for your karting this weekend.
You.
Elliot Surtees, everyone.
One of the most intense class battles here in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge is in Minimax. Albie J. Stubbs currently leads the championship, but not by much. And Albie, if one thing we've learned this year is that there's a whole bunch of drivers every single race that can win in Minimax, isn't there?
Yeah, it's very competitive in Mini. It was competitive in Micro, but Mini's just another level.
What have you learned, because obviously you stepped up into Minimax. I think, Al Ain, it's fair to say that the starts weren't that kind to you. You went backwards quite a bit. That's part of the learning process, isn't it?
Yeah, when you go up into a new class, there's a lot to learn, and at the start it wasn't going my way. Maybe there was a little bit in me, but I kept getting hit a little bit, but hopefully we can do better this weekend.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously you've got lots of rivals. Benjamin Karachkovich, Austin Gray, Charlie Page. Who else are you concerned about? Because there's 20 Minimax drivers this weekend, the biggest grid of the year.
Well, there could be anyone win it, but I really like if it could be me that wins it.
Of course, of course. Now, talk a little bit about the team behind you. You're running with Sam Pollett Racing. Sam, you can see the graphics there on the kart with the UAE flag. Sam's been expanding out into the UAE this year with you, but also to try and attract other drivers as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he wants many this year. He just wants a few, but to do a good job with them.
And you're certainly doing a good job to start out with. Tell us a little bit about, you started Bambinos in the UK, but you raced here last year as well. Is it a case of, summer in the UK, winter over here with the family?
Well, we saw the Dubai O plate in Bambino, so we come over and done that, and then we really enjoyed it, so now we always race here in the winter.
Excellent. You've got Toby George mechanicking, Anderson Chilcots, and Sam is the team manager for you, which is your team from the UK. How much help is that? You're in a different country, different culture, but you've got familiar faces around you.
It's really good because then I don't have to get used to new people. It helps when I have Anderson, I don't have to get used to a new coach because I'm in a team, or I'm in a team, but I've got my own coach. And then with Toby as well, it's not like being in Excel and you have a different mechanic every weekend. So I just have Toby and Anderson and then Sam as a team manager. But at the minute, it looks like we're doing pretty well.
It does. Talk a little bit about this circuit. How have you found this track? What are the challenges to get round here in the Minimax division? Are we likely to see anybody pull away?
I don't know. In that last session, we pulled away a little bit, but I don't think there'll be much to pull away.
And of course the starts, like you've learnt a lot from last round to this round, but the starts here, you've got that long corner that doubles back over the bridge. Are you concerned about that?
No, I raced here in Miami and I was pretty good at the start, so hopefully we can just do the same this weekend.
Okay, well there's Albie. Let's just bring in Sam Pollitt a second. Sam's over there. Sam, come and have a little chat here. Number one, what would you like to say about your driver there, Albie? He's obviously very talented, but over here, his job is almost as a figurehead to help advertise the team, isn't it?
Yeah, he's obviously representing us. He's our only mini driver, but he's doing a really good job. Obviously, leading the championship. He's done great up to now. Hopefully, we can continue.
Now, of course, I've known you a long time. Sam Pollitt Racing it's been a very familiar fixture in the UK. You've really started to expand, not just in the UK, but internationally. Here is one arm. We talked about the Sam Pollitt logo with the UAE colours on it, but it's not just racing in the Middle East, it's junior car racing as well.
Yeah, we got an opportunity at the end of last year to venture into Ginetta Juniors, which has always been something I've wanted to do. I think there's no clear path from karting. We try and keep everybody in karting and then they don't end up into cars. So I'm trying to make a bit of a stepping stone from karting to cars and then progress through.
Okay, and again, how much of a logistical nightmare is that? Are you partnering with an existing team in cars?
Yeah, so there was an original team. They had the same idea, so we've sort of partnered up together. Yeah. Logistically, they sort most of it for me. I'll be there on the weekends, obviously with the drivers. The idea being that the drivers know me from karting, and then they go into cars, they still know me, we manage it all and we take it on like that.
And that's really, so many times you see people come out of karting, they go into cars and then it doesn't work. For whatever reason, the world of cars doesn't work out for them, so they either stop or they're at a bit of a crossroads. But I suppose there's an easy way not to come back to karting, but to sort of to dovetail the two commitments as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. And we've had a lot of drivers leave to cars and they almost say like they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do. It all starts again. Where obviously, because they already know us and they know how we operate, it's like a clear transition then into the car paddock.
So and that's from the UAE, the UK, and obviously it's going to be Ginetta Juniors in the UK?
Yeah, Ginetta Juniors and the GTPs and GTAs, so that even all three classes really.
Oh, superb. A lot of work on your plate then?
Quite a bit. I've got some good lads, so we're
yeah, because, very quickly, obviously, Albie, you've got Adam, you as well here, so two drivers here, but the expansion in terms of staff, logistics, all the equipment that you need, how has that come about?
A lot of headache. I've put a lot on the lads that work for us. Obviously, Anderson moved out here to look after the team out here. Without him, we couldn't really done that. Then obviously Toby came on board with Albie, which again has helped. And then Carol, who looks after Adam. Yeah. So some good guys that are all sort of predominantly doing the work for me.
And going back from when I first met you, 15 years ago, running, one or two drivers in UK championships, could you imagine this is where it would have led?
Not at all. No, not at all. It's a bit crazy.
It is a bit crazy indeed. Well, crazy is one thing, but Sam Pollitt Racing, as crazy as it might sound, has got his finger on the pulse and has got opportunities for drivers, UK, UAE, in karting, and now cars. Congratulations, Sam.
Thank you very much.
മറ്റേ ബാറ്ററി ഉണ്ടോ?
Already formed grid of 30 carts. That will give us a full grid of 36 carts that we're able to do run here at the Dubai Kartdrome. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is still Henry Baudet. Henry, hello. This is quite a pressured situation here when you end up in the B final, isn't it?
It is indeed. Looking at some of the names as well, Mossad Al-Bassam will be starting third. Patrick Cannon and Eni Asachi on the front row. Mossad Al-Bassam and Amani Kanua. Not expecting to be in the B final, but can he make it into the main event? Louis Hartmann, Sanad Al-Hamawi gets trapped into this event again. What can the 393 do? Sami Al-Assad, Manaf Al-Balushi, another driver who was in the B final yesterday, followed by Naman Kukrasia, Alicia Knessa, Yazan Al-Zajali, and Philip Dinu. The last couple of drivers, Alexis Elzia, Eshan Saeed, and Zara Karua.
Now, Sanad Al-Hamawi yesterday had the unfortunate situation of qualifying in the B final, and he came through and went way up the order in the A final. We're already underway. The lights have gone out. We are 2 or 3 wide into turn 2. They sort themselves out before they head in for 3, and it'll be across the bridge. Who's in the lead?
It is our Polson. It looks like Patrick Cannon for... No, it's the JNKD car. I think that... Is that Mossad Al-Bassam?
That is Mossad Al-Bassam.
Yes,
He's in the lead down the hill and already pulling out a gap.
Yeah, Amani Kanua up into P3. Our Polson to Patrick Cannon running in second position. So Eni Asachi didn't have a great start for the Kart Advisor Academy team. And they're looking there, I think that's Sachi in 5th position, the 393, Sanad Al-Hamawi up into P4. Don't forget, it's the top 6 drivers as Amani Kanua moves into 2nd position, the South African driver.
Here they come, Henry, across the line. Let's see who's in that vulnerable 6th spot. It's Alicia Knessa. Manaf Al-Balushi wants to take that from her. We'll try and get... Oh, there's a movement for 4th or 5th.
That was Sachi making a move.
That was Sachi moving up to 4th.
Yep.
Patrick Cannon now down to 5th. Alicia Knessa just behind them. Just coming off the bridge now, plunging downhill. So it's Al-Bassam who leads. Kanua is in 2nd. Lewis Hartmann, Sachi 4th. Cannon 5th. Manaf Al-Balushi has moved ahead. And see comes Sanad Al-Hamawi as Alicia Knessa pushed down to 8th.
Yeah, so, but of course, the drivers that finished 7th and 8th in the B final yesterday were promoted into the A final because 2 drivers that finished in the top 6 had post-race penalties.
That's right, I remember now.
Antonia Sadat and Tamim Hasiba, both of whom have automatically qualified for the A final today. So lightning won't strike twice for them. I think it's not going to be long before Amani Kanua is knocking on the door of Mossad Al-Bassam.
Yeah, these two are moving away from the rest of the field. Actually, Henry, Mossad Al-Bassam leading Amani Kanua around. That's the leaders. Behind them, though, it's getting very, very busy with Eni Asachi, Lewis Hartmann, Manaf Al-Balushi, Sanad Al-Hamawi. Al-Hamawi at the moment is the last qualifier, so he's in that vulnerable spot in 6th. Patrick Cannon has dropped down and now out of qualification zone. He's now 7th.
Yeah, from pole position back to 7th place. That's not great for Patrick Cannon. The question is now, looking at Amani Kanua, the front of that George Gibbons Motorsport car, Is that a dent in the plastic? Who knows? 3-second penalty for driver number 398, Sami Al-Assad. And there's the move for the race lead, Kanua into top spot. Now, if I were Imani Kanua, and I'm not, but if I was, I would be looking to get 5 seconds and above up the road and away from everybody else, just in case my nose cone doesn't pass the bracket test at the end of the race.
Right, that number 393, that is the 6th and final qualification position. The number 303, Patrick Cannon, coming back at him, looks over his shoulder there. That's Sanad Al-Hamawi, who is under a lot of pressure from Patrick Cannon. It's motorscape against Mumbai Falcons here for the final qualification into the year final. It's going to be from 31st down to 36th, and right now we're looking at the 36th qualifier going forward this afternoon.
Yeah, and now Eni Asachi gets back and passes or attacks second place driver Musad Al-Bassam, although Al-Bassam holding on. Oh, that could get wrong, and that was the number 347. Oh, and that's ripped off the exhaust from Eni Asachi's kart. Louis Hartmann up over the back of Eni Asachi. Here's your KartShot.me replay.
And this was clumsy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This can only be described as clumsy.
It was.
That'll be a drop nose and a missing exhaust there. The
So-
347 is the 347, Lewis Hartmann. I can hear the exhaust that's gone missing as well.
Eni Asachi out of the race. Really unfortunate from Enia, who was pretty much minding his own business. And the number 347 of Hartmann continues, although I would imagine looking down his nose cone is one thing, but the stewards may have a little look at that incident again. And it's good news for Patrick Cannon, Naman Kukrasia, and potentially Alicia Canessa.
It is, because that's changed the 6 qualifiers. All right, Amani Kanua off and out into the lead with Manaf Al-Balushi go with him, but Sanad Al-Hamawi, Musad Al-Bassam, Lewis Hartmann and Patrick Cannon, they're in that 5th and 6th spot. Neyman Karuja is absolutely trying to get past Patrick Cannon to be fully aware what position they're in, and he'd be wanting to get by because he wants his race weekend not to finish here. He wants to get forward for another one this afternoon in the year final.
Yeah, indeed. So Cannon in the 6th position. So we're looking at Kanua.
Cannon down the inside, actually, Henry.
Yeah.
So Cannon's gone ahead of Lewis Hartmann. So Lewis Hartmann on the blue and white liveried XL kart now. He is the driver that is vulnerable. The number 347 there, just coming into view there. He's got 2 karts right behind them. That is Lewis Hartmann. Neyman Kareja is 6th and 7th behind. Sorry, it's Neyman Kareja and Alicia Canessa. Canessa, the last kart in that train, and she is waiting to bide her time and maybe get through. That'd be great for her and her dad if they manage this.
Yes, and well, there goes Canessa past the number 374 of Naman Kukrasia, and that puts Canessa into P7, possibly P6, depending on the issue, any post-race issue with Louis Hartmann, who you've got to imagine has got something. Oh, and there is Canessa now having to defend through turn number 14. At the moment, on track, the 347 kart, the first of these 3 karts. That's the final transfer spot. Denmark's Louis Hartmann as we start the final lap.
Louis Hartmann has been exceeding a lot of track limits on that final turn. We'll see what the stewards think of that as we race to the flag now. Kanua, he's off into the lead. Balbalushi is next. Al-Hamani, Al-Bassam, Cannon. Hartmann is the one we're watching, though, as we look at the 303 and the 347. The 304 of Alicia Canessa is just behind Lewis Hartmann now. And Canessa still in that 7th spot and has not qualified. As we get towards checkered flag, we're into the final stages of the lap here at the Dubai Kartdrome, and we will be waving the checkered flag very soon. There's the number 374 of Neyman Kareja. Canessa has gone out.
Yes.
We've lost her. So there's been an incident just off camera.
So the checkered flag is going to come out. Amani Kanua, Manaf Al-Balushi, Sanad Al-Hamawi, and Musad Al-Bassam, they are definitely in. Patrick Cannon also in 5th position. Now, the question remains, who will be the 6th and final qualifier? Louis Hartmann, potentially with a penalty, potentially with a nose cone penalty. Naman Kukrasia, what happened between Kukrasia and Knessa on that final lap? Here is your results. Kanua, Belushi, Al-Hamawi, Al-Bassam, Cannon and Hartmann. They're your 6 provisional qualifiers. Sadly, at the moment, Kukrasia, Saeed, Dinu, Al-Zajali, Al-Assad, Al-Zia, their weekend is over, as is Alicia Knessa, Eni Asachi and Zara Karua.
So, always exciting stuff in the B final. And with 6 qualifiers going through.
It reminds you of that Amy Whitehouse song, Fade to Black.
Indeed.
There is a glance at the exit of pit lane. That is where the drivers will emerge for the start of today's main events. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us, whether you're joining us on the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel or the Karting Live TV YouTube channel. Your support is very, very much welcomed.
We have got the first of our finals next, Henry.
Yes, we do.
It is Microax coming up in about 4 minutes, 3 minutes actually, as the clock has ticked by. And so Microax, which was quite an occasion yesterday, wasn't it?
First win for Alexander Freienstein. Can he repeat that? And he did it on the last lap as Liam O'Hanlon and Samir Chopra decided to squabble over the same piece of tarmac, which resulted in both of them going wide and the door opening for Motorscapes.
Credit to Alex, though.
Oh, for being there,
because he had to fight to be there.
Yep.
He was right on the tail, right on the rear bumper, really, of both of those, Veer Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon. They are no slouches, those two drivers.
Absolutely
and
not.
Alex Freienstein is. You've seen Alex come in as a
Yeah.
virtual beginner, haven't you?
Yeah, no, exactly. I remember last year at Yas Marina, it was February last year, less than a year ago, his mum goes, look, just you're not going to mention my son's name much because he's the back, but just in case you do, it's not Freienstein, it's Freienstein. I was
Yes.
like, I don't know, okay, no problem at
And
all.
we remembered him.
Yeah, but I mean, even then,
You
know,
called out his name for the top step of the podium. Is that his first win?
That was his first win.
Yeah,
Yep,
first final win?
Yeah,
Has
his
he won
first
heats
final
before?
win.
Can you remember?
Don't think he's won heats, no. I mean, he's had, that was, I think, three or four podiums in a row now for Freienstein.
Yeah, absolutely. He's
really
been promising
coming
to
on.
be on that top step.
He's got a younger sister who wants to be a journalist and a commentator, because the last round of the championship last year, we did a little thing where she made some notes and she did a couple of little interviews with some of the other micro drivers talking about,
How old is she?
About 8.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So, but she decided she wants to be a presenter or an interviewer, or she likes her YouTube, so she wants to maybe have her own YouTube channel and do interviews. Of course she does. Of course. What self-respecting 8-year-old doesn't want to be a YouTuber in this day and age?
I've got a 10-year-old grandson who's doing YouTube snippets and cuts and edits.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Him and his mate are starting a media company.
Really?
They're only 10.
Fantastic. Absolutely outstanding.
It is. It is, absolutely. So just to give an idea of what the programme has in store, we've got Microax coming up with their final next. That's due in about a minute or so. We've then got the Minimax final coming up after that. DD2, our gearbox class, incorporating the Masters, of course. That will be next up. Then we sort out the Junior Max final. That's got to be an absolutely thrilling affair. And then the Senior Max final will not just round off the afternoon, but round off round 4 of the UAE RMC.
Round 4, race day 2. At the end of these finals, we will have completed 6 out of 12 race days.
Good point.
In this year's championship.
Halfway.
We will be halfway home. You can check out the Al Ain Raceway website. Just type in UAE RMC into Google or another search engine, and you will get this year's calendar. We move from here to Yas Marina on the 14th and 15th. We're going to spend Valentine's Day together, Joe.
Well, that's sweet, Henry.
Yeah, that is sweet.
Dairy milk is my favourite chocolate, by the way.
Okay, no problem. I'm a Galaxy man myself.
So that's me and my wife.
There we
Her
are. Look at
favourite's
that.
Galaxy, mine's Dairy milk.
Oh, well.
Never the twin shall me. Still let me Dairy milk at Christmas, though.
Did you?
Oh, yes.
And I mean, that's just, I say Galaxy, man. I mean, if it's not a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, then, which is not really Valentine's-y, is it, a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup?
Remind me to tell you about my Valentine's Day story.
Okay,
Not for bro.
No, bro. Maybe
But
not while your wife's here.
I'm not going to bore everybody with it. No, my wife's very much in on it.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough. But we digress. Here we go, 12 laps for Micromax. The drivers will be emerging.
7 out of 13 race days. Round 3 was a 2-day event, remember. One event across 2 days.
Ah, right.
Thank you to Guy, keeping us right.
Not a problem, thank you.
Moving swiftly on from our mistake, Henry.
Yep, my
Sama
mistake, my
Chopra
mistake.
on the pole position with Adam Al-Sheikh alongside. Then we've got yesterday's winner, Alexander Feinstein, on row 2 with Liam O'Hanlon alongside. Saif Al-Khalifa is on row 3 along with Rud Rapatap Shekawat. On row 4, we have got our next drivers on row 4.
Jensen Kelly, whose grandparents might or might not be hungover at the moment. Kelly in 7th, followed by Vaibhav Ponna, Ivans Voronins, Amar Tabatsa, Tadeusz Prochatska, Adam Hugh, then Cameron Harvey, Arthur Bowers. Those two should be moving forward. Haris Chrysochou, Abdulaziz Al-Saraf, Rio Pocock, Felix Souza Jebjerg, and the final trio of Micromax drivers, Enzo Falzarano, Tayab Haroum, and Kylian Nkudu Mbappe. No, that's
Mbida.
Mbappe for football.
Already, Sama Chopra bringing the field onto the back straight, and this is where we'll slow them down. They cross the red line. If you're not in position by that red line there, where you've seen them just cross, then you have to stay where you are quite effectively. Sama Chopra, Adam Al-Sheikh is the cart alongside. We've got Matthias Nejem Motorsport on the pole, XL Motorsport alongside. Behind them on the second row is Alexander Feinstein with Motorscape with Liam O'Hanlon for George Gibbons Motorsport alongside them. XL and Mumbai Falcons on row 3 in the form of Saif Al-Khalifa and Rud Rapatap Shekawat. And then we have Sama Chopra bringing them round now. And we will get them heading towards the red light. Here we go. We're getting the final underway, Henry, in first attempt.
Yep.
And it's the pole setter, Sama Chopra, who will have the perfect run to turn 2. And he's got clear track in front of him. And he's able to take the optimum line through there. That'll enable him to get through 3 and onto the bridge first.
Yeah, and Alex Freienstein was able to grab second place. It was Saif Al-Khalifa in the number 2 cart from about 5th on the grid, who almost chopped across the nose of Freienstein, and Freienstein's got the bit between his teeth here. Look at the number 77 cart down the hill underneath the crossover. Freienstein, he means business. He's looking to complete the double as they head up the hill through turns 11 and 12.
Well, slightly longer lap length, I should say. 12 laps here for the Micromax final, and Feinstein now sort of indicating to Sama Chopra to get on with it, because for company he's got a gaggle of carts that are joining in as we get through the S's and onto the start-finish straight. It'll be 1 lap completed. Sama Chopra leads. Alexander Feinstein, Saif Al-Khalifa, Adam Al-Sheikh, Liam O'Hanlon, Rud Rapatap Shekawat, Vaibhav Ponna, Evans Vorins, Jensen Kelly, Arthur Bowers. That's your top 10. But they are literally in a train of carts.
Yeah, this tells me that Samar Chopra, their Matthias Nejem Motorsport team, have set that cart up to be strong in the second half of the race. So they just told Samar, look, you've got to just withstand the pain of the early couple of laps. Try and keep everyone behind you, because you're not going to be the quickest cart for the first few laps. However, if you can do that, your cart will get quicker and quicker as the race goes on. So these are critical moments, because if Chopra can stay ahead for the first, I'd say, 4-5 laps of this race, then you might see a situation where he just clears off and everyone else is battling for second place. Freienstein et al. Need to make their move early and try and pin Chopra back before his kart hits the sweet spot.
Alexander Freienstein in that red and black kart there in second place, the Motorscape driver. He's got a taste of that first step at the podium he did yesterday. And he's got something about his body language on the tail of Samar Chopra. Just loses out through the hairpin at 3. Down the hill they go through the hairpin. And then onto the turn 6 hairpin now. And then this is where Freienstein kind of loses connection to that Samar Chopra rear bumper. He reconnects with it though through this section of track, out of there into the chicane, and this is where he gains it back. So he's got a better handling kart in sectors, end of sector 2 into sector 3. It seems that Freienstein can get back on terms. Going to prove me wrong here, isn't he?
Well, there is Al Khalifa in third position. O'Hanlon, Al Sheikh. Then a little gap back to Rudrapatrap Shekhawat and Ivans Voronins. Vaibhav Ponna, Arthur Bowers, Jensen Kelly, your top 10. Good news. Bad news for Adam Zhu, 5-second penalty. Good news for Jensen Kelly's family. His grandparents awake, alert, and watching minus a hangover. Kartshop.me replay as Saif Al Khalifa takes over second position. The Bahraini driver moves in to P2.
And who is that just slotting in behind? It's Liam O'Hanlon ahead of Saif Al Khalifa, and he's, if anything, he's into third place right on the back end now as we head down through the sweeping left-hander. The Kartshop.me replay showing a little bit of contact there. Has he got away with it? My goodness, he has. He was 90 degrees to his direction of travel there.
Wow.
He has flat spotted those tyres as O'Hanlon goes down the inside. The number 22, Liam O'Hanlon, down the inside of Freienstein and into second place. Off after Chopper he goes.
Well, now have they given themselves too much work to do? Is Chopra's kart now getting into its sweet spot? The two XL Motorsport drivers have conspired to eliminate themselves, not from the race, but from contention for victory. We're down to the same 3 contenders who finished on the podium yesterday. Saif Al Khalifa, I think, may have had some... Yeah, Saif Al Khalifa, his race is over. He's retired with damage. Adam Al Sheikh, who was broadside and heading towards the wall at a fair rate of knots. There's Al Khalifa's kart out of the race.
Incredible, Henry, that after that 90-degree direction of travel, heading towards the bridge parapet, he still maintained 6th place. He continued and got into that chicane and out the chicane in 6th spot. That's mega. Question is now on everybody's lips with 5 laps completed, heading towards half distance. Liam O'Hanlon gap down from 1.3 to 1 second.
So lap 5, I think that O'Hanlon is quick enough to catch Samar Chopra. I don't think Freienstein is quick enough to go with him in outright pace. Alex Freienstein is already now hoping that he will, the leaders will start to battle, and that will drag him into contention. But O'Hanlon, he has got, he is quick.
He is
there
quick.
There is the 4th, 5th, 6th place battle. Voronins, Shekhawat, Al Sheikh with Ponna, Kelly, Bowers and Harvey, the rest of the top 10.
Liam O'Hanlon has been in stealth mode today. He has been nowhere. Where has he been? We're used to seeing that bright yellow liveried overall of Liam O'Hanlon with these bright colours of his helmet, always at the front of the field. He hasn't been so much. Now he gets his head down. The gap was a second 2 laps ago. It's been maintained at 9/10 for the last couple of laps now. We're into the second half of this race. Let's see if O'Hanlon can continue his charge. You can see how determined he is. Puts his head down, gets his head buried behind the steering wheel, and just to cut down that airflow, he continues charging towards Chopra.
O'Hanlon's sort of the fonts that they use, or the style of lettering that the family use for a lot of Liam's Liam's lettering wording is all Valentino Rossi inspired. The same sort of style of lettering, colours of Rossi, and you can see even in the terms of his crash helmet colours. So he's going to need to pull something like the master himself out of the hat to catch Samar Chopra. Half distance, the gap was 9/10 of a second last time around, but O'Hanlon had set the fastest lap of the race.
Well, it's 0.893, Henry. Shall we call that 9/10?
Yeah, yes, it's fractionally quicker this time around.
Let's see what he's got. Alexander Feinstein's got a lonely third place now as they head over the bridge. He has been left by both Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon. They have got their own race to contend with, and Liam O'Hanlon getting his head down. Has he closed the gap? It's still 0.890. It's getting towards the final stages, though, and the pressure doesn't seem to affect Samar Chopra. He's got a job to do. He may be getting into that mode of, well, the flag's not that far away. If I just can stay here, keep that gap big enough for Liam O'Hanlon not to be able to outbrake, then, and remember, these Micromax carts, 105 kilogram minimum weight, they're underpowered. They're a very restricted 125cc water-cooled Rotax engine. So it's all about momentum. And around the Dubai Kartdrome, it's all about the momentum and not making mistakes through the many, many hairpins and switchbacks that we have here. It's got a brilliant character to it. It is unique.
It really does, and I'm sure that the new circuit will be absolutely spectacular in terms of its design, how it's presented, as virtually everything is in this part of the world. Will it retain the character of this circuit?
I think that's the objective.
That's the objective, to maintain the character. And character, that's the X factor that you can't really see. You can't plot it on a CAD sort of design drawing. The way that the facility makes you feel when you're in it and when you're driving it.
Well, it'll have more of an open space because it won't be in the middle of the Motor City. Yes.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. It will have a more of an open field for the next 20 years or so.
Yes.
Right. See what the gap is, Henry.
It's going to be less than 9/10 of a second. It is going to be just under 7/10 of a second.
He's coming.
And you know what? We're on. So we start lap 10 out of 12.
He's coming, and I'll tell you what's going to come into play here. The science of slipstream. Liam O'Hanlon is almost feeding into the hole that cart of Samar Chopra is creating in the air. That's going to give more of a straight line speed here, especially here. If he can get in that gap where the air is a little bit thinner behind Samar Chopra, he's going to get drawn into the rear bumper. And we're seeing that science come into play absolutely before our very eyes, as Liam O'Hanlon is now in a position to start slipstreaming. He needs to be very, very smooth. Samar Chopra, for M&M, I should say, Matty isn't a Gem Motorsport, he needs to keep that cool head. When he can hear the engine of Liam O'Hanlon, that's when the pressure starts to mount. Here they go. Dip your head down, Liam. Get in the air, get out of the airflow, and the gap is half a second.
So Chopra has looked over his shoulder twice on the last lap. He is now conscious. O'Hanlon will get a shot. There is Chopra looking over his shoulder again. They'll get the last lap board next time around. O'Hanlon inching toward these last couple of kart lengths now are going to be academic, because O'Hanlon is going to force Chopra to defend. Chopra will start taking alternate line into some of the corners to protect. He doesn't need to protect and defend yet, but he doesn't know that.
That's going to slow him down.
It's going to slow him down.
Once you get off the optimum line and start defending, you invariably go slower lap time. That plays into the hands of Liam O'Hanlon. We're seeing that happen. Gap is 4/10 across the last sector. Here they go. Slipstream coming into play. O'Hanlon ducks his head. The gap is 3/10 of a second. It's literally 1/10 of a second at every sector line. Now he's almost on the bumper. Now he can just reach out and feel like he can just reach out and touch the bumper of Samar Chopra. What can Chopra do to keep him back?
Let's have a look. He's not close enough here. Look for him coming out underneath the bridge into the uphill chicane. That is where, is he close enough? I don't think he's close enough. If he gets a slipstream, this could be a place where he could surprise Samar Chopra. Traffic ahead, not close enough. Good driving, Samar Chopra. Now it's going to be the end of the back straight. Oh, there's traffic in the way, and the novice driver does get out of the way. Has that held up Chopra at all? I think Samar Chopra may just have done enough to hold on.
Yes, and well done, Killian, for keeping out of the way there. Novice driver heads up driving from him through the S's for the final time, into the final turn for the final time. Who's going to take the win today? Liam O'Hanlon moves alongside. Almost, no, he has to slot back in. And there's the win for Samar Chopra. Liam O'Hanlon takes second. Alexander Feinstein, another podium for the Motorscape driver. The rest of the field coming through. But I tell you what a drive from Samar Chopra. What a day for Samar Chopra. He's been on the pole position. He's been devastating all weekend. He's been at the forefront. He was kind of unfortunate not to take the win in the final yesterday. That was taken by Alexander Feinstein. But all credit as well to Liam O'Hanlon, who came through from a bit of a character building day for young Liam. As we look at the full result then, Samar Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon, Alexander Feinstein, Ivans Voronins in fourth, Ruud Rabatap, Shekawat in fifth, sixth place was Adam El Shaikh, seventh place Arthur Bowers, Jensen Kelly was eighth, Vaya Ponna was ninth, 10th was Cameron Harvey, then we had Amar Tabatsa, Tadeusz Prochaska in 13th, Zhu Kuan-Yi, Enzo Falzerano, Abdulaziz El Sarif was 15th, Harris Krishu was next, Felix Souza Jebjerg 17th, 18th was Rio Pocock, then we had Tayab Haroun, Kilian Kudu Mabida, with Saif Al Khalifa having to retire after 3 laps. Let's just catch our breath as Henry goes down to the Parc Fermé, where he will hopefully be able to grab a word with not just the winner, Samar, but also Liam O'Hanlon and indeed Alexander Feinstein, our 3 podium drivers. Microax delivered once again. We've got Minimax coming up next, and that usually delivers as well. This is what we've got for the UAE RMC going forward for the rest of the year as well. Next month, we head off to the Yas Marina track in Abu Dhabi. It is quite, it's going to be quite an experience for everybody in the UAE RMC. It's an event that you will really, really don't want to miss. 14th and 15th of February, it's again 2 days of racing, a full point scoring day on the 14th and a full point scoring day on the 15th. And we're going to use the Yas Marina North Circuit. It's part of the Western Hairpin, and it's literally using what the Formula One track is. It's the old configuration where they go through a little chicane and then into the left-hand hairpin, down the back straight, and then we kick off, we turn off the Grand Prix track and go off to the infield and then rejoin the Grand Prix track, which forms our start-finish straight there. Surrounded by grandstands. It's a beautiful venue, really is 21st century motorsport, the Yas Marina facility. And it's where the Formula One World Championship has been decided for the past few years, and literally just weeks prior to our event, it was where Lando Norris clinched the 2025 Formula One World Championship. It is quite the venue. From there, beginning of March, back here to the Dubai Kartdrome for a one-day event. And then on the 29th of March, off to Al Fassan, just south of the Abu Dhabi area. And then Al Ain Raceway is where we finish off. Let's head down to Henry, though, who's got our winners in Microax.
Well, a great way to start off the main events here today at the Dubai Kartdrome. Samar Chopra, would I be right in thinking that your kart was set up to get better and better as the race went on, because you were under a lot of pressure in the opening couple of laps, but you managed to hang on and then make a gap?
Yeah, I managed to make a gap at the start, and then towards the end, I looked back and saw Liam was catching up to me.
Yeah, so those last 2 laps, I would say, it was all about you, your mental strength, wasn't it? Not making a mistake, because Liam was closing in. You didn't defend too early. Talk a little bit about those last couple of laps.
On the last lap, I did not defend. The only corner I went defensive was turn 14.
Just in case he was going to try something special, is that right?
Yeah.
So, now that you won, how do you feel?
I feel really happy. I was looking for this moment since the start of the season, and I finally got it in.
So, first final win, yes?
Yeah.
Excellent. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother Matthias, Nasri, Dan, and Danny.
Well done. Congratulations, Samar Chopper. We'll swap you around. Liam, come in. So, another day, another second place finish, but we've had all those wins beforehand, so it means that this is okay. Second's okay, yeah?
Yeah, I was happy with that final then.
Yeah, because tell us about your final. You started quite a way back, you had to fight your way through. Talk a little bit about the start of the race.
The start wasn't the best because I'm starting fourth, and then I stayed in fourth, I think, and then I tried to make the moves like as quick as I can, and then just try and catch Samar.
Now, of course, when you got into second position, I think the gap was 1.6 seconds. You chipped away at it. When you saw the last lap board go out, did you think, oh, I'm not quite close enough, or did you think that you had a chance?
Yeah, I thought I had a chance on that last lap.
But Samar didn't defend, he didn't make a mistake. Happy with second?
Yeah, it's a good result for the end of the day. I like second's good.
And who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sister, George, Zabir, my whole team, Lockie, Jacob, and Connor Clancy.
Is your nan here as well?
Yeah, and my nan.
Excellent, there we go. Whole family gets a mention. Well, thank you. Alex, you come in this way. This is becoming a regular occurrence. Now, how many podiums in a row is this for you? 4 or 3?
4.
4 in a row. We had our first win yesterday. The start of the race was excellent. You were right with Samar. Did the cart sort of go off a little bit as the race went on?
It kind of did, but I kept on pushing.
It was a bit of a lonely race then into third position. When Liam got past you couldn't quite stay with Liam, but you were well clear of everybody else, weren't you?
Yeah, I was.
So, 4 podiums in a row. Are you in a position to challenge these two for the championship as we move into the second half of the year?
Maybe, maybe not.
We'll have to see. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandparents, my dad's sister, my dad's brother, and my cousins.
Okay, the whole family, aunties, uncles, cousins, they've been supporting you in the online chat as well. So there we go. At the moment, it's still a 2-horse race for the title in Micromax, but there's a motorscape driver who's trying to make it a 3-way battle for championship honours as we move into the second half of the Micromax season.
Thank you, Henry, and another congratulations to our Micromax winners. We'll see them at the trophy presentation later on this afternoon. We get straight into Minimax, and Minimax is all about this lot here. Benjamin Kraczkowicz on the pole position. Who can beat him? He's been outstanding all weekend. Charlie Page is going to be the first driver that tries from the outside of the front row. Oliver Butchard, always good for a bet on that one. Oliver Butchard on the second row of the grid from Austin Gray alongside. Francesco Lignoli is on the row 3 with Mikhail Mitrikin alongside him. Fourth row of the grid then, we've got Albie J. Stubbs and Ivan Jankovic. William Mazzali and Paul Schutzman share row 5 with row 6, Kurt Ivanov and Max Payton. Adam Fleury and Veiko Payamaki with Aaron Essen, Rafael Zagati, Gleb Obyukov, Zuhair Turkey on the 18th spot, row 10, rounding off 20 carts, Vivian Chuhan and Mikhail Tervoplimov. That's the grid for Micromax. We get things underway. I'm going to have to hand my melon to my wife, who's just slipped out the door. And we have got Benjamin Kraczkowicz leading the field round. The JNKD driver has been the driver to beat in Minimax as ever. He represented the UAE at the recent Bahrain World Finals in Micromax and took the World Finals win. He's like a duck to water in Minimax, and the transition has been seamless.
Have we mentioned that we've got Austin Gray's family watching from Iraq?
No, we have not.
Austin Gray's watching from Iraq, a cold Iraq.
Here we go then. Oh, and from the outside, that's a great move by Charlie Page. How are they going to appear out of turn 1? Page gets run out wide, and that is a J&K driver,
That's
Austin Gray,
well,
who's gone into the lead.
Well, I mean, on a spin, Oliver Butchard gets turned around going into turn number 3. Several of the drivers involved. Well, it might be cold. I mean, they say it's always sunny in Philadelphia. That's a TV show. It's always sunny in Iraq. It might not be very warm at the moment, but there's reasons why there's lots of jumping up and down in Iraq at the moment, because Austin Gray has the race lead. He hasn't won a final yet this year. He's got his teammate Benjamin Kartdrome sitting right behind him. This is going to be a real test of Austin's mettle.
Early days yet, Henry. 13 laps, remember, the Minimax final. And we haven't even got our tyres up to temperature yet. These tyres will be coming in pretty much halfway around the second lap here usually. Mind you, the temperature's got up. I think it's a balmy 24 degrees out there as Krajkovic goes very wide indeed on the last turn into turn 1. Is the challenge going to come? He had a look at it, didn't he? He had a look. Maybe if that wasn't his teammate, he might have had a plunge. But he's discretion, the better part of valour for Benjamin Krajkovic, as he's got his teammate Austin Gray leading the way for him at the moment.
Now, Benjamin Kartdrome is going to be having a look at the red symbol on the back of Austin Gray's crash helmet, and that is the Scottish lion. Because there is a Scottish connection for Austin's family, and any Scotsman will tell you they don't like giving away anything for free. Because money, drinks, positions on racetracks. So Austin Gray, he will not be an easy pass, even though Kartdrome is his teammate, team leader, and championship leader. They are pulling away, however, from Charlie Page, Ivan Janickiewicz, LBJ Stubbs, Paul Schutzman, Adam Fleury, and the rest.
LBJ Stubbs is just about to put in the fastest lap of the race so far. Yes, there it is, a 59.271. His tyres have come on. His tyres have come on, haven't they? Because now we'll keep an eye out. He's in 5th at the moment. He's in the Sam Pollitt racing cart. It's easy to see because it's kind of a bright pink and white as the battle for the lead is maintained.
And that's a perfect lap.
It is, Stubbs. Absolutely. Purple, purple, purple.
Yeah, very rare to see, you know.
And continues purple in sector 1 again.
That's 4 straight purple sectors for LBJ Stubbs. We'll keep monitoring that. He's going to, you know, obviously encounter Ivan Jankiewicz's cart very shortly.
There's the move for the lead, Henry. Krajkovic around, or down the inside, I should say, at turn 12. They spear out of 11, which is very fast, and then just making his way, making the room work for him there. And it'll be Krajkovic who leads across the line. Austin Gray second as they come through. Charlie Page third. Jankiewicz's, LBJ Stubbs is still in 5th, and the gap is next to nothing as LBJ moves on to the back of Jankiewicz's in that 4th spot.
And this is going to be a critical time of the race for LBJ Stubbs. If he loses time, or if it takes him a couple of laps to get past Janikkiewicz, then Charlie Page will just be that little bit further up the road. It looks as though the 2 JNKD drivers, though, have got the legs on everybody else. They go up the hill through turn 11 into turn number 12. We saw a lap ago on the kartshop.me replay. That is where Kartdrome made the move for the race lead. Underneath the shopping precinct almost, and the various coffee shops here in Motor City that overlook the Dubai Kartdrome across the start-finish line. We start lap 5 out of 13.
Austin Gray is not being dropped at all by Krajkovic, who continues to lead. LBJ Stubbs trying to get by Jankiewicz's, and he's not really been able to do that at the moment. However, we're still in the realms, we're not even at half distance yet, so we're still in the realms of a little bit of tyre management, a little bit of race management, where drivers are not being pressured necessarily to show us their full deck of cards.
Yes, Mikhail Tverdoklyabov didn't take the start. You saw him crash in the pre-final. He was holding his elbow as he walked off the circuit. So Tverdoklyabov is not out there. The 19 drivers that started this race are all still running. Saw Oliver Butchard get turned around a couple of laps ago. Well, the bad news for Oliver is that he is down to 8th position. The good news for Oliver is that he is only in 8th position. after getting turned around and forced out the last. So he is closing in and catching up.
Let's see if Austin Gray can maintain this gap to the leader, Benjamin Krackovic, as they head down to the hairpin at turn number 6. And then it's flat out driving through the sweeps, the left-hand sweeps that lead under the bridge and into the chicane. And Austin Gray's just sitting there on the bumper, isn't he? Charlie Page, LBJ Stubbs, by the way, has finally gotten by Janicevic, and he's in 4th. Now the gap to 3rd is 7/10. So Charlie Page for XL has about to have for company. Here they come just out of the hairpin there. As these two continue on their way, it's I'm not sure whether Austin Gray's got any, and now we see the gap beginning to develop.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to, this is nothing against Austin Gray, but as Krackovic, though, misses the apex for turn number 2. I was going to say, on previous form, as we look back to see the 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle, there's Page, Stubbs and Janicevic. Lisignoli, Mazzali and Butchard are next. Then it's Schutzman, Ivanov, Turkey, Obukov, Zagati and Chowan. But on previous form, Austin Gray not quite as quick over a full race distance generally as Benjamin Krackovic. However, he's in a rhythm now. Austin Gray is in that rhythm where he's just following the wheel tracks. Benjamin Krackovic, this might sound really stupid, and it's coming out of my mouth, so there's always a chance that it is really stupid, but Krackovic is driving for both of them. All Gray is doing is mirroring and copying the wheel tracks of his teammate.
Yeah.
So Krackovic is dragging Austin Gray round.
What I want to ask is, as Austin Gray, is he absolutely flat chart? Is he at 100% maximum, or is he just playing a waiting game? I get the feeling that when we pull the trigger towards maybe lap 11, lap 12, we might see Benjamin Krackovic, which we've seen on many occasions, just eke out that bit of a cushion.
Yeah.
I'm expecting to see that right now.
Yeah.
So this first and second step of the podium being managed by the team JNKD. The 3rd place battle here is Charlie Page, the pink livery cart of Sam Pollitt Racing. The one in that 2nd position there is the 4th place cart of LBJ Stubbs. And these two, are we seeing a waiting game for the final step of the podium being played by LBJ?
Well, I mean, look, I'm going to play devil's advocate there and say that it's not a question of, how much is Austin Gray pushing. It's what, there's the move. There is the move. LBJ Stubbs ahead now of Charlie Page. And he did it in a place where he didn't lose too much ground. The gap between the top two. Here's your kartshop.me replay. LBJ Stubbs sets Charlie Page up there. Just dives to the inside. There's loads of room. Page doesn't squeeze him. So Stubbs doesn't lose too much speed coming onto the bridge. And that means that, they lost 0.4 of a second. Making that move. Here comes Janicevic up into P4.
Yeah.
Don't forget, even Janicevic and Oliver Butchard. And here comes Page fighting straight back. Janicevic, at the moment, has got Mark Baines' best chance of maintaining that 100% podium record for a Mark Baines run driver in the 2025-2026 season over here in the UAE.
I think LBJ Stubbs has got other ideas about keeping Mark Baines' record going. Because Janicevic, who is still being fought heartily by Charlie Page, still having to slot back in behind. There he goes, down the inside. Can he hang on to it? Down the incline to turn 6 there, the hairpin. Charlie Page, surely. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. Off the bridge, down the inside. We've seen that many times at turn 5. And then if you can hang on to it at turn 6, looks across and behind. He's got control of that now, hasn't he? And it's that 4th place that Charlie Page now settles into. This has allowed LBJ Stubbs to just disappear. He's got 1.1 seconds now gap and a lonely 3rd place. The JNKD driver still controlling the front of the race here. And as we get towards completing lap number 10, there it is there, just clicking by. 3 laps remaining. So still a bit of time for things to change and still a bit of time for Austin Gray there, the second kart in that picture, to maybe mount a challenge?
There is nobody that is going to be more difficult to pass, difficulter, tougher, more tough, something like that. I'll get my thesaurus out in a little bit. What I'm trying to say is that Benjamin Karachkovic will be exceptionally difficult for Austin Gray to overtake. Bearing in mind they're racing for the same team, bearing in mind that the JNKD team is the Karachkovic's family team, that's not going to bother Austin Gray because Austin's just treating Benjamin like any other driver. There'll be several mechanics and driver coaches watching from the sidelines that will now be busily chewing through their second or third set of fingernails. If they've got 3 sets of fingernails, they need to go and see a doctor. But I mean, you know what I mean. They are going to be very, very nervous. Has Austin Gray had a chance like this to win at the Dubai Kartdrome, to beat the reigning Rotax Grand Finals Microax champion, to put himself squarely in title contention as we enter the second half of the season?
Well, it's lap 11. This is where I called it. Austin Gray, if he's going to make a move, it's got to come very soon, because next time by, when they start back heading towards the paddock, and they are doing that now, they'll head away from the paddock through the chicane here, back up the hill into the hairpin at turn number 11. It's more sweeping than it is a hairpin, let's say, through 12. They'll start coming back towards us. It'll be the last lap board they will see, and if anything, this is where we've got to turn the wick up. If you've been racing at 8, 9 tenths, this is where it's got to be 10, 11 tenths now, going into the final lap, across the line. And look at how much space, look at how much track Krachkovic needed there to keep the momentum. He started to defend. That's going to make the lap time slower, and that's going to offer opportunities to Austin Gray. Benjamin Krachkovic looking behind him more perhaps than he's looking forward.
Here comes Gray. Watch Gray slide at the inside. Can he make the move into this corner? He goes for it. Karachkovic gives him just enough room. Great racing respect between the two teammates. Now, can Gray stay with Karachkovic underneath the bridge? He's going to surprise him coming out into this next corner. Karachkovic has the inside line. He's going to cost him a little bit of momentum up the hill. This next right-hander onto the back straight is where Karachkovic is usually at his strongest. Gray has to get a good run into the next corner. Karachkovic is defending. This is going to be an over-under job, Joe.
It is, but Karachkovic knows where you can pass here at the Dubai Kartdrome, and he clears that off. He just builds a bridge and stops Austin Gray coming anywhere near alongside him. He didn't want to chance that. He didn't want to chance that going into turn 14, and that was mega defensive driving. And once again, Benjamin Krachkovic showing his experience of this place here, the Dubai Kartdrome. It's very technical. Those and look at that. That's
like
great
that. Really
teammate sportsmanship. Because you know what? I am absolutely applauding Austin Gray there, because that could have been very, very messy.
Well, do you know something? Austin Gray proving that he's not afraid to have a go. Right, I'm going to go down and speak to the three podium finishers.
Let's get the inside. Here is the provisional result then. Benjamin Krachkovic takes the win at the second race day of round 4 of the UAE RMC. Austin Gray's teammate, a very close second. In third, the final step of the podium, Albie J. Stubbs will see them there. Charlie Page was 4th. Francesco Lisgnoli was 5th. Ivan Jančičević is 6th. We then had Oliver Butchard, William Mazzali, Paul Schutzman, Kurt Ivanov, Mikhail Mitrokin, with Max Payton coming in 12th. In 13th was Vaiko Payikmaki, Adam Flory, Gleb Obyukov, Zahir Turki, Aaron Esan, Raffaele Zagati was 18th. 19th was Vivian Chuan, and the retirement that we saw was Mikhail Tervoklebov. That was the kart that didn't make the start because of a previous injury. Still not working, Nick.
A different button. That helps.
Yes.
It's always McCarthy. You have to go through that name every single time, don't you?
Which one? Sorry.
McCarthy Addiction.
Oh, you mean Mikhail Tervoklebov?
Because you were taught that by his mum, weren't you?
I was. She approached us at Alain and said, "This is how you pronounce our name, because we know that you will struggle." And she wasn't wrong. I have to look at it and work it out to Vokhlebov. I hope he's well, because he was slightly injured. I think he was injured in the pre-final. And I saw him talk to the official. He looked all right, but they just didn't give him clearance. Wow. Catch our breath, I think, Nick.
Yeah, good teammate work, yeah.
Minimax there, as ever, delivering. The usual protagonist, though, in the form of Benjamin Krachkovic. We saw Benjamin take the win yesterday. Maximum point score for his championship at the half distance going forward. They'll reconvene at Yas Marina. But for now, we will see Benjamin, Austin and LBJ, who's over here with Sam Pollitt. Not his first UAE RMC, but certainly, hopefully, we'll see the season out.
Yeah, he did the last LA one as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Bad start, good comeback from my memory, which is never that accurate.
So we've had Microax, we've had Minimax. We are, well, firstly, we've got to head down to Henry when he's gathered up the... collected
he's
the
herding
the
cats.
drivers. Yep. Next race on track, though, will be for our DD2 class, the gearbox class, the Rotax gearbox class, 2-ratio gearbox, first and second gears, as if it's not complex enough to drive the Dubai Kartdrome or a Rotax Max. Let's add in a bit of complexity.
Well,
Give you a choice of ratio here, first or second gear.
What do you fancy?
What do you mean?
First, second, which one do you go for?
I don't know. I mean, they've got to be up and down the box. Up and down the box here. Or is it, I don't know. We haven't. Whenever I ask a DD2 driver, how many gear changes here? They go,
a lot.
I haven't really got an idea, really. They haven't counted them, have they? And when you consider they can use, dropping down the box from second to first, they use that to assist and add to their braking efficiency.
And they've already got four-wheel brakes.
That's right, yeah. Hello to Charlie Wolfit. Be good to see you out here, Charlie, competing. Good luck to Alfie Ward. And Sharice West, come on, Liam. I think that was for Liam O'Hanlon, actually.
I think that's probably likely, yeah.
Who was on the podium. Have we got Henry down there?
He was beckoning, but he was actually beckoning to a child. I thought he was beckoning to the cameras to come down to me for the interview, but he was beckoning to a child. He's gathered we've definitely got 2/3 there at the moment.
Well, it's Benjamin Krachkovic, Austin Gray, and LBJ Stubbs that we will be hearing from. Let's head down to Henry now, who's got our winning drivers from Minimax.
Well, we're down here at the interview area. First of all, Benjamin, congratulations. You took your first Minimax win yesterday, your second one today, but this one, you really had to work for it. Tell us a little bit about that final lap battle.
It was a very good battle. I think me and Austin worked very good at the start. I went in on him and then we just started pushing. And then on the last lap, I defended, he went around my outside, and he didn't get the switch back on the last corner, so then I just won.
So tell me, going into the last lap, you started to defend. Being that Austin's your teammate, what kind of race were you expecting from him?
Not that good, but he's a good driver, so I think he did well for his pace. Yeah.
Okay, well done, Benjamin. Who'd you like to thank?
My parents, the whole JNKD team, and my mechanic.
Okay, we'll swap you right around. Austin, come this way. Okay, well, that was possibly your best final performance of the year, would you say?
It's all right, I think I lost out. I sended it down the inside in T5, I think, and then I just lost my exit speed, lost all hope, so yeah.
I mean, you went for that move coming on to the last lap. I mean, you couldn't just sit behind your teammate and just settle for second. You had to try something, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to go easy just because he's my teammate. I'm not going to wave him by, but he's a very good racer, especially on this track. He's very good. He's very good at defending as well. So on this track.
Now, before the start of the final, we had several people say they're watching you in Iraq. What have you got to say to your fans and family members watching at home in Iraq? Well, not at home in Iraq, watching at work in Iraq.
Well, I'm just going to thank my dad for watching. He's honestly, he supports me every race. He watches me every race. So he's my #1 fan, and he always will be.
Excellent. Well, he was saying it's very cold out there, but you gave him plenty of reasons to at least get jumping up and down to get some body heat in.
Yeah, I think the last lap was nice. I realised
even if I don't get first, it's fine. It's good for the championship, especially we're all here, we're top 3, so going into the last round, I'll try my best and try win.
Okay, thank you very much. You want to move aside? Albie, we'll bring you in now. P3, a lonely race for you a little bit afterwards because you had to fight with Charlie and you had to fight with Ivan as well.
Yeah, it was a hard race, but it wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a bit more grouped up and I could have done a bit better, but P3 come home with a podium, so not too bad.
Now, considering how yesterday's final started, to finish the weekend on a podium, okay, the championship is very, very close. There's still the 3 of you. There's Charlie, there's Attica if she comes back as well. There's all to play for, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot to play for. I'm not really worried if I don't win because there's plenty of tickets out there and I'm not bothered with Ben or Austin. Whoever wins it, they're all very nice kids.
Okay, well, there we go. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Anderson, my driver coach, Toby, my mechanic, Sam Pollitt for the setup, my dad, my mum, my brother and everyone who's watching at home.
Okay, there we go. Well, another really good race in Minimax. We'll be back with the next final coming up very shortly.
Thank you, Henry. There's our Minimax podium there. We'll see them later on. Don't forget, after the racing is done, we'll be staying with everything here on Karting Live TV and on the UAE RMC live stream and bringing you the trophy presentations. In the gap before the officials, the results become official, we have got a bit of a rerun of some interviews and the like from our paddock shows. So stay on board. Here is the grid for DD2s then. This has been an absolute stonker. On the pole position, Max Dexter for Telios alongside Theo Kakati. Second row, Mark Bassier with Suleiman Zanfari, who's been on fire all weekend. Tyler Harris in 5th. First of the Masters, Moritz Canopes in 6th. And then we've got Adam Malik and Anthony Hogg on row 4. Kai Blockley and Nicolo Cacciatore are on row 5. And it's Greg Watt in 11th spot. And with Honolulu Racing bringing that up, we will be getting towards the front of the grid now, where we've got Max Dexter and Theo Kakati, who are controlling the pace of the grid as they come through turn 13. Everybody has to be in position by the red line, which I've got to say they are. And it will be, that's the black and white cart of Max Dexter, the red and white cart of Theo Kakati. That's the front row. The pole sitter is Max Dexter. He's going to have the primary line into turn 1. He's also going to have the primary line into turn 2, but they're going to be heavy on the brakes there. The carts are going to be squirming beneath them because the tyres aren't quite where the drivers want them. And we will take a lap and a half to 2 laps for the tyres to be as balanced as the drivers would like. That's a really slow pace. Now we get our foot in, and Max Dexter gets the jump. Kakati has been dropped, and it looks like he's in 3rd or 4th, going through turn 1 and into turn 2. It's Dexter. He knew what he had to do, Henry, and he pulled that off perfectly.
Absolutely. I saw Max and Theo during the break, and I said to them both, I said, right, game on, and Max give you a smile and a nod. And I said to Theo, I said, right, it's time to go now. He was like, oh, yeah. But certainly 1-0 to Max in terms of getting the jump at the start. And, with Mark Bassier and Theo Kakati, and Tyler Harris getting in between Max and Theo. That is not good news for Theo Kakati.
No, absolutely. You remember this race over 20 kilometres long now, our finals going forward. 16 laps of the Dubai Kartdrome as Max Dexter uses a bit of extra track there to keep his momentum up. It is Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris, Theo Kakati, Adam Malik, Suleiman Zanfari. What's happened there?
That was Theo Kakati using the tin opener, as it were. I think if there was a two-handed tin opener, he would have used them both hands to get past Tyler Harris, because he knows he cannot let this man get away. No. He cannot let Dexter get into his rhythm, and as you can see, he is getting away. In fact, we've got a new third-place driver. That is Adam Malik. So he's fresh from his school trip to Vietnam, and he is now fully woken up, back in the right time zone, and motoring forward. Kakati, it's gone horribly wrong for Theo Kakati.
That was Kakati's move. That lost him all that momentum. That allowed Adam Malik to take advantage of that situation. The M&M driver now is under massive pressure from Kakati. Out onto the start-finish straight. Down across the line they go. Across the line. There is nothing in it. Dexter, Bassia, Malik, Kakati. Where will Kakati make the move?
A 3-second penalty for Maurice Knoppers, the current DD2 Masters race leader. That will promote Kyle Blockley. Here's a look at your kartshop.me replay briefly as we go, and that is Suleiman Sanfari also making a move. So Kakati up in the 3rd position, but 3.2 seconds behind Max Dexter. That is game well and truly over, I have to say.
Well, I'm not sure, especially it's game over if Adam Malik can continue to pressure Kakati. That's going to stifle him. Right now, though, Kakati has got free air and free track ahead of him. He's just got to get the medal down now. Let's see what the gap is from Kakati. It's 3.5 seconds. Kakati is 2.2 seconds from 2nd place. Here he is. He's breaking free. That's what we needed to do. If you're Theo Kakati, you have to break free from the advances of Adam Malik so you can forget about what's behind you and focus on what's in front of you. And that's what Kakati is able to do now, Henry.
And finally, it looks as though Malik and, Bassier and Malik both ahead of Tyler Harris. Harris, the championship leader, is there at the back of this group in 6th position behind Suleiman Sanfari. Then you've got the bright orange crash helmet of Maurice Knoppers. However, Maurice has been given a 3-second penalty, which means it's Kyle Blockley and Tony Hogg running 1-2 in Masters. Knoppers is down to 3rd. Then you've got Nicolo Cacciatore, who is no longer on a novice plate. And I spoke to Nicolo about his name, and I was like, it's Cacciatore. And I was like,
I've been saying it right all season.
So Cacciatore ahead of Greg Watt.
Here we go then. Game on indeed. Max Dexter. All done at the start, I think. We've still got a long way to go, though. We're only in the 1st quarter here. And that's the 1st quarter done as we continue to watch Kakati pull away from this lot here. Adam Malik, Suleiman Sanfari, Tyler Harris. They are a bit spread out in the front. Max Dexter's got 1.5 seconds on Mark Bassier, who's got 1.9 seconds on Theo Kakati. That's your podium as it stands. This is the battle for 4th place down over. Adam Malik, Suleiman Sanfari, Tyler Harris, Maurice Knoppers, not far away from that lot. Kyle Blockley, Tony Hogg, Nicolo Cacciatore and Greg Watt. That's your 11 karts in DD2. And everything beginning to settle in now. They're on lap 6. So 10 laps to go after this one. It really is an effort. That is Zanfari down the inside of Adam Malik. Has he made it happen?
Yes, he has. Here's your kartshop.me replay. And he left it very, very late. In fact, it looked like Malik was outbraked himself ever so slightly. And Zanfari, it was a late decision to make the move. It was
probably the momentum that decided for him.
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
We're
going to go for this.
Yeah,
here we go. It's like gravity. Gravity does the same for you, doesn't it?
Yes. Now, Kakati is closing bit by bit on Bassier.
Yeah.
He's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 54.3
out.
But is not making any inroads on Max Dexter. I mean, to be fair, if Max Dexter loses this race from this position, he needs to go and give himself a slap. Because, he has put himself in a position where, he could just control things, just drive around. Apex, braking zone. Apex, braking zone. Accelerate, shift point. Time after time, rinse and repeat for the next 9 laps.
Oh, there's another move. The M&M driver, Adam Malik, being absolutely mugged there by Tyler Harris, who moves ahead. So Adam Malik dropping down the order here as we get towards half distance. It's 7 laps completed by Max Dexter at the end of this lap. So we were 1 lap away from even getting anywhere near that half distance mark of 8 laps. That's Tyler Harris now, who pulls a gap to Adam Malik. He's fresh from his school trip to Vietnam and now finding how to drive around the Dubai Kartdrome here on a DD2. Oh, and getting a little bit, did you see how sideways he was there? that's what's happening. Maybe his tyres have gone off on the rear, or the handling of the kart is not so much how Adam Malik would like, and costing him time out of the slow corners, which, to be honest, that's what the Dubai Kartdrome is all about, punching and being able to gather momentum and punch out of the corners here.
Yes, 1,240 metres, 17 corners, built in an area, a plot of land that is, it's much smaller than virtually any other international style kart circuit in the world. It's twist after turn after twist after turn as Max Dexter continues to pull away his lead over Marc Bassier up to 1.9 seconds. Bassier finally finding the sweet spot of his setup as we passed halfway point. Telios Racing on course for a really, really good result here in DD2.
Gap to from Theo Kakati to Marc Bassier is 1.2 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that because Marc Bassier, he's beginning to lose ground to that man there, Max Dexter. He's out to 2 seconds behind him as Dexter, our leader, continues to lap here. It'll be 9 laps completed, then 7 laps remaining. So there's still time, Henry, for the physicality of driving these DD2 karts around here to come into play, because that can really affect the driver's lap time. Look, all of these lads are very, very fit and they're very, very young. So physicality and physical fitness shouldn't really be a factor, but it's still got to be a consideration for these drivers.
Oh, absolutely. Theo Kakati said it himself. He said, look, today's going to be a tough day. You've got to get to bed early, eat the right things. Obviously, a lot of these drivers, they do a lot of training in the gym. They're always working out. Yeah, they treat their bodies like they're professional athletes. There is Bassier, who is... Well, Kakati's closing on him, but only inch by inch, a tenth here,
2 tenths,
a tenth there.
Yeah.
Bassier has still got a fair few laps. We're on lap 10 out of 16, so Marc Bassier, he's still not out of the woods just yet.
If you take a tenth at every segment, that's 3 tenths a lap.
Yep.
And that's what we've seen, 2 tenths that time by. We've took another 2 tenths off him there. So think Kakati, 8 tenths of a second. In fact, we're going to need to we're not going to need the stopwatch for very much longer, because that's Kakati looming large on Marc Bassier through turn 1, 10 laps completed.
And, there is enough laps left for Kakati to catch Bassier. Probably we're looking at about lap 14 out of 16 that Kakati catches Bassier. If the current closing rate continues as it is, in fact, if it's not going to get even, the closing rate doesn't pick up any, which is looking likely at the moment, because Kakati is now consistently, a tenth per sector quicker than Bassier. And Kakati's getting quicker unless Bassier picks up the pace. Even if Bassier stays at this pace, that 1/10 a sector is going to become 2/10 a sector, and then they're going to run out of tenths until Kakati is literally sitting on top of Marc Bassier.
And very soon the science is going to come in. The science of aerodynamics is going to come into play, because right now Marc Bassier is punching a hole in the air for Theo Kakati to fill. His kart has got to push less air, so it takes less energy from the kart. That's what we call a slipstream, and that's when we see Kakati beginning to pull the gap back towards him. It's been a tenth here, a tenth there, but now we're going to see chunks of time disappear between those two now. Marc Bassier will be fully aware of that, and it's not going to be long before he can hear the engine tone of Theo Kakati in his peripheral hearing as Kakati gets ever closer. He's right there, and next time by, I think Kakati is going to be right on the bumper of that Marc Bassier Mumbai Falcons car.
I think so, and I think Bassier's got to be prepared now for a bit of a dogfight towards the end. He knows that Kakati is looming large. You see the white cross, the Swiss family heritage for Marc Bassier on the top of his crash helmet. They're well clear of Suleiman Zanfari, the Moroccan driver, running in P4. Harris, the championship leader, is a long way back in 5th. Malik down in 6th. Now, Kyle Blockley has actually passed Maurice Knoppers on the road. So Knoppers It also has his 3-second penalty. That would put Tony Hogg into P2 in Masters. Knopper's back to third. That would be good news for Kyle Blockley in terms of the championship.
Yeah, we have to consider that as well. As we consider Theo Kakati running out of time now. 13 laps completed, 3 laps. Mark Bassier, if anything, has responded. He could, like I said, I think he's responded to the noise that he can hear of Kakati getting ever closer, and he's been able to maintain that gap in about half a second. Kakati's going to prove me wrong and get right on the bumper and start challenging Bassier as I literally say that. And I think what it is, Henry, is Bassier's car is producing a very similar lap time to Kakati, but at different spots.
Yes.
They've got different performance levels on various different areas of this Dubai Kartdrome. And that, because there we see Bassier pulling that and edging that cushion to stop Kakati having that dive.
So what that means is that Theo Kakati has to use the fact that his kart is set at better around half the circuit than Mark Bassier. During that half the lap, Kakati has not only got to catch Bassier, but try and make a move on him before that we get to the part of the circuit where Bassier's kart is stronger. So Kakati is going to have to catch and pass in very quick order. We won't see Theo Kakati, even though we're running out of time, lap number 15. If Theo can catch Mark Bassier around the part of the track where Theo's stronger, he will have to go in straight away.
Yeah, let's consider something that's going to stop that. He's called Mark, and his second name is Bassier.
Yes, yeah.
Because there's one thing catching him, there's another thing. He's going to have to rob him. We're going to have to call the police for Kakati to do that.
Well, through turn number 12, down the back straight for the penultimate time. There is Max Dexter. Here's your second place battle. It's Bassier versus Kakati. On to the start, finish straight, and they see the last lap board, 1,240 meters to go.
Amazing.
And it does look, to all intents and purposes, that Bassier has done enough. That has been a very, very strong drive from Mark Bassier. And Max Dexter, we're talking about a 16-lap knockdown drag-out race. Well, it just goes to show, you can get the job done before you get to the first corner if you time your start correctly.
Max Dexter clinched this win. I say win. It's going to be a win. He clinched that at the start.
Yep, coming out of the last corner.
And how he controlled the pace of the grid as he approached the red lights. And when he went, nobody could go until he went. And by the time he made that decision, and he went and he takes the win, that was from the start, Max Dexter. That was a masterclass in how to control the grid to the start. Mark Bassier, equally fantastic drive from him. Theo Kakati will go away and he'll be a bit bewildered as to what happened at the start there. But I think, personally, it was Max Dexter that tricked him at the start.
But looking at the pace, though, I mean, Dexter got about 1.5 seconds at the start. He won by 3. Did Theo have the pace to win anyway? I'm not sure he did. And, there was problems at the end of the race for Kyle Blockley, who loses out on a DD2 Masters victory. And when Maurice Knoppers gets his 3-second time penalty applied, it means Tony Hogg will win DD2 Masters with Knoppers second and Blockley an absolutely desolate third position. Here is your provisional top 6.
Max Dexter then takes a very fine win with Mark Bassier second. Theo Kakati will join those two on that third step of the podium. Grid drive, chasing them down was Suleiman Sanfari, with Tyler Harris 5th, Adam Malik was 6th. In 7th place we had Maurice Knoppers. He's taken a penalty though, that's going to hand the Masters win to Tony Hogg. Kyle Blockley was 9th, Nicolo Cacciatore was 10th, and then Greg Watt with Honolulu Racing in 11th spot. We've got drivers making a bit of an appearance at the podium. Henry's making his way down there. We've got 2 more of our finals to get through. Junior Max is next, followed by our Senior Max class. That will be rounding off round 4 of the UAE RMC here at the Dubai Kartdrome. It's been quite an eventful day. Hello again to Ian McCarthy. Ian says, so impressed with the Minimax lads. Terrific racing right to the line there and well able to handle the press, brackets Henry. So Henry's tricky questioning there at the post-race interviews were not too tricky for our Minimax drivers. And yes, Ian, I've got to say, I absolutely agree with you. I am astounded sometimes the way that these youngsters, Microax as well is another one, and to a certain extent Junior Rotax, these youngsters, considering Microax is 8 to 11, Minimax, the drivers that you're talking about, 10 to 13 years old. And in the way that they can race each other, the way that they compromise, the way that they know when to give the corner up, they know that the way that they go racing, the racecraft that we see, I tell you what, the Formula One lot can learn a thing or two from those youngsters. It seems in Formula One these days they can't overtake one another without crashing into one another. It's quite ridiculous. Or crying or whinging. There was quite a sportsmanship there between the two JNKD Minimax drivers there as they came across the bridge, shaking each other's hands, and it was quite a thing to see. Let's head down to Henry though. He's got our DD2 winners.
Well, I have to say that the applause the Telios racing team gave you when you came in, Max, was outstanding. What does it mean to you to get the win? What does it mean to you to do it for the team that you're with for the first time?
It was really nice actually. Before the race, I was telling my dad, because I'm doing senior in DD2, I was telling my dad, I don't know if I really want to do DD2 now because it's so hard. But it's good that I'm happy that I did. It's really nice. Yeah.
I mean, you got the job done at the start, pretty much, didn't you? Talk us through how you managed to sort of, to be fair, to outfox Theo at the start.
Yeah, but I think I got a lucky break at the beginning, but we just put the laps in after that, and I don't think they were catching up too much initially. So it was a good race.
So 16 laps, just bang, 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 straight like that.
Yeah, exactly, 16 laps, and we've got another 16 to go now. But we'll, exactly.
Well, I'll let you go and get ready for the next 16 laps you've got to do in Senior Rotax, Max. Off he goes. Mark, finally, things come right for you because you were not happy at the end of the day yesterday, were you?
No, absolutely no. I was very disappointed, especially with the start that I did yesterday. But today I kind of went fresh new and pulled the second position, so I'm very happy.
Very happy. Are you more pleased that we obviously happy with the result? Max had kind of gone, but were you more pleased that we were able to hold Theo off and, he wasn't putting you under any pressure. He closed it a little bit, but then you sort of kept the gap stable. That's got to be positive for you for the rest of the season.
Yeah, well, basically I got a little bit stressed when I saw Theo behind. But then I kind of stayed composed, relaxed, told myself, calm down, and I just continued to push forward.
And who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my parents, of course my team, and this second position is for a dead friend who died in the Montana fire in the bar in Switzerland.
Ah, yes, the Swiss driver that we heard about, Race for Champions in the future. What was the driver's name?
No, he was a golf player.
A golf player. Oh, a golf player. There was a Swiss carter as well that was killed as well.
Yeah. No, this is for him, mostly.
Okay, would you give his name?
Emanuele Gallapini.
Okay, Emanuele Gallapini. In Mark Bassier's thoughts. Thank you very much, Mark. Well done. Theo, come this way because we're not going to end our little sort of sojourn to the UAE completely undefeated, but you're still quite happy with, the 3 rounds that you've done?
Absolutely. Well done to Max. He got the win. He did a great thing. Messed up at the start. Completely my fault. Was waiting a little bit, dumped it too much, flooded it. Was a bit unlucky. It was a bit tough to get around certain drivers. Kind of held me back for a bit. But then, yeah, towards the end of the race, I think I pushed a little bit too early. Tires were a little bit hot and pushed them where I shouldn't have pushed them. And then it was just really hard to keep the rears sticking through the corners. But, I mean, overall, the day was great. The hiccup with the tire puncture kind of screwed us up a little bit. But I'm very happy with the team and the support I've been getting as an independent driver. And the DR frame was doing really good until we had that puncture. So, yeah.
And also comments from support from people in Los Angeles watching you.
Of course, yeah, support from all around the world. Very thankful for everyone to support me, and on to better and bigger things, and hopefully we can win future races.
Okay, thank you very much, Theo Kakati. Now, DD2 Masters, Theo's going off there. DD2 Masters, Tony Hogg was the eventual winner. He's around there. Come in, Tony. He's wandering around in between retirements. Tony Hogg there. So Maurice Knopper's a 3-second penalty, I'd imagine, for a tramline infringement at the start. Kyle Blockley was leading. We couldn't quite capture it. What happened at the end of that DD2 Masters race?
Yeah, it was an interesting race. I think I got the signal early on from the balcony that there was a 3-second penalty for Moritz, and in fact I saw him move out early, unfortunately for him. So it's probably the least deserved victory, but there you go. That's racing, and you know, you have to be there, I guess, to capitalise on that. But it's not the way you want to win. Unfortunately, both Moritz and Kyle were quicker today.
What happened with Kyle? We missed it.
Yeah, they kind of squeezed each other a bit too much. You know, those diminishing return moves, and I think ultimately that's what happened. Kyle came off worst.
Well, you know, if you're a racer driver, you'll take the wins any way you can get them. Well done.
Well, the record books would just show a win, right?
Exactly. The record books show a win for the record-breaking Tony Hogg. We've got 2 races to go. The end of the day is coming up very quickly.
Thank you, Henry. And yeah, absolutely. Tony Hogg will be shown in the records as the winner of our DD2 final here at round 4 in the Dubai Kartdrome. Be happy with that. We are getting prepared now for our Junior Max final. The grid is formed. It's already in the collecting area. Let's have a look and see who is where, shall we? So Jensen Chalk is our pole sitter, with Mitansh Jain alongside. Giuseppe Montanari is on the second row with Johansa Salanyaki. Via Chopra and Derek Rivera share row 3. Row 4 is Leo Anna and Alfie Ward. Faris Haroon, 9th. Gabriele Baraccordi alongside in 10th. Row 6 is Saveli Kujai with Horace Stevens alongside. Row 7 is Ari Kallenberg and Finley Smith. Damien Knorr and Pierre Abu Dewan on row 8. Aaron Mason and Sam Turner on row 9. Row 10 is Thimar Mapanganda with George Haddad alongside. Kaba Kidwai and Aaron Sethi on row 11 with Murad Bayrabov and Romai Sabali on row 12. Row 13, Aaron Ortak and Jaden Hidding with Lewis Reed and Ray Harbour on the next row. 29 carts being rounded off by Floris Schenkenberg. Carts are already making their way around to the start. It's the job of Jensen Chalk. Remember, Jensen, winner here yesterday afternoon for race day 1. Here we go then. It's Mumbai Falklands on the front row, and Jensen Chalk will lead into and out of
a false start.
And it's a false start, into and out of a false start, yes. That's the first false start we've seen from the Junior Rotax grid. Yeah,
I believe so. A quick check-up on Floris Schenkenberg. So
he hasn't took the start, has he?
I believe he has. Let's have a look.
Yes.
Yeah, so after the heat race, Floris got knocked about a little bit. Went to check. You know, medic said he went to the medic. He said he felt okay. Was sitting there waiting to go out for the pre-final, and then he was told, "No, you haven't been cleared to race." And looked around because there was some paperwork that had been filled out because he had been to see the medic. The medic hadn't cleared it to race, so he was ready to go and then told you can't race. So speaking to his dad said, look, he's fine. The medic has now cleared him to race.
Thank goodness. That was the conversation I was walking past when I...
Yes, that was...
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking about. Here we go then. Jensen Chalk slowing everybody down. as they get to the final sequence of S's to round off the lap here at the Dubai Kartdrome. It's going to be Jensen Chalk, Mitanj Jain, who will bring the field around. Waved yellows, and we're about to go racing, Henry.
Something else has just occurred to me.
You're going to have to be hurry up because we're about to start.
Floris Schenkenberg's tyres done one. And this is going to be a false start.
That's going to be a false start.
There's somebody. Oh, Faris Haroun's been piggybacked over. They're not going to let this one go, are they? No, not
at all.
Floris Schenkenberg.
Everybody wanted to hear this story.
Here's your kartshop.me replay. And
that was too slow going towards the tram lines, I would say.
But I mean, Jensen Chalk, he controls the pace. Everyone else is, red flag out, which gives me even more time to explain my Floris Schenkenberg story. It's where his tyres have done one lap. We're trying to see what the situation is. But
Henry, what's the story?
Floris Schenkenberg, his tyres have done 4 laps all day.
Ooh,
they were the 4 laps he did in qualifying. Because he got to turn 2 of heat number 1, didn't go out in the pre-final. So, provided that he can get himself, through the first couple of corners and avoid any incidents, his tyres will be absolutely sweet as a nut. As this is going to happen, this is going to be a stop.
It's going to be a stop and a telling off. There's Ken Potter just getting out the rule book, or the Riot Act, I think, is on his clipboard.
But also, are we going to allow any drivers that have had their nose cones pushed back after those, are they going to be allowed to reset their nose cones? Because there is Graham Snook and Gary Walker heading down the list of drivers to check on nose cones.
There's going to be a lot of nose cones there, Henry, because everybody clattered into one another. While they sort that grid out, plus there'll be people out of grid order as well, which the officials will be concerned with. Continue your story, Henry.
Well, the story was, look for Floris Schenkenberg to make an awful lot of progress. Number one, if he is, if as long as he's physically able to, as long as he hasn't got any lingering injuries that only sort of, rear their head. And there is one kart with the nose cone being reattached, the bumper bracket. That's the number 272 kart, and this is just to make sure the drivers aren't doing it themselves. They're looking down there, the 264 kart also having some work done to it, whilst so that was the...
Here is Matt Norman, who is...
I hate to explain.
Have you got anything to tell us, Matt?
Oh, please do.
If you have, is that switched on, Nick? Is that one or that one? That one?
Hello.
I think this is really the clerk of the course is assessing and actually asserting his authority here, because the juniors should know better, and they know exactly what they have to do to start this race. They know exactly what they've done in the past, and it's unacceptable they're trying to not say manipulate, but create problems here. So this is the reason why Mr. Potter, clerk of the course, is then neutralised to reset, and hopefully we can start this final now in the next couple of minutes.
I was just praising them. That's the first fault. That's the first
that was a
false
mistake,
start
yes.
we've had from the junior class all day long, all weekend long.
This is demonstrating the pressure that these drivers are now putting on each other. So it's let's hope now we can get this race underway in a nice, clean fashion.
Thank you, Matt. Matt Norman, our chief steward there.
You.
Just thank you very much for the clarification there. And we get things rolling there. We are going to form them back up in a 2x2 grid and have a complete reset, a Control-Alt-Delete for this Junior Max final. And the grid will be lining up as it was when it was produced after the qualification phase, from qualifying, heats and pre-final to where we are now. So we're going to have the proper grid. Jensen Chalk, Mitanj Jain,
who's headbutting his steering wheel for some reason.
Who is it?
So, Mitanj Jain, who's headbutting his steering wheel for
really sure
maybe.
why.
Well, I mean, drivers psych themselves up in different ways. Why not headbutt your steering wheel?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that. I was just watching Mitanch, you know.
You really make contact with the steering
Yeah,
wheel.
yeah.
As we know, Henry doesn't look at his steering wheel or his speedo.
No.
Yes, indeed. So we're just sorting
car
out
park there.
So we're just sorting out the grid, and then we'll be we're reforming the grid. As you see, some drivers out of position. They will find themselves back to where they need to be. Some of the youngsters sitting on the back of the car, just sort of the taller youngsters will be less cramped.
Yes.
Just stretching their legs.
Yeah. Look for Pierre Abu Diwan as well. Third yesterday, very good in qualifying, but then got caught up in that incident in the heat race at turn number 2. He starts the number 272 kart from 16th place on the grid.
Can I ask you a procedural question, Henry?
Yes.
Now, this is the first time we've had a red flag and delay during the finals in the entirety of the UAE RMC this year.
Yes.
Will the next final go off on time?
If it can, yes.
So I'm just thinking, interview-wise, just the winner.
Interview-wise, just the winner, yes, sir. That will be the intent, was that we stick to the timetable, if it's possible, or as close as, because of course, the other drivers, the next lot of drivers for seniors, they will have been, they have procedures, they have to be in the dummy grid for a certain time, they have to be out of Parc Fermé at a certain time, so they will have followed their timescale procedure to the minute. And we shall have a look at our schedule here. So we could be straight in to...
Yeah, we're only 10 minutes back, which is fine, but that's normally the gap between the two races, that's all.
Yeah, so it could be a very swift turnaround between these two races, in which case we could go and actually, I could go and to tell an official to get the drivers from this race, and we'll do all the interviews for this race and the senior race after the senior race, possibly. We can arrange that.
Yeah, just let us know.
That's thinking outside the box, Henry.
Well,
that's out of character, Henry. You thinking at all, let alone outside the box.
Well,
we are getting towards this grid being formed up. Certain drivers choosing to stay out the car. It's gone very hot today. It's above 25 degrees out there, and remember, these kart suits are not very breathable for a start. They're friction proof. And
flame resistant.
There you see the drivers just stretching and...
It's not something after doing calisthenics, is it?
Yeah, just keeping loose. Don't want to be cramped up.
Motivator on one of the sides over there, TVAM.
Doing some calisthenics, as Nick said. We have got Ken Potter there just explaining to Jensen Chalk, our pole sitter, exactly what he requires to get this race underway. Ken now giving the thumbs up to the officials at the back. I think we're getting a thumbs up that everybody is formed. Everybody's fired up as well. It's, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines time. Visors down. A few drivers fired up now. There it is, just pushing the starter button on the left-hand side with their left hand. And Jensen Chalk and Mitanch Jain and Mumbai Falcon teammates moving away and getting a smoky start, or a smoky restart, I should say, to this Junior Max final here at round 4, day 2 of round 4 of the UAE RMC.
And, you know, there hasn't been a reduction in laps. It's still 16 laps, which, again, that is at the discretion of the race director. They can say, well, look, you have 15 laps now, you've lost a lap, that's your fault.
Well, that's usually as well to do with fueling, because you would fuel with the amount of fuel it takes for 16 laps and maybe 2 or 3 more, bearing in mind that you've got to take into account, because if you are right on the weight, with the lighter drivers being right on the weight, that lack of... Now, a litre of fuel weighs 0.7 of a kilogram. So you go 2 litres down, then you are over a kilogram underweight.
I mean, Joe Bradley is thinking in car racing, in karting, it's a case of, no, we're going to reduce your laps because you've been very, very naughty.
Oh, I see. Do you mean the fun element?
Yeah, the fun element. You have been naughty, so you get less laps. How's that?
There's me being all technical.
I know, and it's really just, let's just tell the kids off. And
Right, let's hope that Jensen Chalk has had that advice from Ken Potter. He knows exactly what Ken Potter's looking for. We've really slowed the pace down. As he heads towards the tram lines, he will up the pace, and he's in control of this pace. This looks nice. This looks a good pace. Heading towards the lights, we get things underway, and we are indeed racing in Junior Max. Down to turn 1, the two Mumbai Falcon karts. Into turn 1, it's a JKD kart. That looks like it's gone second. A gaggle of karts through turn 2, into the hairpin at 3 and out onto the bridge for the first time.
Well done, drivers, because Jensen Chalk, he brought them to the line so slowly. He did it for a reason. The reason was that his kart looks like it is geared to get off the corners like a scalded cat. And he is gone. He is up the road already, so he brought them to the start very slowly. He got the drop. His kart escaped. Everybody else is together. It was very, very, very tight from second back to 29th, going to the first couple of corners. The drivers did very well not to trip over each other, but Chalk has bolted.
And left all of the mess for his teammate, Mitansh Jain, to deal with as they cross the line then. Jensen Chalk in the lead, Jain second, Chopra, Senanyaki, Ward, Aina, Rivera, Montanari, Kojai, and it's Gabriele Barracordi who rounds off the top 10. But that's a train of karts, Henry, from second place back.
I'll tell you who this really, really favours. Obviously, Jensen Chalk. And Jensen's thinking to himself, look, I don't want to involve myself in the championship battle. I don't want to cause my teammate any stress. So I will simply disappear up the road. And I will not be any factor in the championship. I'll just take the win. Mitansh Jain holding off via Chopra. Here comes Johansa Senanayake in fourth position, now trying to root his way past Chopra. This will also help Floris Schenkenberg. Here comes Senanayake.
Chopra is all over the back of Jain. Jain struggling with a bit of tyre temp, it seems, having to defend really, really strongly going into the chicane there from out of the underpass. Here he comes now. We hope to see his tyres beginning to come on board. Remember, it's a longer race, so maybe pressured to come in a little bit later than what we've seen all day. Now he's still bottling them up, isn't he? And now he's lost out. That is a move down the inside. Let's see who comes out across the bridge as we look towards turns 5 and 6.
Senanayake.
That's Senanayake and Mitansh Jain.
Oh, wow.
Are using the off track to get down the inside. And Senanayake, the Kartdrome replay, and Jain just pulls the trigger across the curb, and Senanayake had to go with him, or else he'd have been T-boned.
Absolutely. Well, Mitansh, he went for the one move, but then they were still slowing down. I think he thought to himself, if I, unless I go even further to the inside, then I'm going to be responsible for the mother and father of all accidents. Floris Schenkenberg is up to 18th position at the moment on his fourth Abu Dhabi run kart. Now the field starts to spread out a little bit.
And there's Jain down the inside there to take that third place back from Alfie Ward. Via Chopra has disappeared up the road as Mitansh Jain. He really is bottling them up because behind him everybody is tripping over one another. Down towards the hairpin at 6 again. That's the scene of the crime earlier, previous lap. However, now he's got the kart underneath him, it seems, and now he's beginning to pull a gap. So Jain pulling away from Derek Rivera, Leo Anna and Gabriel Barracordi. Johansa Senanayake seems to be able to recoup and regather himself up, and he's already made a move on Barracordi and up to 6th.
It looked like there was a problem for the German novice Damien Knorr. Faris Haroun is also now marooned at the back of the field. All 29 drivers are still running as things stand, although one or two may be nursing a little bit of damage, and we might see them coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Floris Schenkenberg up to 17th. Not making the progress I thought he was going to. Pierre Aboudiwan up into 10th position. That is more like it for Pierre Aboudiwan. Derek Rivera and Leo Aina, though, they're having a good, strong run.
I know you said he's on fresher tyres than everyone else, but I've got to say, Henry, this is not an easy field to just scythe through.
No.
This is a quality field here in the UAE RMC.
You're right. No, I was thinking more along the line, because it was such a jump, because it was so packed and there were drivers, it was such a big wad of karts, that would help somebody, making moves through the field rather than if it stretched out. Because, if it did spread out, this is a difficult field and a difficult track to overtake on. So we look at Johansa Senanayake now trying to fight back after being monstered one of the previous laps by Mitanj Jain, and that was Pierre Aboudiwan's race run. That was his exhaust. The Lebanese driver drops off the leaderboard out of the top 10.
And into the pits with that broken exhaust there, as still battling and tussling. It's like a fist fight out there. Two teammates there going head to head, the two GGM. In fact, there's three GGM drivers, Senanayake, Kojai and Barakori. Barakordi's lost out there, and he's dropped to 8th place behind Kojai and Senanayake. Off they go towards the hairpin and onto the back straight.
And let's give Saveli Kogai a bit of praise, because he's not covered himself in glory all season, really, as Saveli got excluded for pushing another driver in the pit lane after qualifying at the last round. Was excluded from the race meeting, has learned his lesson, has come back, is driving with a lot more maturity and a lot of speed as well, is Saveli Kogai in kart number 260. So credit where credit is due.
Great racing in the midfield area. Down the inside goes the GGM driver that looked like Senanayake on Rivera. It is indeed. And that's a move. The Kartshop.me replay will show that move on Rivera there. Couldn't do anything about it. In fact, had to get out of the way, give that 5th place to Senanayake, and I believe giving him back that 5th place. I think Senanayake at one point was in 4th. So now Senanayake off and after the next JNKD driver on his list, and that's Leo Einer.
Jensen Chalk is going to win this race by about 7 seconds. Because Via Chopra second, Mitan Jain in third. This is the battle for 4th place, and it is 11 seconds behind the race leader after just 8 out of 16 laps. And Schenkenberg now up to P14. Floris Schenkenberg for the Fort Abu Dhabi team. He is not done yet.
He's still coming, isn't he? He's still coming. Defensive driving from Senanayake there. That's going to cost him on this fast, flat-out sweep under the bridge. Into the chicane, it has indeed. It's down the inside, and he was able to go around the outside there. The Derek Rivera kart there, diving down the inside, the Kartshop.me. He put his kart there, but just it's a very fast entry there. And Senanayake just remained cool, sat on the line, and stopped Derek Rivera, taking that 5th place back. That's still on, though. Senanayake out on the start-finish straight and across the line. It'll be 9 laps completed for this pack. We're looking at 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th there as Alfie Ward joins in.
Every single kart between position 4, Leo Einer, and position 11, Jaden Hidding, is either a George Gibbons Motorsport kart or a JNKD kart.
And we've just had a bit of swappage there and a bit of swappage back, I think.
Yeah, and in fact, look at that.
And there it goes again.
Yeah. So this is an inter-team battle to end all inter-team battles. Behind the next in 11th position, Ari Kallenberg is there. Then Finley Smith is 12th, the Mumbai Falcons. Then it's Sam Turner, Floris Schenkenberg, Harrison Stevens in 15th, following Montanari, Reed, Haber, Ortek, and the leading novice, P20 overall, for Kabir Kidwai, just in front of Damien Noor. Arhan Sethi, Romy Sabali, Murad Bayravmov, George Haddad in 25th position, still running. How many cards have we got still running? We have 25 because sadly Thimamaya Mapangada, Aaron Mason, Pierre Aboudiwan and Faris Haroon have all retired.
Yeah, Faris Haroon dropping out on lap 5 alongside Pierre Aboudiwan. Call me a detective, but there might be a clue there. 2 karts dropping out on the same lap.
Pierre Aboudiwan's kart had no exhaust attached to it.
Oh, there you go.
Which would tell me
adds
that
to the plot.
Yes, as exhausts don't tend to just come unattached without assistance.
No, tend not to. Here we go then.
Well, if you own a 1980s British Leyland car, they do.
But yes.
Yeah, they do.
Don't
They
buy a
absolutely
Friday
do.
car. Don't buy a Friday afternoon car.
Johansa, Senenyaki there, and Sablai Kojai, the two George Gibbon karts, circulating together, and they are in 5th and 6th place. That's all settled down now. Where has everyone disappeared from around them? Ah, here they come. Here they come over the bridge. Just the karts behind these two. There is a line of karts with Baracodi, Ward, Hidding, Callenberg, and Sam Turner joining in. I think Finley Smith in 13th might be involved as well, as that one has certainly settled down. The battle of the George Gibbons Motorsport karts for 5th and 6th now beginning to get a little bit sorted out.
All credit to Saveli Kogai running in 6th position, chasing, following, just tracking his teammate Johansa Senanayake. They are 40, it doesn't matter that they're 14 seconds behind Jensen Chalk, who incidentally has eased off the loud pedal and has allowed Via Chopra to close within 6 seconds of his lead. Chopra in turn is still 1.8 seconds in front of Mitan Jain, who is 3 seconds in front of Leo Aina, running in an excellent 4th position. Behind Aina, Senanayake, Kogai. Then another gap back to Rivera, Baraccordi, Ward, Callenberg. That's your top 10. Then behind Ari Callenberg is Sam Turner, Jaden Hidding, Finley Smith and Floris Schenkenberg.
They are literally nose to tail, Henry, from Alfie Ward in 7th down to
Derek Rivera.
Ray Harbour. Ray Harbour
in
Look at that, there's only
17th.
10th, yeah.
Derek
Down
Rivera
in
has just
17th.
gone off and dropped down a bunch of positions there in the middle sector. Rivera losing a lot of ground. He's down to 19th position.
There is the number 255. That is Mitanj Jain. He's currently in 3rd. He's on the 3rd and final step of the podium. He has been unable to catch the Mateus Nejem Motorsport in the form of Via Chopra. And likewise, Via Chopra has been unable to make any kind of impression on that gap to Jensen Chalk. It's kind of stagnated around 5 to 6 seconds. It's currently at 5.6 seconds. And Jensen Chalk went off from the start, didn't he? He did it last night. He did it in the final here for day 1 of round 4 of the UAE RMC. It's a copybook effort from him again. And he's on the penultimate lap here as that battle for 2nd place has settled down now. And it's a case of Via Chopra and Mitanj Jain following him round. There they come across the bridge. There's Leo Aina for JNKD. Here comes the GGM battle, George Gibbons Motorsport 2 of Senanyaki and Kojai. And then here comes Alfie Ward and Jaden Hidding with a still unsettled race for those positions down over.
Yeah, Floris Schenkenberg has made up into 12th position now, just behind Finley Smith, although that's still a great scrap. Jaden Hidding in 8th. Alfie Ward leading that huge train of karts in 7th position. Already, though, Jensen Chalk is on his final lap. There is Chalk. Spoke to his dad, Mike, and said, what time is it wine o'clock for Jensen's mum watching back home in the UK? And Mike goes, I think Mum went out last night. She's not up yet. So, well, if you are, Kathy, then you don't need to worry because Jensen has had this one under control since the drop of the green flag. Here he is.
It hasn't been a nail-biting one for
No,
him, has it?
it has not.
He's been in full control as that young man.
This is what they call a promoter's nightmare, this race.
He took control from the very outset last night in the final. He's done the same here. It's a lights to flag victory here through the Essex for the final time this weekend. And there is our winner, Jensen Chalk from Mumbai Falcons, crossing the line. We've got to wait a full 5.5 seconds before confirming Via Chopra and Mitanj Jain. I tell you what, all right, we haven't, for a change, needed to focus on the front. But what a kart race we had from what was it? It was 4th place at one point, but 5th place down over has been an absolute delight to watch.
Yeah, and still the gap between Alfie Ward finishing in 7th position, crossing the line now, and well, let's have a look. Damien Noor in 19th position. The gap between 7th and 19th, 3 seconds at the end of 16 hard-fought laps indeed. Saw Samuel Turner hanging his head in desperation at the side of the circuit. He retired the 256 kart very late on. In fact, there were 2 KAA karts that failed to make the finish. The other one being Murad Beyravmov from Azerbaijan. Now, the question is, I might go down and see what the timetable is, just with interviews or have you. Jensen Chalk via Chopra Mitans Jain.
Yeah, just tell us, Henry. You can always pop back up for the, if we are going to kick straight off with the Senior Max final, then we can, we've always got an opportunity to do the interviews. It'd be a shame not to be able to get a chance to chat to Jensen Chalk after that very fine win. That was a textbook win. As it kind of was, wasn't it? Nick, and Nick Damon joins us.
Yeah, I mean,
Henry heads down.
You sit there, you kind of marvel at the talent, and then say, well, couldn't you make it more interesting for us?
That's not his job.
Well, I realise that.
Interviews are good, so Henry is going to get a chance to talk to Jensen Chalk. I think it's only right. We'll just put the programme back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm here all night. I'm here all week.
You're here all week.
It's not fantastic. Sammy isn't, though.
No.
Don't mention it.
So we're about to start the last race of today. After we've spoken to Henry, don't go away because we have the podium ceremony coming up at a sort of nebulous time after that.
Nebulous?
Yeah.
We've been eating for lunch. Bit of dictionary.
I have a very, very extensive vocabulary, which I tend to just reduce to about 7 words and swear words.
Discombobulate whenever you want.
I believe that could be true. So we one more race to go.
Yeah.
And then the podium ceremony, which features top-tastic camera work by Joe. So when you see the crash zooms, it's Joe.
It's me. It's me. I try to be gentle with the zooms.
Yes, I do worry for your wife because you don't seem to have a very gentle touch. That's all I'm saying.
Moving on, we've got...
the funny thing is she's sitting literally just there, next to us.
So we wait for Henry gathering our 3 drivers, Jensen Chalk, via Chopra and Mitanj Jain. Have we done the results board?
No, we haven't. No, that's very remiss of us.
I did distract you there.
Maybe got the
so there's the result, provisionally, obviously, before they get through tech. Jensen Chalk via Chopra and Mitanj Jain will join Henry Baudet on the podium later on at our trophy ceremony, our trophy presentation. Leo Anna for GNKD was 4th. Johansa Seninyaki had a very, very eventful race there. There's lots of stories to tell from that final alone. Savelli Kojai was 6th. In 7th place, Alfie Ward, Jin hitting 8th. Then we had Floris Schenkenberg. What a great drive from Floris to get up to 9th and inside the top 10. Giuseppe Montanari was 10th. Gabriele Baraccordi was 11th, with Harrison Stevens in 12th. In 13th, we have Ray Harbour, Finley Smith 14th. Then we have Derek Rivera, Ari Kallenberg, Lewis Reed, Erin Ortak. After Erin Ortak, we've got Damien Knott, Kabir Kidwai, Arthur Setti, Romy Sabali with George Haddad, our last finisher there. We lost Sam Turner on lap 13, Murad Beremov on lap 9, Thinmar Mapangada on lap 7, Aaron Mason on lap 6, and both Pierre Abu Dawan and Faris Arun went out on lap 5. So that rounds off round 4 of the UAE RMC for Junior Max. We'll keep an eye on the website and the various social media platforms of the UAE RMC to keep up to date with who's doing what in the championship. Let's head down to Henry.
Come on. Well, Jensen Chalk. There's a phrase in American racing when someone does what you've done, and they call it stinking up the show, because that was a promoter's nightmare. You took off at the start, and that was the last anybody saw of you. Talk us through it.
Oh yeah, just slow on the start, kept a good start. Got away, looked behind down the main straight, saw a little gap, opened up first corner. Everyone else had to defend behind to keep their position. So luckily got away at the start, and then just got my head down and kept going.
Now, what was the situation with the false starts? What did race director Ken Potter say to you?
He was just saying how the first false start, it was an incident where someone had been like spun round and had to catch back up, and then the second one, it was just loads of people going into the back of each other. So had to red flag it to sort it all back out.
Did he say, was it your fault, did he say, or was it just everyone else being messing about behind you?
He said it was okay, it was good flow, and just none of my fault, just everyone else behind struggling to keep not getting hit.
Now, the very slow start, I think that was probably a pre-planned tactic that you talked about with your team?
Yeah, I do it quite a lot. Because it's very good to get away a bit at the start from the people behind, and also it's hard for the person that's second place to like predict where to go.
Excellent, well done. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank all the team at Mumbai. I'd like to thank Lee and my mechanic Oscar. I'd like to thank my family and my dad especially.
Excellent, well done. So we'll move out the way. Thank you very much, Jensen. Luckily, we had a bit of a race behind Jensen. Via Chopra, you came out on top, but it was not easy. The second half of the race was quite stable, but the first half, well, talk us through some of the moves that were going on.
There were just moves going left, right, and centre, up in front of me, behind me. It was just a big mess, and we couldn't catch Jensen at the front.
I mean, once you got into second place, I think you realised, you know, it's going to be second is best for what's that coming over the hill. It's via Chopra today, yes?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, what would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my team, my mom, dad, brother, everyone that helped me get here.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you, Via. Mitans. Well, I mean, third place, I can see that you're not wonderfully happy. However, down at the bottom of the hill, you put on some moves there at the start of the race that were absolutely outrageous. Talk us through some of those.
I saw Jensen was gone, long gone, and it was a scrap for a second, and I did what I had to do, and it didn't work out, and I'll learn for next week.
Go for it next week. Okay, fair enough. Short and sweet. There we go. That is your top three in juniors. We've got one race to go. It's coming right up. It's seniors.
I'm just sorting out our catering here. Thank you, Henry.
So who wasn't concentrating then, Joseph?
Big congratulations then to Jensen Chalk taking the win. 2 wins, in fact, both on day 1 and day 2 of the UAE RMC round 4 here at the Dubai Kartdrome. And equally, congratulations, because we'll see them on the podium at the trophy presentation via Chopra and Mitan Shaheen.
One more to go. It's the seniors.
One more to go. Seniors coming up next. I suspect it will be... Well, will it be Connor Clancy on the grid? We haven't got the grid yet.
I don't know, Connor didn't have a very good second run, so I'm not sure he'll be on the pole.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was about to say that, then I stopped myself. It's been one of the most eventful rounds, I would say, of the 2025-2026 season. I think the nature of the Dubai Kartdrome has come into play there. It's in complete contrast perhaps to where we've been, both the Al Ain track and the Al Fasad circuit, and it's certainly in complete contrast into the next round. 14th to 15th of February for round 5.
Super fast.
Absolutely super speedway fast.
Before we talk about the next round, let's see the grid for the final race of this round.
Excellent stuff, because that's just appeared. It's George Nasser. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Henry's just arrived back, catches his breath, and has a chance to look at this. Oscar Lambert alongside George Nasser. It's going to be a Matthias Nejem Motorsport battle between Mumbai Falcons on the front row. Zain El Hamasani, I should say, for M&M. Connor Clancy alongside for Mumbai Falcons. Alexander Biji for M&M. M&M for Hamza Al Fayez, representing them in 6th place. This is going to be a cracker, isn't it? Row 4, Mohamed Benemene for XL. Alongside him, Rayan Darmadasa. Jeremy Montgomery Swan lines up on the 5th row with Elwa Gonzalez. Nathan Kaplan on row 6 with Adam El Bassioni. Row 7 is Kai Hunter, making his way back up the grade after that technical fault that he had. That's knocked him back all day. Antonius Haddad alongside Max Dexter, winner of DD2, alongside Miles Roby on row 8. Then we've got Rayan Qureshi alongside Faisal Nashko. Row 10 is Enzo Tesluk and Ryan Carouse with Tamim Asiba and Andrea Remy alongside. Row 12 is Jules Demont and Elliot Surtees. Row 13 is Siobhan Kartik and Oscar Backhouse with Andrew Obaid and Abdullah Alkerta. Kyan Cranebull and Spencer Trahon are on the 15th row, and then we've got Amani Kanua, Manaf Al Balushi, Sanad El Hawawi, Musad Al Bassam, Patrick Cannon and Naaman Kareja. They are the qualifiers from the pre-final.
And they were
the B-final.
And they were the top 6 on track in the B-final. So
nothing to report there.
No,
move along.
Yes.
Here we go. This is going to be outstanding. I just know it. I can feel it. George Nasser leads the field around. We get things turning around.
Get a false start.
I think that was completely manufactured. These are very, very clever young people here.
Yes.
These are young lads in this senior class, and they are very clever, and they wanted another lap on their tyres to make sure they are absolutely on the nosy and the cart's balanced going into that first few corners.
I think that's probably not an unfair assessment, considering what is at stake and who are the players at the front of the field. I'm looking at the grid, and you know, with no disrespect Antonius Haddad whatsoever, but everybody from the pole sitter George Nasser down to and including Kai Hunter starting in 13th position is a potential race winner. Well, put it this way, if any one of the top 13 drivers won this race, you wouldn't raise an eyebrow.
No, there's some big names there.
That is how, you know...
That's the standard here we've got. That's the standard of the 25-26 UAE RMC. Here we are at round 4. Here we are at the fantastic facility in the heart of Motor City in the Dubai area. It's the Dubai Kartdrome. What a venue to have this series come to. Fantastic. And the racing has been frantic. We're in the entertainment business. It's been exactly what we asked for. It's going to be a bit more what we asked for here as George Nasser gets the foot down through turn 1. And it's George Nasser that leads. He has to defend into turn 2. He'll have to defend even more into turn 3. It'll be out onto the bridge, and it is Nasser who leads.
And it was Nasser tried to sort of come across to take the racing line into turn number 1 to prevent Oscar Lambert from sweeping around the outside. And Lambert, he thought about trying to stick it around the outside. And now, if he's not careful, Lambert might lose second because Zayn El Hamasani, who has been driving magnificently today, is there as well. There's a huge crowd of people watching from the overhang, watching from the grandstand there, and you can hear them cheering and shouting. This is the main event of all main events. All the main players are up at the front. Somebody gets spat out wide. Was that Alessandro Bigi?
Oh, you beat anyone's guess as Nasser leads them out onto the start-finish straight to complete lap 1. It's Nasser, Lambert, El Hamasani, Clancy, Gonzalez, Bigi, Fayez, Menemene, Kai Hunter. They crowd up to get through turn 2. It's going to be an even more crowded turn 3 and out onto the bridge. Nasser's beginning to break away. His tyres are where he is. His tyres are what he wants. And here we go. We've seen George Nasser do this how many times this year?
Yep.
He's doing what he usually does here.
Eloy Gonzalez has gone past Connor Clancy up into P3. This is Clancy's undefeated streak in the finals, hanging by a thread, because he's won 5 finals in a row, 3 in junior, 2 in senior to start the season. He's currently in P4, make that P3, because he's just got back past Gonzalez, but Nasser at the head of the field. Oh, they're squeezing each other wide a little bit further back. But
using all of the track and a little bit more with Oscar Lambert there as he came round the final turn It's Nasser now, what I would consider in control of the lead. However, Oscar Lambert and Conor Clancy, the Mumbai Falcon driver, absolutely knows what's needed to be done here, as Eloy Gonzalez is another driver. I think he's lost 4th place, actually. I think that may be
El Hamasani up into
El
P4.
Hamasani,
Let's
yes,
have a look.
let's have a look.
It is. It's Matthias de Gem Motorsport car in 4th.
And I think
it's Mohamed Benene and Alessandro Bici up
Yes.
to 6th. Gonzalez is back to P7.
We've got a cracking battle here with Damadasa and Kai Hunter, who've just gotten past Hamza Al Fayez. Damadasa in 8th, Kai Hunter in 9th now, as Nasser comes through turn number 13 into the final section of the lap here at the Kartdrome here in Dubai, and it's Nasser who is in control. The chasing Mumbai Falklands have got it all to do, but there's plenty time for them to do it.
Yeah, if I was to have one piece of advice for George Nassar at this stage of proceeding, run. Run and hide. Run and hide, because he knows, George Nassar knows that the second that Oscar Lambert or anybody else gets on his rear bumper, they're going to go in. There's no one going to be working with George Nassar apart from one of his teammates in this race, because of the way the championship is working out. So Nassar, the only way that Nassar can have a clear run at the end is by just driving the wheels off it right now and hoping they don't catch him. If they catch him, then all heck is going to break loose.
Well, isn't that a little bit of a breathtaking anticipated situation to be in? Here comes Nasser. It's going to be 4 laps completed, 1 quarter down, into the 2nd quarter now. Towards half-time we go. Nasser through turn 1, into turn 2. He's absolutely blistering. There's Conor Clancy down the inside of Oscar Lambert, and he's made it stick at 3. Here's the Kartshop.me replay. Look behind the leader, Nasser there. There's Conor Clancy, the 2 Mumbai Falcons there. Just gauging the gap there was Conor Clancy. And Lambert made room, didn't he? He didn't have a choice, to be honest.
No, he didn't. Now, as Conor Clancy turned in, the left front wheel of his car just looked like maybe it was... I couldn't see it. It looked like might have been not on an ideal angle. We're going to find out now how fast Clancy is, because he has got to pull away from his teammate. He can't allow Lambert. If Lambert and Clancy battle now, that's it. It's George Nassar's race.
Yes.
And we talked about this morning. Conor Clancy was able to keep George Nassar behind him. He's going to have to try and do so again as we go over the bridge on lap 6 out of 16.
The thing is, Henry, the 2 Mumbai Falcon drivers can work together. However, a driver out there, well, several drivers out there, Zain El Hamasani, Alessandro Bici, Mohamed Benene, Eloy Gonzalez, Kai Hunter up to 8th, they all want to spoil that Mumbai Falcons party in 2nd place. And what we're seeing here is Conor Clancy pulling away from Oscar Lambert, his teammate. Lambert being left behind to deal with El Hamasani is going to allow Conor Clancy to maybe just gain that gap. The gap was just under a second last time by. As they come through the SS section, onto the start-finish straight, Nasser across the line. The gap is a second. He's pulled out a slight gap there as Nasser. He's in control.
Well, I don't know. That Clancy fastest lap of the race by a 10th, 54.918. It's not over yet. The lead group is now spread out a little bit. Nassar, Clancy, Lambert, El Hamasani, Bici, Menamne and Gonzalez. Then there's a gap of 2.5 seconds back to Kai Hunter, Nathan Kappen, Jeremy Montgomery, Swan. The rest of the top 10, then it's Hamza Al Fayez, Rian Damadasa, Max Dexter. All the front runners at the start of this race are still the front runners. Roby is next, followed by Elba Sunny, Qureshi, Hasiba, Jules Dumont, Andrea Remy, Ray and Cairus, rounding out the top 20. Just looking down, and we still got, we've lost Elliot Surtees and Oscar Backhouse. So we're down to 34 runners. And
both those drivers going out on lap 3. Again, that's a bit of a clue, maybe.
B final winner, Amani Kanua, from 30th on the grid up to 22nd. Just behind Enzo Tesluk, just in front of Spencer Trehorn.
We're heading towards half-time here. We're on lap 8. It's going to be 8 laps completed. It's not going to be half-time where we all pull off the pitch and have a sliced orange. We are going to continue racing to the finish, racing to the flag. And that gap is down to 0.8 of a second between George Nasser and Conor Clancy there. There's Nasser into the hairpin at 13. He'll take a hairpin at 14. Very tight left-hander into the S's. And there's Conor Clancy and Oscar Lambert chasing him down. What's the gap? Yeah, it's 7.5 of a second. The gap is coming down ever so slightly, Henry.
But that's okay. That's fine for Conor Clancy. He doesn't need to push any harder because at this rate, he will catch George Nasser. And Conor's thinking, well, if I catch George, I don't want to catch him too early so that we can get into like a big multi-kart battle because I don't want Oscar Lambert and Zayn Al-Masani to try and get involved. I want to catch George Nasser late enough so that I have a chance to pass him without the drivers behind me closing in and making my job harder, because Clancy doesn't want to think about defence as well as attack. He wants to think solely about offence.
Here comes George Nasser, and Conor Clancy is about to feel the effects of the science of slipstreaming coming into play. He's about to feel that hole in the air being punched by George Nasser as we get out of turn 3, over the bridge, into the hairpin at 4. Conor Clancy getting towards that rear bumper of George Nasser now. Nasser becoming aware because he can hear that engine note, gets his foot down through the left-handers. Under the bridge they go towards the chicane. No need for any kind of defensive driving at the moment. We've got optimised lines through the chicane and on through turn 11 into the hairpin at 12. Onto the back straight, George Nasser. Gap coming down to half a second now. Into the hairpin at 13. It'll be the tight left-hander leading into the sequence of S's that will end the lap here at the Kartdrome here in Dubai. The Dubai Kartdrome for round 4 of the UAE RMC, and that gap is 5.565. It's been ebbing and flowing between 4/10 and 5/10, but there's no doubt about it. Conor Clancy is catching.
Yeah, and the first of our front runners has fallen. Technical flag. Number 321, Rian Dharmadasa, who was in 6th. He had dropped to 10th place before the flag. That will mean that of the front 13 drivers on the grid, 12 of them are still running, and they occupy 11 of the top 12 positions. The only one out of position ever so slightly, looking down, is Andrea Remy, who has dropped back. But Dexter in 12th, Rayan Qureshi, Jules Dumont, Miles Roby, Rayan Cairous, just outside the top 12. It's been a remarkable race so far. Adam El-Bassani has also retired, so that's 2 out of the top 13 on the grid have gone. The remaining 11 still occupy the top 11 positions in the race, which is quite remarkable.
George Nasser now has company. He's had a bit of a gap now. It's half a second according to the timing screen. It looks less than that though. Conor Clancy can smell the exhaust fumes from George Nasser's kart. And as they head to the chicane, still no need to defend, but that's going to come soon. 5 laps remaining. It's going to be 4 laps after this one completed. We're about to head towards the finish of the 3rd quarter. It's the 3rd quarter bell. If it was a basketball game, we'd be ringing that 2-minute job, wouldn't we? 2 minutes to go kind of thing. Here we go. George Nasser out on to the final finish straight, I should say. And the gap is 3/10. It's ebbing and flowing, but all the time coming down.
Conor Clancy has flipped the script squarely on its head. If you would look at the top 2, you'd think you've got the young upstart clinging on to the lead, trying to withstand the pressure from the experienced old veteran closing in behind. But it's not. You've got the experienced veteran clinging on to the lead and the young upstart just eating into his advantage.
And that young upstart is going to come when George Nasser's least expecting it, which could be anywhere on this sequence of corners now.
Going onto the bridge next lap.
Into
Watch
12,
this.
into 12, hang on. What about 14? Into 13. Can he get close enough to do the switchback. Here he comes. Oh, not quite on the bumper, not quite close enough.
No,
we'll bear that in mind, Henry. You mean into turn 4?
He's going to have a look going onto the bridge or coming off the bridge next time. Oh, he doesn't get a good exit though. Nasser gets an excellent exit off the final corner. That is where his car is sitting now. I was thinking it's going to be here or going into turn number 5, where Clancy's not. I don't think he's close enough. Is he close? No.
I know what you're saying, and that's been a favourite of a lot of drivers here this weekend. I thought it would be, because I was watching practice from way up there, trackside, and I thought, that's going to be an action point.
I think the key, I'm going to ask about the key to if George Nasser wins this race, his key to victory is his ability to get off the final corner quicker than Conor Clancy, because Clancy is much better than Nasser through here, but watch the way they come off the final turn and see how much better Nasser gets on the power here.
And look at Conor Clancy, he's identified what you've just identified, and he used all of the track and more. We'll see if the stewards have something to say about track limits on that one. I think you're allowed. There it goes. There's the move. Conor Clancy down the inside. Is he going to maintain that on the bridge? He is. He leads off the bridge. He leads through turn 4, into 5, I should say, now into 6. This is where Nasser's got to come back. He's got to come back at him here. They head to the chicane, through the left-hand sweep and under the bridge. Clancy defends, doing the middle road into the chicane and just blocks off George Nasser. George Nasser now has to stay with Clancy. Clancy defending and stifling the momentum as he goes down the middle of the road into turn 13. It's a hairpin. Can George Nasser remain cool? Into the S's. It's Clancy. Clancy will lead for the first time across the line. George Nasser has to repay the compliment, and he's right there all over the rear bumper now as they cross the line through turn 1. Is he going to have a go on the brakes? Because Conor Clancy has to defend. This is allowing everybody to come back at George Nasser, and it's going to be Oscar Lambert that's challenging very, very soon.
Yep, and well, first of all, Clancy managed to get past the part of the circuit where George Nasser was much stronger than him. You could see Nasser coming out of the final corner, down the start-finish straight. Clancy had to scramble and scramble and scramble. Here we go, change for third.
Yes.
Here's El Hamasani.
And that's the teammate of George Nasser in second. Zeno El Hamasani. Is he going to defend? Is he going to protect George Nasser? He doesn't need to. It's every man for himself, because Conor Clancy has pulled a cushion. Conor Clancy has pulled a cushion right where he needs it to the checkered flag to take a victory here at round 4, day 2 of round 4 of the UAE RMC. And that was an absolutely outstanding race. Here's the move. The Kartdrome replay will show it out of 2. He uses the momentum and then didn't bother braking for 3, threw the cart down there. And George Nasser, George couldn't really do anything about it, and we knew that was coming, didn't we, Henry?
Absolutely outstanding. Conor Clancy, 6 wins out of 6, 3 in junior, 3 in senior, the only undefeated driver in the championship in terms of finals across 2 classes. Incredible. You just don't see this happen, ladies and gentlemen, and yet it is.
He gets a chance to speak to Henry Baudet in with the winners interview there, as Conor Clancy confirmed as the winner here for day 2 of round 4 of the UAE RMC. George Nasser is in second. El Hamasani came through with a fine third there to get ahead, not just of Oscar Lambert, Alessandro Bici in 4th, ahead of Oscar Lambert as well. Elwar Gonzalez through into 6th and 7th. Mohamed Benem in 8th, Nathan Kaplan in 8th. Max Dexter gets ahead of Kai Hunter right at the very end there. Kai coming through in 10th. Hamza Al-Fayez in 11th. Jerry Montgomery been off the pace a little bit today in 12th. Then we've got Ryan Qureshi, Ryan Carouse, Miles Roby in 16th. Amani Kanua, Tamim Hasiba and Enzo Tesluk 17th and 18th. 19th is Manaf Al-Balushi. Then we've got Spencer Trehorn, Andrea Remy, Kayan Cranbull, Sanat El Hamawi and Antonius Haddad was 24th. 25th is Shivan Kartik with Faisal Nashko, Patrick Cannon, Andrew Obaid, Naaman Qureja and Musad Al-Bassam 30th. 31st was Abdullah Al-Kafa, and Abdullah was the last of our finishers, I should say, We lost Gilles Demont on lap 10. Rayon Darmadasa went out with the technical on lap 9. Adam Albassioni on lap 7. And then 2 drivers out on lap 3, Oscar Backhouse and Elliot Surtees. Outstanding racing to round off what has been a fantastic racing weekend here at the Dubai Kartdrome. It has been another class weekend in the 25-26 season. And what a way to finish it with an outstanding drive from all of our drivers in the Senior Max class. We have got Henry to go to. We are going to get a word with Conor Clancy, George Nasser and Zain El Homassani. After Henry's interviews, we will be going for a bit of a break while we wait for our presentation our podium presentations, which will bring you all live.
We will wait that a bit longer, yes.
Yes, we've got a paddock show to show, though, haven't we?
Yeah, we'll keep people entertained. Don't worry about that.
We shall entertain you still. Are you not entertaining? Indeed. We're already thinking about round 5 at the Yas Marina circuit coming up on February the 14th and 15th. We'll be bringing you all of that action live on a kart track that is very, very different to this one in the Dubai Kartdrome.
Kart track is a racetrack.
Yeah, Formula 1 track as well. It's going to really, really be a different characteristic of kart. We're told 90% full throttle, which is quite phenomenal, really, and in complete contrast to this round 4 here at the Dubai Kartdrome.
Yep. So I'm just watching what Henry's doing.
Okay, you tell me when Henry is ready. Karting Live TV is staying here at the Dubai Kartdrome, though. We've got the Dubai Oak Plate to bring you all live next week. And Nick and I will be bringing you all of the action from the Dubai Kartdrome. It's quite a special event here. It's the UAE RMC, though, is all about round 4. And right now, it's all about Senior Rotax. Down to Henry.
Well, we're busy down here trying to dissect the last couple of laps of this Senior Rotax race, but the one thing that is for certain, Connor, come in, is that that 6 finals, 2 classes, 3 wins in junior, and now 3 wins in senior. George has said, you snuck up on me. Tell us exactly how you snuck up and made that move.
Well, firstly, I'm so tired. Like, Georgie really made it hard for me. Because, like, 1 minute I was catching him, the next he was gone, then I was catching him. My tyres were probably like, why are you pushing so hard? But yeah, I knew that would probably be my only opportunity, so I just sent it, and yeah, it worked out.
I mean, you made the move on Oscar to start with. That was the key down at turn number 2 on your teammate. You didn't waste any time getting past, so you still had that thing. But then it was a long, hard slog. And for people that don't necessarily watch much karting, chasing down the leader in a final, that is the most physically demanding part of racing, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. And Georgie, he's a great driver, so it's even harder. Like, he had a big gap. And once I got in second, I was like, right, I need to get Georgie. And I didn't think it would be that hard. It really took a lot of energy out of me. Like, I was properly pushing.
No, I mean, talk about psychology, because, you know, do you get to a point where, what were you thinking? When you were on the rolling lap, did you believe you could win? Simply because you're in such a great vein of form?
Well, I think if you don't wake up and think that you're going to win, like, if you don't think you're going to win, then I don't think you should come and drive, because if you don't think you're going to win, then you're not going to win. That's why I always, when I wake up, say, I'm going to win today, and it pays off.
Well done, congratulations. Who do you want to thank?
My mum and dad, Gilly on the Spanners, everyone at Mumbai Falcons, everyone in England, Ireland, the dogs, and also it was my mum's birthday yesterday. I forgot to mention in the interview, so I did a special win yesterday.
There was a kart mum's birthday that I didn't know about. Connor, what are you doing? That's disgraceful. Happy birthday to Connor's mum.
Yeah, so that one was for you, and then yeah, just everyone.
Well done, congratulations. Thank you, Connor. So, Connor, you move out the way a second, go and have a little rest. Well, you said that the long hair made you look like a lion, made you feel like a lion, king of the jungle. That you did everything you could there, really. What can you say to that?
It's frustrating. I led most of the race. I had somewhat decent pace. It's really hard to see yourself in the lead and just lose it on the second to last lap. It was a long race and it's a bit frustrating, but he was faster than me and he got the overtake done.
Now, your kart looked to be on rails coming out of the final corner. Is that where you felt you were better? Because after Connor made the move, starting the last lap, you had a really good run onto the start-finish straight, but you just couldn't find a way past, could you?
No, it was just he defended and there were other guys that were catching up. Just tried to preserve the position, and I was hoping maybe he would make a mistake in the second half of the lap to try and close the gap up and have one last chance at victory, but it didn't turn out that way.
But I mean, look at this. Before we started this interview, you had your overalls down, your t-shirt was on. You got a very large scar on your right hand arm and elbow, which happened in a horrific crash here a couple of years ago. So when you think of it like that, to leave the Dubai Kartdrome, leading the championship, a couple of podiums, kart in one piece, that's not a bad thing. This is a good day, yes?
Yeah, overall, but I've always wanted to win at the Kartdrome in Rotax. It just didn't come to fruition this time.
Well, we've got one more round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge to go here at the Dubai Kartdrome. That comes in March. It's only a single header, so one more chance this season to get it done and to finally erase the memories of that accident a couple of years ago.
Yeah, one last chance in March.
One last chance in March. Thank you very much, George. Well, it's been a while since the Egyptian flag was on the podium. Zain El Hamasani, it's back on the podium today. Well done.
Thanks, yeah, it was a great race. Very long, stressful, especially after the first few laps. Got a bit unlucky at the start. But I think we covered well, was able to keep the pace, stick with the front guys, and then at the end we prioritized and got on the podium.
Yeah, talk about the move that you made on Oscar to get third position.
Yeah, after I've seen Connor and Georgie start to defend from each other and then Oscar joined in, I saw there was a chance to open it and get a switch, and I was able to do it.
When was the last time you were on the podium in a final?
God, I don't even know. Been too long.
It's been too long, but you're back now. How much extra confidence does this give you now, Zain, for the second half of the season? Because you're still in with the shout of the championship, aren't you?
Yeah, even though I might have missed one of the rounds, still up there, and there's always a chance to win. So,
who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, everyone back at the team, Mate, Dan, my mechanic Edgar, everyone. They've been so supportive and they've been just helping me the whole race.
There we go. Thank you very much, Zain El Hamasani. There we go. That's it from down here in the driver interview area. It's lovely and warm. It's really going to go and cool down before the presentation.
Thank you very much, Henry. Henry Baudet there with our Senior Max winners. We're going to go for a short break now, where we've got a couple of paddock shows to tell you all about. Keep you entertained. We'll be back very, very shortly with our trophy presentations for all of our classes, where Henry will take you through that. For now, it's good night, and I hope you enjoyed the coverage. We'll see you very, very shortly. Good night from me, Nick, is what I meant. We'll see you very, very shortly at our trophy presentation.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Dubai Kartdrome for the second full day of racing here in the marvellous Motor City. Karting Live TV have all the action, but of course one thing we also bring you is a paddock show. And to bring you a paddock show, I need someone to do the interviewing. And I can't find Henry, so I found Joe. Joe, a stunning location, but a very difficult track.
Hello, Nick. Hello, everyone. Yeah, what a challenge this track is. I coined a phrase, it's kind of like an around the houses without the houses. And what I mean by that is...
Well, they've got skyscrapers.
We have got skyscrapers with the back of a shopping precinct as well. And we race really close to the barriers here. It's an unforgiving track, and I would imagine it's going to get very, very crowded down there with some of our grids. The racing's fast, it's furious, but it's all about punching out of those corners. It's going to be another fantastic event.
Well, those are Joe's ideas, but I kind of feel we actually want to hear from the teams and we want to hear from the drivers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Joe, I'm going to push him out into paddock, but more importantly, I'm going to make him find Henry Baudet, and the two of you are going to work your little bottoms off to get some interviews.
Okay.
We talk about family a lot in Rotax, and the great thing about Rotax is that drivers, you see them and then they disappear for a little bit and then they come back, like Shogo Endo, not as a driver but now as a mechanic for Adam Zhu in Microax.
Yep.
First of all, Shogo, how are you? It's been a while since you were in a Rotax kart, but one of Japan's most successful Rotax races for many years.
So yeah, I began my racing career since like 4 years old, and I forgot when I started the Rotax racing, but I've been to grand final for 4 times. I got a 5-time ticket, but 4 times. And yeah, my best result in the grand final is in Brazil 2018, P9 in the senior. And yeah, I finished my career last year because I couldn't get the grand final ticket. And yeah, I decided to be the mechanic for any, you know, like
just up-and-coming drivers. So Adam Zhu is an up-and-coming driver from China, running with Sam Pollitt Racing here. What's your role exactly? How have you managed to slot in to the team around Adam?
Like you mean like the environment, Adam? Yeah, like no, like my team is quite nice. Like we have the good analyst, and good coach, and I may be good mechanic. And I think he has much talent because he just started racing, I think 3 months or 4 months ago, and he's already good. He has enough speed, so I think it's good. Like yeah.
Is it a good thing? Is it a nice thing for you to be able to help now a young driver develop? Did you have that when you were starting in your career, like a good mechanic or a mentor or a coach to sort of like learn from?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like this is like for me like very new style, but I think I find it very good things, because like when I was a child, I didn't I didn't have these kind of things, and I think it makes more, how can I say, like the driver more, how can I say, like
make it prepared, more successful.
Yeah, exactly, yes. So I think it's good.
Now, good. Is this your first time here in the UAE Championship?
Yeah, exactly. Like just I came here, I think 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So I'm quite new here. I don't know like how to buy something still, like which supermarket is good. I'm not really sure still, but yeah, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah. What does your driver think of the circuit, or what are you learning about the Dubai Kartdrome that you can sort of hand over to Adam?
Well, it's hard, but yeah, everything. I think for me, everything new. I've never done mechanic in Japan for micro.
Yep.
I done in like 2 years ago in Roman and like that. But yeah, for me, so everything new. So everything is for me like learning. Yes.
And this is the thing, because, drivers in Rotax or mechanics, you can transfer your knowledge around the world. Obviously, Shogo, you're Japanese, but I've seen you, at grand finals around the world. What countries do you get to as a mechanic, or how does it sort of, how do you get around the world now as a mechanic?
What?
How do you get around the world? Your services are quite, in demand, aren't they? People want you to work on their go-karts. Your reputation is getting good.
Okay, yeah. For me, that was a bit hard English, like difficult.
Okay, so your reputation as a driver is one thing, but now your reputation as a good mechanic means that you get lots of jobs and you can, go around the world, doesn't it?
Yep. So I want to do the mechanic not only in Dubai, like in UAE.
Yep.
I want to be in Europe maybe also. And one day, if I could bring this knowledge, like everything from the other world, if I could bring it to Japan, I think it's very good thing for Japanese racing culture. And if I can be maybe China or any other Asian country, it's also nice things for me.
Excellent. So a top 10 driver in the world in the grand finals, Shogo Endo, now putting his experience and all that knowledge he's gained into young Adam Zhu here in Microax. But a world tour, but eventually back to Japan to put all your knowledge into Japanese racing.
Yep. That's my one of the goal. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Shogo.
Thank you.
During the off season, one of the most familiar figures in the UAE paddock, Birol Art Middle East, changed. It became Motorscape. Sana Chanak from Motorscape now. talk a little bit about why the rebrand, because it's not just Birrell Art now that you deal in, is it?
Exactly. So we are now the exclusive distributor for Kart Republic in the Middle East, also Birrell Art. So we thought that it's better that we brand the main company is called anyway Motorscape for years.
Mm-hmm.
So we thought just go Motorscape, because we supply both brands.
Yes.
And we represent both brands. So as you can see in the tent, we have some Kart Republics, we have some Birrells. And I think, it was just a step to, introduce people to the new project that we took over, and it's going well so far.
It is, because of course yourself and Mark Rose have been in cahoots for several seasons out here. Tell us a little bit about the development. What have you noticed over the last couple of years here in the UAE? The driving standards, the professionalism. You've got to keep upping your game because there's teams all around you that are doing likewise, aren't there?
So I first came to the UAE in 2011. And I can tell you the change that we witness nowadays is unbelievable. To be extremely honest, the championship organizers are doing a fantastic job. The RMC, they run an event. I've been to all European events. I've been to all the World Championships. I've been to all the races, and I can say, here the organization, the professionalism of the series now is top notch, and fair play to Alain Raceway, fair play to all the people, you guys that also make a huge difference in this. The live stream being always on for the races have made a huge difference as well. Thanks to you guys, you guys do an incredible job, and what we are witnessing is a huge boom in the UAE RMC, and a huge boom in the karting in general.
Okay.
And one thing that I've noticed, and that's really a really good indication of what's really happening, I've noticed that the Bambinos, the interest in Bambino is a few years back, we struggled to have 3-4 Bambinos on the grid. From our company point of view, we supply the Bambinos for pretty much all the paddock, as long as 80% of the paddock get their equipment from us.
Yes.
One thing we have noticed that the demand on the Bambino is incredible. Like we get a lot of inquiries on daily basis. There's not a single day that we don't have an inquiry about Bambino. So that can give you an indication about what's happening. Because even from the roots of the sport, people are starting earlier, unlike previous years when people just come at 13, 14. Now they're calling us, asking for a 4-year-old kid.
Outstanding. Well, that's really interesting. To know that even though, say, this season we're not seeing it, but maybe in next year, 2 years' time, 3 years' time, that's when we'll see the benefit of this. Let's talk us round your group this weekend, because we've got some newcomers in DD2, for example. Suleiman Zanfari joins us for the first time. Suleiman, a very, very successful driver, based in Morocco initially. What's it like having someone from Suleiman joining the team?
It's really fantastic for us, and really exciting, because the last time I saw Suleiman with us racing, we won the Dubai Plate back in 2020. And definitely the aim is to do it again now. So 5 years or 6 years later, that's the aim now, to do it again. It's incredible to see how much the people that left, let's say, and went to other series, they now realize that this series is as best as anything else, and it's more, easier for them to be here. But we have some new faces, we have some old faces, but in general, it's an incredible way forward for the sport.
And this really is a metropolitan team. You know, I'm looking there, you've got the flags from France, from Jordan, from Oman. You've got, the Qatar here with Mr. Hasiba, obviously Suleiman running the Moroccan flag, Mr. Haddad. But a Turkish flag with RMC Ortak. You've got a young driver in Micro, Alex Freienstein. You know, the progression of him getting onto the podium now, that must give you as a team boss, a real sense of pride watching a young driver and guiding that young driver from the back to the middle and now to the front.
Yeah, really, this is one of the most enjoyable, let's call it project we took on.
Yes.
When we took him on, as you know, he's still young as well. But I'm incredibly proud how this amount of hard work paid off, and we really got this kid, to go forward in such a short period of time, But it was an incredible amount of work that went into the summer of last year. After the season and beginning of the year, also working on the mental side, working on giving him more confidence, getting the animal inside to show. So it's really an incredible experience.
Excellent. Now, like all the teams here, you've got your own separate workstations for mechanics. The data screen up by there. One thing that I'm interested, that's something that is new that I haven't seen before. You're one of the few teams. You've got your own radio and charging station so that no one can lose their radios.
So we have like 3 different setups over there. So that's the live timing system. That so people can. See what's happening during the sessions while they are here.
So let's have a little wander up just to see it, to sort of take us through what's the data section, because you've got obviously all the data tracing and what have you. Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm very, very good. So this is driver feedback, but then obviously you've got the charging pods as well for so that no one go out without a battery, or that everything is charged.
Yes, because that's let's say the electric system of the car is the heart of the car. So we want always to make sure that we have spares, we have like we don't use the normal chargers, we use a proper charger that we can tell if the battery is dead, in good condition, etc., etc. So this is, to be honest, credit to Mark Rose. He's such an incredible, asset for the team. And over here, as you can see the data, we can see what's happening in each corner. We know if it's a driver, issue. Like if you can see here, you can see the difference in the speed. You can see, exactly what's happening. If there's a slide, you can see it on the RPM. So we can really analyze what's happening with the chassis and the driver during the session and try to push them forward. As also the other side of this, we have the we can show them their footage. Sorry, if you see here, we can show them the footage. We see, we try to improve them by showing them
what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong.
So over here, it's a very important tool to utilize, and I think with this series becoming more and more professional, you need to up your game as well. So you cannot stand still at all. You need to always push the limits.
Exactly. In karting, standing still is going backwards. Sanat Chanak, thank you so much for showing us around formerly Birrell Art Middle East, now Motorscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
Have a lovely day.
One of the other names returning to the UAE Rotax Max Challenge this weekend is double defending DD2 champion Max Dexter. Max, first of all, welcome back. You haven't been competing full-time this year just because of school, but you're back, and you're back with a bang this weekend, not just in DD2, but in seniors as well. Yeah. The insanity behind that, what's going on?
Yeah, well, last year, the last round, after we won the DD2 Championship, we decided we were going to do both for the last race in our lane. So we did it, and it was quite good. I think we ended up winning one of the days in DD2, and I came 5th in senior. So, and this weekend, we're obviously doing O-Plate next weekend in both as well. So we thought we'll do this weekend in both, get some practice in for O-Plate, yeah.
Now, again, you were one of the team members from the UAE in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. You've been there the last 2 years. Didn't quite go all the way that you were hoping for in Bahrain last year, but it doesn't dim the appetite to come and try and succeed again, does it?
No, of course not. I mean, it was a really good event. I mean, I had a lot of fun this year, despite the result not being what we wanted. But yeah, I mean, we're here to race, and we'll see what we can do.
And a new team as well, Telios. Last year you raced with Brand. Obviously, Luca from Brand has now come here to Telios, so it's sort of like a new team, but in many respects a bit of a home from home.
Yeah. But I mean, for sure, there's some for me some new faces: Andrea, Fiorenzo, and then we've got some of the same like Jules and Luigi coming from Brand.
Yeah, Luigi, that's right, not Luca. I do apologise. Talk about jumping back. When was the last time you drove a kart? Then would that be in Bahrain for the Grand Finals in December?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing a little bit of practice. Last weekend we drove the DD2, the Paralin, just to get used to it again. Because, I've never actually driven the Paralin DD2 before, so I had to get used to that. It's quite an easy switch, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
So from Tony Kart, an OTK product, which is what Brand Racing use, a Paralin now. This isn't exactly the easiest circuit. If you're going to get back into karting, it's not exactly a nice, easy way to sort of get yourself eased back in. This is a very, very physically demanding circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But sometimes you've got to jump in the deep end,
Yeah.
It is definitely very demanding, but we'll see how it goes. I think it should be all right in terms of physicality. Yeah.
Performance this weekend, what are we hoping for? Obviously there's a championship battle going on in both classes, but you're just here to win.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we can send them hard. They're having to fight for the championship, so we're not. So we're just here to race then. Yeah.
Yeah, because especially in DD2, obviously Theo won last time out. He's just doing this round and last round, But for the championship contenders, the bigger the field, the bigger the points difference between first and last. So that's going to be playing on everyone's mind as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Yeah.
In senior, there's only about 45 of you. So just getting to the main event's going to be an achievement. Are you ready for the rough and tumble of that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did one of the senior races in Alforsan, which was good. I think we ended up winning that. So. Pretty similar grid. I see we've got some people coming from the UK as well. I saw some on the entry list. So, it'll be fun. Yeah.
It will be very good. The rest of the season, obviously, school taking complete priority. But when are we likely to see you out, after this weekend and next weekend?
Yeah, probably after Yas Marina. I'm pretty sure we're back here after Yas Marina.
Yes.
So, that it'll be then, and then hopefully till the end of the year. Yeah.
Okay, so back in both classes, or are you you're not sure just yet?
Oh, we'll see. Hopefully both. Yeah.
Hopefully both. Well, there we go. It's great to have you back, Max. Something for all the championship regulars to consider. Double defending champion Max Dexter. New kart, new team, same amount of talent.
A big welcome back to Origin Motorsport and this young driver, Elliot Surtees. We're both from the same part of England, so translation services are available. Elliot, I'd imagine you'd be delighted to be back racing in the sunshine.
Yeah, I love it here. I find it's so much more fun, and I just like racing here.
Yeah, you just like racing, I suppose, don't you?
Yeah, I find it really fun.
Your thoughts here at the Dubai Kartdrome? It looks a very, very technical and tricky track.
Yeah, it's very technical. There's a lot of corners to get right, obviously, but if you string it all together, you'll be all right.
When you say that, you say there's a lot of corners to get right, but there's a lot of corners that lead onto the next corner, which leads on to the next corner. That makes it a very, very sort of tricky and complex thing to get your head around.
Yeah, I mean, when you're racing and in the pack, you're always thinking, are they going to move here? Are they going to dive here? But again, if you're switched on, you'll be all right around here.
Where do you have to switch on for defending here at Dubai?
Definitely turn 2 and back sector going along the back straight. Definitely there.
I've been sort of trying to think if there is anywhere that we can tell everybody back where we're from in the UK what track kind of compares to here, but I don't think there is. What do you think?
No, not really.
It's
very different. It's very different.
It is. Now, you've been part of Origin Motorsport. It's your family team. Your livery, your sticker design is quite the wrong colour. I mean, we're from the northeast, and for our international audience, Elliot and I are from the northeast of England, but we're very much distant relatives because Elliot here is a Newcastle United supporter and I am a Sunderland supporter. And if anybody knows your Premier League football, you know that we shouldn't even be talking. So why the black and white? I mean, it's awful.
I mean, it's the best football team, I think, and I just think it fits well on a go-kart.
Right, and when Sunderland met Newcastle the last time, what happened?
No answer.
Wish you all the very best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Not for your football team, but for your karting this weekend. Elliot Surtees, everyone.
One of the most intense class battles here in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge is in Minimax. Albie J. Stubbs currently leads the championship, but not by much. And Albie, if one thing we've learned this year is that there's a whole bunch of drivers every single race that can win in Minimax, isn't there?
Yeah, it's very competitive in Mini. It was competitive in Micro, but Mini's just another level.
What have you learned, because obviously you stepped up into Minimax. I think, Al Ain, it's fair to say that the starts weren't that kind to you. You went backwards quite a bit. That's part of the learning process, isn't it?
Yeah, when you go up into a new class, there's a lot to learn, and at the start it wasn't going my way. Maybe there was a little bit in me, but I kept getting hit a little bit, but hopefully we can do better this weekend.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously you've got lots of rivals. Benjamin Karachkovic, Austin Gray, Charlie Page. Who else are you concerned about? Because there's 20 Minimax drivers this weekend, the biggest grid of the year.
Well, there could be anyone win it, but I really like if it could be me that wins it.
Of course, of course. Now, talk a little bit about the team behind you. You're running with Sam Pollitt Racing. Sam, you can see the graphics there on the kart with the UAE flag. Sam's been expanding out into the UAE this year with you, but also to try and attract other drivers as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he wants many this year. He just wants a few, but to do a good job with them.
And you're certainly doing a good job to start out with. Tell us a little bit about, you started Bambinos in the UK, but you raced here last year as well. Is it a case of, summer in the UK, winter over here with the family?
Well, we saw the Dubai plate in Bambino, so we come over and done that, and then we really enjoyed it, so now we always race here in the winter.
Excellent. You've got Toby George mechanicking, Anderson Chilcots, and Sam is the team manager for you, which is your team from the UK. How much help is that? You're in a different country, different culture, but you've got familiar faces around you.
It's really good because then I don't have to get used to new people. It helps when I have Anderson, I don't have to get used to a new coach because I'm in a team, or I'm in a team, but I've got my own coach, and then with Toby as well, it's not like being in Excel and you have a different mechanic every weekend. So I just have Toby and Anderson and then Sam as a team manager, but at the minute it looks like we're doing pretty well.
It does. Talk a little bit about this circuit. How have you found this track? What are the challenges to get round here in the Minimax division? Are we likely to see anybody pull away?
I don't know. In that last session we pulled away a little bit, but I don't think there'll be much to pull away.
And of course the starts, you've learnt a lot from last round to this round, but the starts here, you've got that long corner that doubles back over the bridge. Are you concerned about that?
No, I raced here in Miami and I was pretty good at the start, so hopefully we can just do the same this weekend.
Okay, well there's Albie. Let's just bring in Sam Pollitt a second. Sam's over there. Sam, come and have a little chat here. Number one, what would you like to say about your driver there, Albie? He's obviously very talented, but over here, his job is almost as a figurehead to help advertise the team, isn't it?
Yeah, he's obviously representing us. He's our only mini driver, but he's doing a really good job. Obviously, leading the championship, he's done great up to now. Hopefully, we can continue.
Now, of course, I've known you a long time. Sam Pollitt Racing, it's been a very familiar fixture in the UK. You've really started to expand, not just in the UK, but internationally. Here is one arm. We talked about the Sam Pollitt logo with the UAE colours on it, but it's not just racing in the Middle East, it's junior car racing as well.
Yeah, we got an opportunity at the end of last year to venture into Ginetta Juniors, which has always been something I've wanted to do. I think there's no clear path from karting. We try and keep everybody in karting and then they don't end up into cars. So I'm trying to make a bit of a stepping stone from karting to cars and then progress through.
Okay, and again, how much of a logistical nightmare is that? Are you partnering with an existing team in cars?
Yeah, so there was an original team. They had the same idea, so we've sort of partnered up together.
Yeah.
Logistically, they sort most of it for me. I'll be there on the weekends, obviously with the drivers. The idea being that the drivers know me from karting, and then they go into cars, they still know me, we manage it all, and we take it on like that.
And that's really, you know, so many times you see people come out of karting, they go into cars, and then it doesn't work for whatever reason. The world of cars doesn't work out for them, so they either stop or they're at a bit of a crossroads. But I suppose there's an easy way not to come back to karting, but to sort of to dovetail the two commitments as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. And we've had a lot of drivers leave to cars, and they almost say, like, they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do. It all starts again. Where obviously, because they already know us and they know how we operate, it's like a clear transition then into the car paddock.
So and that's from the UAE, the UK, and obviously it's going to be Ginetta Juniors in the UK?
Yeah, Ginetta Juniors and the GTPs and GTAs, so that even all three classes really.
Oh, superb. A lot of work on your plate then?
Quite a bit. I've got some good lads, so we're
yeah, because, I mean, very quickly, I mean, obviously, you know, Albie, you've got Adam, you as well here, so two drivers here, but the expansion in terms of staff, logistics, all the equipment that you need, how has that come about?
A lot of headache. I've put a lot on the lads that work for us. Obviously, Anderson moved out here to look after the team out here. Without him, we couldn't really done that. Then obviously Toby came on board with Albie, which again has helped. And then Carol, who looks after Adam. Yeah. So some good guys that are all sort of predominantly doing the work for me.
And going back from when I first met you, you know, 15 years ago, you know, running, you know, one or two drivers in UK championships, could you imagine this is where it would have led?
Not at all. No, not at all. It's a bit crazy.
It is a bit crazy indeed. Well, crazy is one thing, but Sam Pollitt Racing, as crazy as it might sound, has got his finger on the pulse and has got opportunities for drivers, UK, UAE, in karting, and now cars. Congratulations, Sam.
Thank you very much.
I remember many times interviewing these two young ladies' father in sports car racing and endurance racing. Khaled El Khabaisi went and did had a lot of success at Le Mans and in sports car racing in general. And Hamda and Amza, his daughters here, I remember you guys in karts, and also I remember you in Formula 4 in your case. You've been around the motorsport scene here in the UAE for quite a number of years. Can you tell me firstly, how have you seen it grow at all, if anything?
For sure, I could see there's a lot more local talents competing compared to a few years ago. So it has grown. We see a lot of people competing, coming from Europe to compete in the Middle East as well. So the level is becoming pretty high and it's pretty prestigious. So it's really good to see that.
Yeah, and I remember interviewing in a Formula 4. You looked a lot taller in your Formula 4 car. I've got to bend down. But yes, I mean, you've experienced from karting through into single-seater racing here.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, I would say. And yeah, this is where it all started, you know, the grassroots of racing. And it's nice to be back here in karting and to see all the kids. It's also a big number, which makes me really happy to see a lot of like how big the grids are compared to when I was racing in the past. So it's nice to see it, and I hope these kids could also progress to Formula racing one day and maybe even Formula 1.
Yes, and your sister, of course. Last time we saw you, I saw you on Netflix in the F1 Academy TV series. Firstly, how did you find the F1 Academy? Was it a good series to be part of?
Yeah, I would say a lot of track time. You go to various tracks as well. I've had the privilege to go on street tracks, which I never had the opportunity to. I had the opportunity to work with Red Bull as well, to work with F1 teams, the media side of it, the exposure side of it. I think it brings us a lot of values that once we leave F1 Academy, we could sort of carry it with us and try to find sponsors for the next series.
Yeah. Now, I get we get asked in the media a lot of, why have we got no girls and women in Formula One? You've been really close. You've been in the F1 paddock. You probably have a much more educated answer than I could perhaps say. What's your opinion on that?
I think my opinion on that is like the lack of opportunity for women. I mean, if you see in every race grid, there's maybe 1% of women competing and the rest is all boys. So the percentage for an F1 driver to come out is very little. So I think if there are more female drivers competing, then we might be able to see a female F1 driver being selected. So I would just say it's the lack of opportunity for women.
Yes. Now you're here with CRG. Are you guys helping with the driver data and the coaching from your experience?
Yeah, we're helping with all aspects, I would say, like especially also we have onboard videos and we could also look through that with the kids and we could see how their lines are, how much of the track they could take, a bit more of where they can break later. So all these concepts that we've been taught from other coaches, we're now like
yes.
output kind of giving it to them. So it's nice to see and it's nice to see them listen and also apply it on track. It's it's satisfying when they improve as well.
Because you're still competing, aren't you? And do you get a lot of satisfaction of seeing your driver doing well?
I really do, and now I understand how my coaches feel because
you mean the frustration?
Frustrating. Yeah, sometimes it's frustrating because you know their potential, and like when they don't do it, you get really frustrated. Yes. So now I know when my coaches were angry at me, I was like, oh, I understand now. So.
Do you forgive them then?
I do for sure.
Yeah, she forgives you.
I forgive you.
Yes. Is your dad going to be around at all?
I don't know. I don't think this weekend. I'm not sure. I don't think he'll be here tomorrow, but yeah.
Well, tell him Joe Bradley sends his good wishes, and it's been an absolute delight to see you guys at a racetrack again, and the Kabaisi ladies. Last season's Minimax champion, Ari Kallenberg here, has not able to retain and have a go at retaining his championship because, well, you grew up, didn't you? Yeah. And you became a junior. Yeah. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing.
Why?
Because it's faster and better.
Right, it's fast. I knew he was going to say that. Right. Wider, sticky tyres on a junior Rotax, both front and back, and more importantly, much more power than that Minimax, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Tell me the major differences. Tell me, first time you ever got on a junior Rotax, what did it feel like?
I was just feeling really short in the car.
Well, could you not manage to reach the pedals hardly?
Not really.
Right, what did you think about the performance?
Felt I got quite tired on my first day, but I kept growing my stamina and I got better.
So what do you mean about tiredness? Where was it taking your energy? What was taking your energy so quickly?
My neck.
Your neck, and that's because of the grip level in these things?
No, because the G-force.
Right. From the grip?
Yeah.
Much more grippier than a Minimax?
Yeah.
Right. What about the power? Did that blow you away?
Not really.
Right.
Just a lot more bottom end.
What is it like to race with drivers that are a bit older than you, aren't you? I mean, are you 12 now?
I'm 11.
Oh, so you're still only 11, right?
Yeah.
So you could race with people who are 15 and stuff, can't you?
Yeah.
Right. Is there a different attitude, different personality from the older drivers?
No, they're all just numbers.
And that's the way you think. That's just a driver with a helmet on.
Yeah.
And is there anyone that you kind of thought, when you move up to the older class, there's people have reputations, don't they? Quick drivers. Yeah. Do you consider that?
Not really.
So how do you get your head around that? What's the psychology of that?
I just think that everyone's the same.
Mm-hmm. Focus on hitting your braking points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, have you got a chance of back-to-back titles in different classes?
No, because I can't score points.
Why is that?
I'm too young.
Right, that's what caught me out. That's why I thought you were 12. So when are you 12?
Next year.
Oh, so 2026, you're 12. Right, so can you score points when we go to the 2026 rounds of this championship?
Yeah, I can.
Right, so you're going to be on the back foot for, this one, Alpha San, and then the December round as well. You're going to lose a lot of points, aren't you?
Yeah, a lot of points.
So tell me, Ari, is this just a building exercise going forward to win a junior Rotax championship?
Yeah, pretty much. I've got 3 junior years. This is like preparing for my next years.
Right. Right, and so how's it going so far then?
It's going all right, better than I expected.
Why is that? What did you expect?
I didn't expect to be as fast. I thought I'd be more of a mid-pack runner, but I'm like top 10-ish.
You must be pleased with that though.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's kind of like you belong.
kind of.
Only 11 and already at the front of the Junior Rotax pack. That's pretty special. GGM's obviously giving you good kit in this class, yeah?
Yeah, they've been really good. When I joined them in December, they've helped me a lot until this point.
And does it help when you've got a team like GGM around you that you make that transition to the faster class?
Yeah, it was quite good. George helped me learn how to get better and learn how to drive the junior.
So it's not like you just throw it into this cart, get on with it. You actually get coached and also I would imagine the team are helping you with understanding the dynamics of the handling and the setup, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how much input do you as a driver give to that process?
Quite a lot.
Yeah. Give me an idea. Think about people out there who don't understand the technicalities like you and I do. So what exactly would you be saying to your engineer after a race about things like setup?
Like, I'd tell them how the power felt where I'm losing and where I'm gaining. I'd tell them what I think about the handling of the cart, like if there's too much front end or too little, and then ask them if they could change it a bit.
And are you at the stage now where you understand the cart and are you asking for changes like give me a different tyre pressure, give me a different camber, or do you leave those decisions to your engineers?
I leave them to George and Bertie.
Right, so you basically feedback as the driver, they do the engineering.
Yeah.
Right, you much prefer that?
Yeah.
Just get on and overtake people.
Yeah.
Right. Harry, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Well done on last year's championship and best of luck for the coming season. It's a shame that Harry, because of age, won't be scoring points, but I would imagine we're going to see him at the front of the Junior Rotax field.
Welcome to Dubai Kartdrome, and the winner is Alex, and the second place is
Well, that was a fantastic little interlude there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Dubai Kartdrome and the podium presentation for round 4, race day 2 of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. We have got the top 3 drivers plus best novice in each class, as well as the team awards to give out, and on hand to present the trophy will be Dubai Kartdrome's David Bright. So we'll get underway with Microax, and finishing in 3rd position, his 4th consecutive podium, it's Motorscape's Alexander Fryenstein. So David Bright on hand to give Alex's 3rd place trophy. Finishing in 2nd place, driving for George Gibbons Motorsport, it's Liam O'Hanlon. But your winner, his first final victory driving for Mateus Najem Motorsport, it's Samar Chopra. So there are your top 3. And, shake, very sporting shake of the hand first. The top 3 are joined on the podium by the best placed novice, finishing in 20th overall, the best novice of the day, Kylian Kudu Mbida. Who was the young man who was doing his best Henry impression at the start. So Kylian Nkudu Mbida is the best novice. Once again, drivers, trophies in the air. And your medal, Kylian. And if we could all stand on the top step of the podium. Let's all go on to the top step. We'll get David up here as well. Kylian heads back. Well done, Kylian. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, your Microax podium. Well done, drivers. Sabah. We've gone off. They're now chasing each other around the car park with glass bottles of water. Fantastic. Well, you only win your first final once, so why not make the most of it? We now move on to Minimax, and finishing in third position, driving for Sam Pollitt Racing, is Albie J. Stubbs. Well done to Albie. Finishing in second position, the only driver here today who had people watching him from Iraq, it's the JNKD driver, Austin Gray. But your winner, completing the clean sweep, and I believe taking the championship lead for JNKD, it's Benjamin Karachkovic. And the drivers shake everyone's hands. And the top three are joined by the best placed novice in the race, finishing in 15th place overall, the best novice, Aryan Eshan. The Kart Advisor Academy driver. He makes his way onto P3 on the podium. Aryan, there we go, well done. Now, if we can have drivers' trophies in the air, please. Albie. 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 Albie! Put your trophy in the air, bud. Come on.
That's as far as you can go.
That's as far as you can reach, is it? Is your race suit a bit tight now? His race suit's a bit tight. There we go. Ladies, everyone on the top step of the podium. Can you manage that? Careful, you won't rip your race suit there, Albie, if it's a bit short. There we are. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for your top three and your best novice in Minimax. Thank you very much. Oh, Benjamin's got 2 trophies and the crash helmet. There we go. Now we move on to DD2 Masters. No novice because Nicolo Cacciatore is no longer a novice. Finishing in 3rd position in Masters, it's Kyle Blockley. Fortunately, I don't think Kyle can be here. Oh, yes, he is. There he is. Sorry, the KAA driver, Kyle Blockley, very unlucky, leading until the end of the race. Kyle finishes in 3rd position. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, Maurice Knappers.
Well done, mate. 2 rounds in a row. Second.
Congratulations, Maurice. But your winner today, completely another victory, driving as an independent, it's Tony Hogg. To be fair, Tony said, you know, the most undeserving win, but the record books will show. And the record books are what counts. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, well, everyone on the top step of the podium, like, you know. Where's David to bring... Yeah, Kyle was bringing the average age down too much, so it needs to go back up with David on the top step of the podium. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 Masters top three. Now we move on to Rotax's Ultimate Class DD2. And finishing in third position, his winter vacation back home in the UAE ends in third place for independent driver Theo Kakati. Theo finishing second, finishing third, finishing in a very special second position. Driving for Mumbai Falcons in memory of his late friend, it's Marc Bassier. Marc Bassier, a very emotional second place finish in memory of a very good friend of his who sadly was killed in the Swiss chalet bar fire on New Year's Eve. And Mark, I know that you paid tribute to your friend and racing in his memory. But the winner today, driving for Telios Racing on his return to the championship, it's Max Dexter. Right, well done, Max. So, once again, we'll have drivers, trophies in the air, like the kids. Max, come on, there we are. And everyone on the top step of the podium. I've got to say, very good to see lots of Alpine Stars race boots there. Very good indeed, shameless plug. Congratulations, your top three in DD2. Now we move on to Junior Rotax and finishing in third position, driving for JNKD after a great final, Leo Einer. Well done, Leo. Finishing in second position for Matthias Najem Motorsport. What's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra. But your winner today, doing the double on his return to the championship, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Jensen Chalk. And for the second day running, the top three are joined by the leading novice, finishing in 17th position, Damien Knorr. So well done to Damien. Once again, drivers, trophies in the air. Just because Via Chopra's got a nice catchy nickname, he's looking like the rock star now as well, with the sunglasses, fair play. And everybody onto the top step of the podium, please. Well done. So Jensen Chalk Via Chopra and Leo Aina, your top 3 in junior Rotax. Well done. Now we move on to senior Rotax, and finishing in 3rd position, driving for Mateus Najem Motorsport, it's Zain El Homosani. Well done. Finishing a very close runner-up, P2 for Zane's M&M teammate, George Nassar. But your winner, making it 6 wins out of 6 finals, undefeated so far this season for the Mumbai Falcons, Connor Clancy. And the top 3 drivers joined on the podium by the best placed novice. Please welcome Zara Karua. So Zara just missing out on a place in the main event, but still taking home the best novice drivers. Trophies in the air, please. Come on now, Zane. I know it's embarrassing, but you've got to do this more when you're on the podium. You have to do these things. Well done. And give everyone on the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 in senior Rotax. Okay, thank you very much, drivers. Thank you very, very much. Don't forget, we will need all our podium finishers back on the podium for our group photo. But it's now time to announce the team champions. Finishing in 3rd position today, 338 points for JNKD. Finishing 2nd with 389 points, it's Mateus Najem Motorsport. But once again, the team champions, it's the Mumbai Falcons. We'll need some representatives from the Mumbai Falcons to come forward. And if the Mumbai Falcons are winning the teams contest every round, that's because they've got drivers in each class, so it's down to you, the rest of the teams, to find drivers in each class to compete with the Mumbai Falcons. Coming up on the stage, obviously, Connor Clancy amongst them. Can we say a special well done to one of the Mumbai Falcons driver coaches, Sam Knyoppers, for being signed to drive for the official factory Birrell Art team in KZ2. Some of the team members overcoming a little bit of a winter flu to be there. Oscar hanging on for dear life at the end there. But ladies and gentlemen, there are your team winners for this round 4, race day 2 of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Thank you very much for joining us here. We'll have the full list of podium finishers on the podium. While that takes place behind me, it leaves me to say a big thank you to everybody for joining us, to the whole organisational team here from Guy Sheffield and Alain Raceway, the whole UAE Rotax Max Challenge Championship. We're back on air next weekend, back here at the Dubai Kartdrome for the Dubai O-Plate, and then the next round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, February the 14th to 15th at Yas Marina. Thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next week.